1 minute to the deadline. Deadline.
Good evening, everyone. I am Brandon Fogel, and I am with DBN, the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. We are coming to you live today with coverage of the second Broadcaster Brawl. This is DBN's personalities going at it against each other on the board, cage match, all for a good cause, for a bunch of good causes. Each player is playing for a different charity, and the winner's charity will get a larger share of the shared pool than the other ones will. We got a lot in store for you today, but first, let me introduce my co-conspirators today. First, we've got Mr. David Hood. David, welcome to the stream.
Hey, Brandon, and hey, you people in diplomacy land.
And second of all, we've got Mr. Liam Stokes. Liam, welcome to the stream.
Thanks, Brandon. It's good to be here. Looking forward to the game.
All right, this is the second Broadcaster Brawl. We did one 2 years ago in close to the end of our first year of existence. And it was a big hit. We raised over $3,000 for a host of charities. And we gave the viewers a chance to give back a little bit of extra guff to the commentators who had been critiquing them for the previous year. We weren't able to do one last year, but we have come back in force to do this year with a whole new set of commentators. There are no repeat players from 7 years ago. There is a repeat charity, however, which is supposedly entirely by accident. Before we jump into some of the details about DBN and about today's game, I'm just curious about your guys' thoughts on this event. David, you and I both played in this game 2 years ago, and Liam, this is your first rodeo with the Broadcaster Brawl. David, we'll start with you.
Yeah, when we played it 2 years ago, it was really a lot of fun. It was, of course, in the height of the pandemic. It was another way for us to have fun with each other and get to know each other a little bit better. Frankly, got to know you a little bit too well, Brandon, considering how well you played in that game and how well you dominated the game. But I do think the fact that we've come together for charity is really it's obviously a good thing, but it's also very rewarding in sort of fun for the rest of us to get together to do something for that kind of shared objective.
And Liam?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's one of those things that really highlights the community that we have, and doing it all for charity, and really it seems that DBN is one of those overarching machines that keeps everything connected, that keeps all these various tournaments and events and the community. It's got its tendrils pretty much everywhere that's diplomacy. And so it's sort of the thing where the community can come together and see, if you can't travel, it's how you can kind of get your feet wet in the events.
Thanks for comparing DBN to a beast that is insidiously taking over the world.
Excellent.
So DBN got started 3 years ago, as David said, in the height of the pandemic, the beginning of it, really. And it was a way for us who love to play diplomacy to keep it going. Everyone was stuck at home. We were used to traveling to different cities to play tournaments. We had a big network of friends that we'd made. And DBN sort of filled in the gap and kept us connected publicly in a way that we had previously done sort of individually through tournaments. We're coming up on the third anniversary. So DBN started in in around June of 2020. And David, I don't think DixieCon was the first tournament on DBN. It was the last tournament before DBN. It was the coverage of that convinced us that we could do something like this.
That's right.
And then I think Boston Massacre was our first actual coverage in July of that year. I compiled a few stats just for us to have a look at, and if I can find them, I'll put them on the screen. I'm not Brian Pravel or Kevin O'Kelly, so this is very bland looking, but here's how it goes. We have spent 3 years, almost 3 years doing this. We are currently at 994 subscribers. So we all have some hopes that we're going to get to 1,000 very soon. If any of you watching have not subscribed, please subscribe right away. If we could get over 1,000 in this broadcast, that would be pretty fantastic. As of yesterday, we had compiled 124,724 views, and that means 53,826 hours of watch time, which is actually quite a lot. So we're not viral in the sense that our broadcasts don't get like tens of thousands of views. The biggest ones we have are in the 3,000 to 4,000 view range, but our viewers like to watch for a long time. So our average length of view is quite high, and that's something that we're all pretty stoked about. Almost 54,000 hours of diplomacy viewing happening over 3 years.
And about 50,000 of that is you and I talking, Brandon, which is surprising that anybody wants to hear any of that.
Far too long.
Liam, you were a longtime viewer before you recently joined the DBN family. Can you tell us a little bit about, put you on the spot here, can you tell us a little bit about what your journey's been like as did you play diplomacy before the pandemic, or did you just discover it?
I had discovered it a few months actually just before the pandemic, and then and really looking for ways to play online right a few weeks before that pandemic, and eventually discovered DixieCon was going to be hosted and shifted online, and that was my gateway drug, I guess, to the wider scene.
And so what about as a DBN viewer sort of moving into the booth? How has that experience been like for you?
It's been interesting. I mean, I don't particularly think I have, very good things to say. Most people on board would probably agree with that. But it's, it's been fun to see things from the other side. And I think it actually helps. It's a bit of a symbiotic relationship. Playing helps being able to commentate and be able to talk about things. But when you're able to see a board from a bit of a bird's eye view, it helps your play style as well. So if there are people who think they can do this or think they want to do this, I'm sure that the more the merrier approach. Am I right, Brandon?
Yeah, I mean, we're always looking for new people here at DBN, and our hope is that DBN is kind of a sort of the leading edge of outreach across the world to get people exposed to diplomacy, get them interested in it, help them improve as players, and hopefully get them to keep liking the game, not just try it out, but stick with it and grow the hobby that way. And it's a tough game, right? Like, because 7 people start, only one person usually ends up feeling somewhat satisfied with how the game went. And there's a lot of social difficulty in the middle of that. But to the extent that we can help people who do end up liking the game continue to like it, that is definitely a major mission of ours. As Brian Pravel likes to say, this game can be viewed not as one of betrayal and deception, but one of building trust. And that is how Renegade, the new company that is marketing the game, is trying to advertise it. So let's do our part for that and build some trust with the audience. All right. With that, let us dive into our first segment, which I believe is going to be Liam Stokes telling us some things. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Before we do that, why don't we have a look at the players? And to do this, I'm just going to pull up the website. Brian Pravel is probably having some deep chest pains right now viewing this, because he definitely would have come up with some really snazzy graphic for this, whereas I'm just pulling up the website. But these are the 7 players who are playing today. Ed Sullivan, very well-known DBN personality, is playing for the Ronald McDonald House. Karthik Konath, who's been around on DBN for a while, playing for Girls Who Code, which is the duplicate with Siobhan Nolan. She played for Girls Who Code a couple years ago. Kevin O'Kelly has been an indefatigable worker behind the scenes, is sometimes host, but most of the work he does is off screen, and we all appreciate what Kevin does for DBN. And Kevin is playing for the Diabetes Research Institute. Mikalis Kamaritis is a relatively new commentator, but has made a big splash already. And he is playing for Mind in Brighton and Hove. And we'll hear about these and all the other charities later as the players give their personal interviews. Robert Schuppe is our resident German DBN correspondent, who has done some excellent work on the sideline and in the booth. He is playing for the Malaria Consortium. Tanya Gill did a lot with us in the first year, only a little bit last year as she's been traveling around South America. She is playing for the Transgender Law Center today. And Zack Moore, one of the co-founders of DBN, got squeezed out of last year's game, but is here to make his mark. He is playing for the Children's Home Society. And again, we will hear about all of these charities. For anyone who doesn't know, the players are playing for these charities. We have a shared pool of donations on GoFundMe, and I'm going to pull this up in a second. We are currently, in fact, let me do that right now. We have currently raised $1,862. And that actually is only half of the story, because there is an anonymous donor who has very, very graciously agreed to match any donation up to $3,000. So that $1,800 will become $3,600 at some point. But you, the viewer, if you can help us reach that goal, the original goal of $3,000, and push this even higher, that would be amazing. The game 2 years ago raised, I think, around $3,400. So we're aiming to beat that. If you want to donate right now, you can look in the description section underneath this stream. There should be a link there to the GoFundMe site. Please go ahead and donate. You can post in the comment section that you have donated if you'd like. We'll check in periodically to check the total. But as I said now, as I just said, as of now, we are at 1,862, eventually to be ×2, but we're not quite there yet. All right, with that said, so we're going to come back to these players a little bit later. We're going to find out how they did in the Paris method power selection. These players were seeded, and it was done by viewer vote. So the viewers got to write in and vote who they thought should be first, second, third, fourth, and so on. Some surprising results from that, which I'll go over briefly before the power selection. Until then, we have some interesting stuff coming from the two of you guys. Liam, let's start with you. Why don't you tell us about what you did, and I'll pull on screen when you're ready.
Awesome. Yeah. So when I was trying to think about how I was going to analyze this game, these 7 are some of the best players. Like, yes, they're commentators, but when you see a board, if you slot one of them out and put one person in, that person is scared to be on that board. These are all top quality players. And so trying to analyze how the game's going to go, trying to look at some of the past games was a little, overwhelming. I didn't really know where to start. So I sort of scrapped the science and found something else. We're going to go ahead and take a look at some of these players, their horoscopes for the day, to see where the stars might think the players are going to align. So we'll start with Aries, which is, in fact, our very own Zack Moore, whose birthday is in, I believe, 3 days. So happy almost birthday to Zack. Independent, strong-willed, you're forced to be reckoned with. You love nothing more than an exciting new goal to tackle, and you do your best work when you're flying solo. Your passion and energy keep the rest of us on our toes. The overall description of Aries for Zack, I think, fits pretty well. I know I'm on my toes whenever Zack's got a game plan or even on or off the board. His horoscope for the day, you may be searching for previously unknown ways to advance yourself. Colleagues or friends could help steer you in the right direction. When it comes to jotting down possibilities, trust your intuition as it's operating at the high levels. So really what I read out of this was that Zack's got to trust his gut this game. If he's going to be wishy-washy, he's not going to have those friends available to him. If he's pushing them away, he needs them. He needs to be close, and he needs to trust his gut. next is our. I think we actually, for some reason, I thought I missed one, but never mind. We're going this way. Gemini. I was just our Tanya Gill. Your ability to get along with a wide variety of people makes you a bit of a social butterfly. You'll take advantage of some alone time when it comes your way. Curious and deeply emotional, you love ritual and celebration. I think Tanya is the social butterfly, get along with everybody. I think she'd agree that she gets along with anybody on the board she's with and can work with anybody. Although apparently today she might be craving some solitude. She might be feeling like she's at a crossroads and needs to decide which way to go. Emotions from the past could well up, but this is a positive. Don't fight it. So I think it sounds like some of Tanya's past experience with these players could come into this game, could be brought up. People are going to be looking at her from where they played in the past, but apparently that's good for her, and she needs to work with it. So we'll see exactly how that shapes up once we see where their powers are going to be.
I mean, that kind of explains why Tanya is such a strong player, right? It's right there written in the stars.
100%. And the stars aren't wrong.
Never.
Although we may see as we get further into this list that thought we disagree. But we'll continue with Kevin. Kevin may fall on the introvert side of the spectrum, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know how to have fun. He can be an enviable combination of intelligence and intuition. Well, see, here's where we might start disagreeing with the stars, but for now, we'll trust them. We'll see what happens. So if Kevin's in a tough spot, he might be able to find some positive effects of it and come out on top. We'll see if Kevin's able to do that. But the night before this game, he would have had some strange dreams about maybe some new combinations of power alliances or people that he's never played with. But it sounds like he's going to have a bit of a mystery on his hands as he plays detective. And he's got to look inwards and to not be surprised if he kind of finds, maybe some new things about himself that he didn't even know was there. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays into Kevin's game if he's got to start thinking of some new ways to play.
It's also possible that Kevin is wrong about when his birthday is. Just throwing that out there.
I have beginning to wonder. As soon as it said enviable combination of intelligence and intuition, I thought, wait. We need to check a birth certificate or something.
To be fair, I didn't get any official birth certificates when I collected this information.
This is all self-reported. All right.
And we're on to Robert. It's no wonder his symbol's a lion. Your personality and presence are impressive to all. This may intimidate some, but his inviting spirit will help him easily make friends. Your confidence will be an asset throughout your life. You know what? I actually agree with that. Robert is great to get along with on a board. There's very difficult to, at least I've found very difficult to have friction and somebody you really want to work with. For today, it looks like he's going to have a number of different possibilities available to him. But really right now, the only thing that we know for sure is that it's going to be a lot and it's going to be confusing. Confusion reigns supreme. So my expectation for Robert this board is he's going to go left, right, up, down. He's going to be everywhere and nowhere all at once. That's my prediction for Robert here.
That would be denying his Germanness, but
well, we'll see how it goes. On to Michaelis, who did correctly guess that my reason for random birthday request message was for horoscopes. So
nice.
Congratulations, Michaelis. So you have a large social circle, and your open-mindedness helps you get along with just about anybody. But you don't get lost in a crowd. Focus on self-care and personal reflection to build your confidence. Oh, I don't think Michaelis needs any confidence boost. He's a competent player, and that's true. He is able to get along with anybody on a board and make anything work for him. It sounds like he's going to be maybe a little isolated in this game. People aren't going to want to work with him. Sounds like he's going to be alone exploring some of these new tactics or play styles. But this game is going to be really insightful for you, Michaela. So even if it doesn't go well, remember what you learned on this game and study them later. So it's be interesting to see if he does get isolated this game and shut out.
And to be fair, Michaelis has had a lot of experience learning from top boards.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see if any past study comes into play. And second to last, this is one where the stars start to get a little bit iffy. As Ed Sullivan, the Virgo, you are the picture of poise and elegance. You love to stay organized and have a strong focus on keeping things aesthetic. But you're not just a beauty. You're the brains, too. You'll continue seeking knowledge and intellectual growth as you age. Now, Ed, I mean, Brandon said he'd try to keep a straight face through this, but I don't know if that's happening.
This wasn't supposed to be a comedy segment, but it has turned into that.
It has taken a turn into that direction.
But it sounds like Ed must have been studying some very old diplomacy articles, some of those really, from the 80s, the 90s, some of these ones that have really led him to approach this game. But it's okay. He's going to learn a lot out of this game, and he's going to apparently have some personal growth, which might be a first for Ed. So if it's going to happen, it's going to happen today. And last but not least, we've got Karthik Konath as a Pisces. And that very first sentence, you wouldn't hurt a fly. Empathy is your superpower, and you're an asset to any team you join or cause you support. The diplomacy community is up in arms at the stars right now, because if this is the prediction for Karthik, how can we have trust and faith in any of the other things that the stars are telling us, Brandon?
This is evidence that the gods are toying with us, I believe.
But it sounds like Karthik's not feeling very well today. He's under the weather. He's stressed. Needs some sleep. He's got lots to do. It's actually the stars are telling him to not even show up to the board today. He just needs to take the day off. So if Karthik's coming into this game tired and a little sick, that's going to put him off his game. So we'll have to see how he's feeling and fared through the game, whether this has come true or not.
I will let you guys know I did do the power selection, and true to form, Karthik Konath was late. I don't think he's ever been on time for a power selection yet. He mentioned something about swatting flies before he got there, so it's just not him.
It's not true.
Liam, does that wrap it up for the astrological analysis?
That's what the stars have to say about today. We'll have to see whether that comes true at all. But I've liked what I've seen so far. We'll just have to see if the game aligns to the stars.
Very good. We'll find out if the destiny was written in the stars, or if the gods were laughing at us one way or the other. David, you took attack as well, which I believe was different from this. Do you want to tell us how you went about analyzing this game?
Well, Liam obviously left science, went into the world of the mystics. I stayed in science. I did a very exhaustive and comprehensive analysis of our 7 players, their history, their playing history, their personality on the board. And I think I have come up with some trademark hood hints, penetrating analysis that I would like to share with you all now, if I could. I have done this in seed order, which I think is how Liam just did his list. So let's start with Zachary Moore. The hint for him, my analysis of his game is that he is a negative person. It's negativity for him. He's hypercritical of allies and enemies alike, and that's the way all of those people on DBN are when they are playing the game. And you just look at this screen for the negative numbers from this guy's DBNI predictions. It's just another example of his negativity. For him to win, for Zachary Moore to win, he has to actually start accomplishing something in his hobby career. I would suggest that Zach maybe decide he's going to give back in some way, take on the leadership role at a hobby organization or something like that. He hasn't done it up to now, but he could start doing it. With this particular game, he could finally show some leadership and stop being so negative.
I will point out that Zack Moore picked Zack Moore to do better in his bubble watch, so I think that might say it all.
True. He was trying to encourage himself, and of course, it was a bad pick.
Yeah, he was wrong. I mean, yeah, if there's one thing I've understood about Zack Moore in the time I've known him, it's that he's sour. He is a sourpuss who just doesn't want to do anything. He just wants to ride on other people's coattails.
You know, I meant to say this when you were on the screen with your horoscope predictions, Liam, but it said something for Zachary. It said that he would all have us, the rest of us, standing on our toe or up on our toes. And I'm like, yeah, because he's freakishly tall. I can't see the man unless I'm up on my toes.
Yeah, and plus you have to add a little bit for the hair as well.
You have to add a lot for the hair, actually.
It definitely goes up.
Yeah. All right, let's go on to Tanya Gill, because my analysis of her is that she's coming in here with a really low profile. This is her set of results from the World Diplomacy Database that I'm showing here. She has not won a tournament since last year's DipCon. That was almost a year ago. Not one since then. We've had all kinds of events, virtual, face-to-face, extended deadlines. We have covered many of those right here on DBN. But she has just not prevailed in any of these. It's been a long drought. Folk are beginning to forget just exactly who Tanya Gill actually is. Her path back to relevance is right here, right now, in the second edition of the Broadcaster Brawl. But let me be clear. I totally do not favor her victory at all. I am totally unbiased and would be fine with any of the other 6 losers to win instead of her.
Yeah, it's important that we all maintain neutrality in a game like this. Exactly, Liam, you're doing exactly what you should be doing.
I agree with that entirely.
Okay, so your suggestion here is that diplomacy skill leaks out of us like a fluid, and Tanya has just not been able to replenish any of it over the past year, and so it's unlikely.
It has been a leaky bucket of water. It's been a balloon that's been deflating something. When you haven't won a tournament in almost a year, I think you're really starting to fall apart as a premier diplomacy player.
Yeah. I mean, why even bother playing? But we'll see.
That is the way I look at it. I'm glad that she's back, but she's coming in here with a very low profile. I mean, who would expect Tanya Gill to win anything at this point?
I wouldn't.
No. All right, Kevin O'Kelly coming in third, the third seed. The hint for Kevin is that he is a second fiddler. He simply does not care if someone else tops this board. Most diplomacy players are trying to win. I think Kevin is just trying to try, honestly. And this game here from the 2020 Weaselmoot, in which he played, this is from the coverage we provided right here on DBN. So my hint to the other players, look for this guy who's in this particular game playing Italy. He's just sort of screwing around, fumbling around the Western Mediterranean while his Turkish ally wins the game. And then, Austria, that's you, Liam. And Austria takes Trieste from him. He doesn't care. He's not interested in winning the game. He's just kind of hanging out. So my suggestion to the other players in this game, hitch your wagon to O'Kelly. You can ride him all the way to the board, though.
Liam, was that your experience?
With Kevin, I mean, Kevin's a great player, but I think that he. You look confused when I said that.
It just surprised me. That's all. Please.
Oh yeah, fair. Well, I think that's one of the big things with Kevin. He can be surprising. I think I'll leave it at that.
All right, Kevin O'Kelly, not even playing for second place. Actually, I think is what you're saying, David.
Second fiddler is me being charitable to him. He's almost playing for like third. Again, many people try to win. Kevin tries to try.
All right. We'll see how Kevin tries, how successful he is at trying to try in a little bit. On to Robert Schuppe.
All right, Robert Schuppe. Let me talk about Robert Schuppe here. My hint for him is flexibility. From my extensive review of Robert Schuppe's past diplomacy history, I can report to you right here on DBN that he often allies with non-German players. Now, perhaps he does not want this to be predictable, but I'm here to tell you it's true. Take a look at this game if you do not believe me, this game that's up on the screen. House Shield is a lot of things, most of which I can't repeat here on a nationally televised broadcast. But House Shield is no German. And here he is allying with Hal, as you can see, very strong alliance. It could have rushed into the Irish North Atlantic, taking Liverpool. No. He's allying with Hal, who is not a German. And my understanding is that many of Robert Schuppe's opponents in this Broadcaster Brawl game are themselves similarly not Germans. So this really gives Schuppe his choice of ally. Let's see if he can capitalize on that, because apparently he can ally with any of these people, them being not Germans.
Wow, that's really sharp analysis, David. It hadn't occurred to me to focus so much on the non-Germanness of the people on this board, but I think you're right. This is an unnoticed aspect of the game.
Yeah, one of my jobs in this particular broadcast, Brandon, is to help you along as well in your journey towards becoming a more elite diplomacy broadcaster.
Thank you. So I'm here for any insight you can provide, David.
Yep. Well, I'm about to provide some insight on our 5th seed, Mikalis Kamaritis. Let me just explain to you that this is also something, and I think I'm the only person that has noticed, but Mikalis is hyper-focused. That is the term. And it appears that he has one goal in his diplomacy game, and one goal only. Now, I am not saying it's because he is, in fact, of Greek extraction. I'm not saying this. But the fella is absolutely, positively obsessed with owning the province of Greece. Just take a look at a few examples from his past play from games that we have reported right here on DBM.
So this is the Summer Classic 2021.
Indeed. And look at him attacking Greece. And then when Matthew Creel had the audacity to try to take it from him in the spring of the next year, Mikalis, forgetting about anything else, said, hell no, I'm giving it back. I'm taking it back from you. Takes Greece back. He is very hyper-focused on Greece. Again with the Greece, as I said here. And then more Greece, because Mikalis is a show-off. A lot of people focused on this particular game from the VDL season of 2021, in which he, soloed. See the +4 there with Austria. A lot of people focused on all that. I'm telling you, the thing to focus on is the fact that he owns Greece. And he owned Greece from early in this game and kept it to the end. And I really think that's the way you play Mikalis, is to realize that he's always going to be getting Greece. So other 6 players, get between Mikalis and his Greece at your own peril. I think the real question in this game from the Kamaritis point of view is how fast can he get Greece, and then how fast can he make the game over so that he guarantees that he keeps Greece.
Whether he's playing Germany or England doesn't matter.
It does not matter. I can't wait to see how the Russian, if he plays Russia, how he's going to take Greece in 1902, but he's sure as hell going to try.
Yeah. And then on to Ed Sullivan.
I have always thought that Edwin Sullivan was a nice guy, just like the rest of you did, but I have reviewed his game history that from the games he's played right here on DBN. And I now realize there is only one motivator for Ed Sullivan, and it is getting back at his fellow Texas Longhorn, Karthik Konath. Now, you can understand why. Look at this game from the 2021 virtual DixieCon, in which Konath took a better 2-way draw than Ed got, thus stealing the championship of DixieCon for Karthik over Ed. He was edging out the frustrated, bitter, and apparently vengeful Ed Sullivan. There is a history here. Look at the next 2 games. In the next 2 games, you will see. And see, I'm bolstering all this with evidence. I'm not just picking stuff out of the air here. This is all based on extensive research that I have done. In both of those games, guess who was number 1? Karthik. Guess who was not? Ed Sullivan. And so I think there is a lot of grounds for his vengefulness, but I do think that there is vengeful play coming out of Ed Sullivan. I look for fireworks right off the bat between these two for the general edification and enjoyment of everyone else. And I mean, everyone else in the hobby is going to enjoy that.
Do you think Ed's vengefulness is so potent that he could even turn it on himself?
I've seen it. I've seen it.
That is a good question. Liam, you're his son. Well, you've seen this
multiple times
in your family gatherings.
I won't give you too much insight into the family gatherings, as those are a private affair. But
to be clear, I don't want any insight.
Yeah, I don't want to think about Edwin Sullivan and potato salad at any point. No. Shall we move on to Karthik Konath?
I believe we should move on to Karthik Konath. And let me just say, my hint for Karthik Konath is he's a great big chicken. And I'll tell you why I say that. He snaked that DixieCon victory away from Ed in 2021, like we just pointed out, and then he refused to come back to DixieCon the next year to defend it. Instead, some jackleg guy won the next year. So as you can see, instead of showing bark, 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 that he had some character, he decided to stay in the studio and just talk. This is him in the studio for DixieCon analysis that in 2022, he just talked about other people winning that face-to-face DixieCon title. Will this big chicken actually register for this year's DibCon and DixieCon, or will we see him back in the studio again with all the other also-rans who just do diplomacy commentary? Will he have the get up and go to play hard in this Broadcaster Brawl? Man, I just don't see how, because he's a big chicken.
You know, Karthik is known as one of the fastest talkers on DBN and in the diplomacy hobby more generally. And, we've generally thought it's because his mind is just sort of racing so fast. But your analysis suggests that it's just because he's terrified.
He is a great big chicken. I don't know the best way I don't know any better way to put it than that. I think I'm right about this. I know Karthik's arguing with me, but it's easy to argue when you're not standing face to face with me at DixieCon like he apparently is never going to be. Oh, and I forgot something.
Yeah.
DBN.
Thank you very much, David, for those hints on how. Oops. I think we've gotten our fill of that. Those hints, thank you very much for them about how this game might go. We will keep them in mind, as well as Liam's astrological analysis, as we finally get close to this game. As I said before, we allowed the viewers to seed the players any way they wanted to, and we got about 30 submissions. And here are the results of that vote. The number 1 seed is Zachary Moore out of Minneapolis. The number 2 seed is Tanya Gill from Toronto, but currently playing from Buenos Aires in Argentina. 3rd seed, Kevin O'Kelly, a Weasel playing out of Chicago. Number 4, that German guy, Robert Schuppe, coming to us from Dresden. Can't say it the way he does. Mikalis, Kamaritis, playing from Brighton in the UK. Mr. Ed Sullivan out of Houston, Texas. And Karthik Konath from an undisclosed location in California. David and Liam, you guys have had a bit of time to think about how this power selection might go. I've already seen it, so I'm going to admit that and not make any predictions about how it might go. Do you have any thoughts about how who might drop down and what countries players might be targeting? And Liam, we're going to start with you. What are your first thoughts on this power selection?
I think this list is going to be the exact list that we see after the Paris method. I don't think anybody's changing. I think everybody's going to will have thought this game out and who they want to be beside, and they're going to want that maximum choice. So I don't think anybody's going to be dropping whatsoever.
And so if Zack Moore is number 1, you think he's taking France?
No, I think Zack is going to take a bit of a risk and keep people on their toes. And I think he's going to go for one of the central powers. I don't think he's dropping, but I think he's taking a central power.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that 2 years ago when we did the Broadcaster Brawl, France ended up falling all the way to number 7, and multiple-time world champion Doug Moore, who had been placed in 7th by the viewers, mostly, I think, to give everyone else a little bit of a handicap. David Hood, what are your thoughts on how this power selection might go?
Well, you know what I did in the first pick of the selection 2 years ago, which is pull a piece out of a box, randomly deciding which country I take. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these players do something similar, just sort of without much thought, or just pick a country because it might be fun to play. When you have a game that doesn't have quite as much at stake, now it does for Ed Sullivan because his job here is to beat up on Karthik. So it'll be it'll depend on where they are on the board. But for everyone else who's going to try to have fun with this game and not just give in to vengeance, I think they just play on whatever country they feel like playing. And I'm not sure it will be as a normal Paris method would go.
All right. Well, we'll take a look in a second and see how that went. First, however, I think we should check in and see how our subscriber count is going. And it is up to 995. Thank you, whoever just subscribed. We are now 5 away from the big 1,000 mark. Any of you out there, if you have not subscribed, please go ahead and subscribe as soon as possible. Also, give us a like if you wouldn't mind. That helps us get this video seen more widely, which helps us get more subscribers, which helps grow the diplomacy hobby.
Brandon, when do you want to show the video montage?
We'll show it after this, before we do the power selection. Thank you for the reminder on that. I also want to do one more check-in here, however, and have a look at how we are doing on the fundraiser. Let me hit refresh. And here we go. We are up to $2,022. So
that's great.
We have already raised about 200 just during this broadcast in the 40 minutes we've been on. Thank you very, very much, whoever has donated. Please help us get higher if you haven't donated yet and you would like to. Every little bit helps, even if it's just $20. The link to go to the GoFundMe page is in the show notes below this stream. And just to go over this again, all 7 charities will get a share of this shared pool. The winners charity will get a double share. So 25% of the pool will go to the winners, and then 12.5% will go to each of the other players. Now, before we jump in and see the players for the first time, we do have something to show you guys. We asked all of the other people at DBN who are not playing in the game to submit a little video and tell us who they thought would win and why. And us who are doing the broadcast, it's David and Liam and me, and Katie Gray and Marcus Zylstra are doing the sideline. We are all deeply committed to maintaining neutrality and giving you an objective and unbiased reporting about what's happening here. So with that in mind, here is, if I can get it up, where'd it go? It's not playing, is it?
Not in this reality. Maybe in a different part of the space-time continuum it is played, but not in this one.
All right, here's what's going to happen. We are going to play the power selection video, and then hopefully I'm going to figure out what happened to this video. And let's see here. Yeah, David, if you could go. Actually, David, I've got it. I'm sorry, Kevin, I've got it. Okay, so here's how the power selection went, and then hopefully I will have this video situation figured out. Here we go. I keep thinking I've got it. Here we go. All right, welcome to the power selection for Broadcaster Brawl number 2. Welcome all of you, Robert Schuppe, Zack Moore, Mikalis, Kamaritis, Karthik, Konath, Kevin O'Kelly, Ed Sullivan, and Tanya Gill. You guys ready to do this?
Yeah.
Do it.
Yep. I mean, if you're not, just say so right now. All right. Oh, Ed, you got something to say?
Ask me in an hour.
Will do. Let us get right to it. Here is the order for Paris method power selection. This is take 2. Take 1 had a little bit of a hiccup, which I have probably already talked about on the stream. Let's get right to it. Karthik, Konath, where would you like to pick in this?
I'd like to take number 7.
All right, you got it. Ed Sullivan, would you like to pick before or after Karthik?
Well, everyone has already agreed because it's a game of charity that I need the most charity that I will pick first. So I will pick ahead of Zack.
Michaelis, how about you?
I hate charity, so I'll pick ahead of Ed.
And that brings us to Robert Schuppe.
I'd like to go ahead of Mikalis.
All right, you guys are being fully boring at this point. Kevin O'Kelly.
Take 1.
I will go in between Robert and Mikalis.
All right, finally somebody does something interesting. Tanya Gill, where are you going to pick?
I'd like to pick first.
All right, and then Zack, are you going to give us anything to talk about on the stream here?
Do it.
Do it.
I'm going to
go after Robert.
Oh, so down into 4th place.
And third.
Third, thank you. Okay, let's see if... all right, everything gets screwed up now.
Well, 4th is already after Robert, so...
Third time lucky.
Yeah. I mean, technically 7th is after
Keep
Robert.
it like that. Keep it like that. That's
good.
All right, so Robert...
It went Robert, worse than Marcus's.
And then Kevin, and then Tanya, and then Zack, you wanted to pick third, correct?
Third. Is there still room on that Greyhound you forced Marcus onto, Brandon?
Marcus never to be heard from again until the first sideline report.
Yep.
All right. I believe this is the correct selection order, which brings us back to Tanya Gill. Tanya, where would you like to play?
France.
All right. And Robert Schuppe, where would you like to play?
That's really not a question. Germany, of course.
Deutschland über alles. Zack Moore, where are you going to put yourself on this board of clowns?
It's Russia for me, Brandon.
Well done. Kevin O'Kelly, what is your poison?
Ooh, I'll go England.
What was that? What were all the coins you just dropped on the floor?
That's all his winnings from this.
I just had some coins on top of my Best Russia award, and I had to clear them off.
Zack Moore, still using coins. Mikalis Kamaritis, where would you like to put yourself?
Italy.
Ed Sullivan.
Turkey.
And Karthik Konath, you have the honor of saying.
I'll be Austria, but just rub it in Ed's face. Like, best Turkey right there.
So what's that, 3 centers?
Yeah, something like that.
Didn't die after 12 years.
Nailed it.
All right, players, thank you for giving us a power selection. That's as much as I can say about that. Give you guys a chance to wish each other luck before we end this.
Good luck and hook 'em horns.
We'll put you in the ground, Ed. Karthik, you're going under. Everybody else is cool.
Okay.
Please donate.
Let's play a game.
Yeah, good luck.
Some kind
All
of
right.
game.
All right, guys, we'll see one of you at the end of the broadcast. Have a good game. All right, let me see if I can get this on the stream. Here is how the power selection went. And you know what? Actually, before we talk about that, I have a surprise for us. There is a guest who was supposed to be on the stream with us already to talk about how power selections work. But I did not send that person a StreamYard link. So I'm going to bring that person on now. That is none other, the one and only, the second DB&I winner, Mr. Jason Mastbaum. Jason, welcome to the stream.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Jason.
Hey,
Thanks for having me on.
Jason, really sorry I didn't get you the link. I was wondering why you weren't in the studio, and now I know why.
Yeah, sensible answer to the question, right?
Jason, you are a longtime face-to-face player. David and I both knew you before the pandemic started, and you jumped into the virtual world. You're one of the, there's a lot of this face-to-face players from before the pandemic haven't liked virtual, but you are somebody who has not only liked it, but flourished at it. Your game has definitely improved over the pandemic. And it's been fascinating to watch. And you won the biggest tournament of the year, the DBN Invitational last year. Can you just tell us a little bit, first of all, like how playing virtual changed your game, and what enabled you to take that step up?
So as I think I said in my post interview back when I won last year, like I've actually heard this explicitly from other people too, without me prompting them to say it, that there is a bit of like history that people remember you like the way that you used to play as opposed to the way that you're currently playing. So the opportunity to play with a bunch of new people, both from the US, around the world, who, even without the pandemic, maybe wouldn't have taken the leap into traveling. Because, it's a big commitment to go show up for a board game tournament. Like you have no idea, put down a bunch of money, take a weekend to go hang out with people you have no idea if you'll like them, versus, you can log on to Discord, and in the worst case, you've wasted 8 hours of your day. So I really do think it just helped to get to play with a lot of new people.
So you think it's just like people didn't know you from before? I mean, there must be something about your game that you think improved, something that clicked for you.
I mean, I do think that the playing with people who didn't know me, frankly, was part of it. But I think just, getting, especially like with VDL, getting more opportunities to like really focus on like how I'm negotiating with people, right? Like there's, I think Ed at one point said that like when I first started playing online with him, they felt like I could be a little belligerent versus I figured I had to like dial that down a little bit over repeated play versus it was definitely more opportunities to practice than you got pre-pandemic.
Got it. Well, we're happy to have you here with us. Curious before we, you probably just watched the power selection, but if you could just say a little bit about what your approach to power selection and Paris method is like.
So I was surprised to see the amount of jockeying for position that was going on. Maybe it's just because, you know, this is not as high of stakes of a game that people feel a little more willing to do something different. So it's definitely nice to go first and just pick France. You know, it depends on how I'm feeling about the group of people. There can be something to be said for going a little bit lower and seeing like who picks what, so that you can just be on the like go away on the other side of the board from them. But yeah, I mean, so other than like a lot more jockeying than I would have expected, I think this all more or less lined up with how I usually think about it.
All-star commenter, I should say, Chris Kelly notes that when you, Jason, started playing online, people learned that Siobhan didn't like you, so they figured you must be doing something right. How much?
I especially like it since Siobhan's not here to retort.
Yeah, you and Siobhan definitely had some sort of rivalry going in that first year. Do you think that ended up helping you the way that Chris is suggesting?
I think at first it was a little weird because like you're going into games with people who already have an opinion, like a fairly potentially somewhat strong opinion of you, who you've never played with before. I don't know, maybe that was actually like part of what helped step up my game, was like having to fight through that slog of like people coming in, not with their own outdated conception of you, but just like, you know, the sort of like, oh, like Jason's like Siobhan talks about Jason so much, he must be kind of scary. Like, I should be scared of him. I think having to fight through that was probably helpful.
Maybe that was the fire in which your metal was forged. David, let me turn to you. What else? So the shifting around surprised Jason here. What surprised you on this power selection?
To be honest, I'm a little surprised there weren't any picks that were not of actual countries that were not at least partially understandable or partially expected. You know, Robert picking Germany second is obviously a little unusual, but it's not unheard of. But these other picks are sort of standard picks. You often see Austria and Turkey going last. Italy usually is a little bit higher, but that's just because Robert picked Germany second. But otherwise, these are all fairly standard picks, and I was expecting, frankly, a little more zaniness.
You don't think it's a bit cliche that the German Robert Schuppe has picked Germany?
I believe that he did it for that fun aspect of it, yes. But I also think that Germany is very much an underrated country that has been taking shots against it lately. Germany traditionally is a strong country when the situation is, when it lines up correctly, because you're near so many centers. And just like those central powers can be a little bit tricky to play, Austria and Germany in particular can be tricky to play, they also have great opportunities that go with them.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Turkey and Austria have gone last again. I'm getting a little bit bored of that, and it'd be nice for the meta to somehow find a way to turn that around. Liam, over to you. What stuck out to you about this?
Robert really must have been listening to David's tips, because he has ensured that there is no Germans near him whatsoever. He has the most flexibility on this board. There is no hostile German player, no hostile German country. So, David, your tips must be working, is really what I can read out of it.
And they always do.
Yeah. David Hood has never been wrong, I don't think. The chat can verify this, but David, I don't think you have ever been wrong once in your entire life.
I prefer not to talk about myself on air, so I'm just going to let that go.
Gracious as always.
His wife must be just ever so slightly off.
If she was here, she would be jumping in to explain the inaccuracy of most of what just got said.
All right, Jason, let's come back to you. I want to give you a chance to weigh in on two things, actually. What you think is going to happen in this game, who do you think is going to win? And I'm curious to know who you're rooting for. Who do you want to win? So two different questions here. Who do you think will win and who do you want to win? And you can answer those in either order.
Before I answer either, I was going to say, like, it does stand out to me that the country selection really did not live up to the zaniness of the position jockeying. But who I think is gonna win, you know, I think despite the leakiness of her talent that you guys were talking about before, I think Tanya's got a really good chance. She is the reigning DipCon champion. Mikalis, maybe Mikalis has a good shot. I think he knows what to do with Italy.
So your heart says Mikalis. Your head says Tanya.
Yeah, let's go with that.
All right, Jason, thank you so much for joining us. And again, I'm sorry for the mix-up with the link.
No worries. Happy I could join.
And we'll see you again soon.
Later.
See you, man.
You know, Brandon, these sort of technical snafus don't really happen when Brian's around. So, is there a correlation?
I thought about asking Jason to stick around and see if he could maybe do the technical things.
You know, I would be happily hand off some of this stuff. But I take your jab right in the chest, which is where you guys were aiming at. Thank you for that. I have, however, been able to convert an MOV file to an MP4 file while we were talking, and so I do have the collection of predictions or of heartfelt sentiments from our fellow DBN folk. And again, I just want to remind the viewers that we on this broadcast are committed to maintaining a degree of objectivity and neutrality when it comes to reporting on this game.
Hey everyone, I am really looking forward to the Broadcaster Brawl. I will be looking for my boy Zack Moore, who does so much work for our community, to win this thing. But what I'm really cheering for is a lot of spice and bold play. And speaking of which, Ed, with me cheering for spice, I want to show you the right way to watch and the right snacks to consume. A nice bottle of red and jalapeno chips. Good luck, everyone.
Hey there, it's Marcus, or Captain Meme from Diplo Strats. I'm rooting for Robert Schuppe, the player who made it all the way to the DBNI finals and then couldn't play in them. I think this is your time. Good luck.
I'm rooting for Michaelis. He was one of my first diplomacy friends and the main reason that I got into virtual diplomacy in the first place, but mostly this is the Broadcaster Brawl, and he's a great commentator who talks about the game in a really insightful way, and he reads the board very well, and he has a good mind for strategy, so I'm hoping those things come in handy for him on this game. Good luck.
Hey folks, Brandon here. I know we're not supposed to be doing this, but I really want Kevin O'Kelly to win. Why? I don't know. Maybe because he's a weasel? He's a weasel. Through and through. He's basically the little finger of DBN.
They say that blood is thicker than water, but I'm pretty sure whatever in Ed's drink is a lot stronger than water. So anyways, I'm certainly rooting for my dad, Ed, to win this year's Broadcaster Brawl. Good luck, Ed.
Hello, everyone, and I'm coming to you this afternoon from beautiful Hickory, North Carolina, to talk to you about who I want to win the Broadcasters Brawl this fine Sunday afternoon. Well, I'll tell you who I don't want. No Konath, no Sullivan, no Schuppe, no Moore, no Kamaritis, no O'Kelly, none of those people. I think Tanya Gill, because it's been a long time since she has won anything. It's been a drought, but my vote and my hopes are all with Tanya Gill. Back to the studio.
Hello, 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 everyone. It's Siobhan Nolan coming to you all the way from sunny California. And I'm just here to say that I am bummed that I cannot play the Broadcaster Brawl this year, but in my stead, I think I'd like to see Zack Moore take the title. So Zack, do it for me. And until I see you all, stay safe and stab well.
All right. I want to thank all the DBN folk for getting these videos in. Hard not to notice that all three of us betrayed our vows of reporter neutrality and picked a specific person to win. Are you guys feeling a little embarrassed for yourselves?
I'm feeling embarrassed for you, not for me, not for Liam. But for you, yes, I am.
I'm
I am
just embarrassed that you
feeling
picked Brandon.
Because I picked Kevin, that's why you're embarrassed?
I'm embarrassed.
The heart wants what it wants.
It is interesting to point out the missing player from all of those picks.
Oh, yeah?
He's a great big chicken.
Oh, you're saying that nobody at DBN wanted Karthik Konath to win.
No, it's not that we didn't want him to win. It's we would not expect the boy to win because he's even going to show up and play.
Yeah.
He's a great big chicken.
Well, in a minute, we're going to get to see if Karthik Konath just simply melted at the beginning of this game and turned into a puddle of soup. To that end, we are getting dangerously close to actually looking at some moves. In order to help us out with that, I'm going to bring on a guest to the stream, Mr. Johnny Gillam. Johnny Gillam, welcome to the stream.
Hello, good to be here.
Johnny, you are back in New York City, is that right? Is that where you're joining us from?
Yes, I am in Harlem.
Johnny, can you tell us a bit about your diplomacy history, how you came to the game, and what has sort of kept you interested in it?
I started playing in the pandemic, like a lot of us. Didn't really play before. But the thing that's keeping me in the game most right now is that I am the self-proclaimed rat king of the New York City Diplo Rats. And I urge anyone in commuting distance, which includes Philadelphia, to come play games with the Diplo Rats.
Excellent. And you guys have actually gotten a couple games going already, right?
We've played 3. Yeah, we've been playing in Grand Central, which is atmospheric, but we're looking for like a cozier permanent home. So probably going to go to like a beer garden or something for the next one.
Grand Central must be a fun place to play, though. Just, obviously busy.
It is very fun, and it's got that like great architecture, that like Art Deco stuff, and we've got cool pictures from it. But there are occasionally, occasionally the game will be interrupted by some people that are milling about the area, which is not ideal.
David, you know the history better than anyone else. Has there been an active club in the New York City area before?
There has, but it has been decades ago. I mean, we're talking like the 80s when they had an active club in New York City. It is so exciting that you guys have gotten that going, Johnny.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to turn to some moves in a second. Liam, we're going to give you a break from the stream now since we have a guest to take your place. Don't be too jealous, but you will come back on the stream in a few years and take Mr. Hood's place. So, yes, what the student experience is, he will revisit on the teacher at some point. See you in a bit, Liam.
Awesome. Thanks, Brandon.
All right, before we jump over to the games, I do want to show something, which is our current subscriber count, which is at 999. We need one more subscriber to get to 1,000. Who is going to be the 1,000th subscriber? It might be you right now watching this stream. If you haven't subscribed, go do it right now. If we can identify the 1,000th subscriber, we will definitely point out who they are. Let's do it. It's time to get to some moves. I need to switch on over to the map. Here we go. Tech. All right. 1,000th subscriber gets Belgium. Thank you. All right. Spring 1901. Finally, the first moves of the second Broadcaster Brawl are as follows. And David, Johnny, what we're going to do is we're going to have David call out the play-by-play here and give you a chance to provide some analysis. So it takes a little bit of pressure off of you. David will be the one responsible for reading it right away, and then we'll hear your thoughts. So David, here are the spring 1901 moves of the second Broadcaster Brawl. Tell us what you see.
I see Zack Moore holding in Warsaw, which you don't see very often for good reason. I also see that there's nobody in Galicia. Austria goes to Trieste. That's not something you see in very many games these days. The no French unit going to Burgundy could be very telling in this game because look, there's nobody in Burgundy. They've got a Marseille holding. No bounce in the English Channel. Standard German opening. Johnny, what else do you see?
I'm really interested in the Eastern situation here. I think that Karthik expected to play Turkey here, and I really think that Karthik and Michaelis were expecting to do an IT, because I've heard the two of them go absolutely on and on endlessly about how great IT is, and they like to do the little Greece convoy thing. And now that they don't get to do that, I'm wondering if Karthik thinks that Michaelis still wants to do that IT with Ed Sullivan. I also think Karthik's probably pretty happy to play with Ed himself. So I think actually Ed has a lot of tactical options here. So I wonder if we're going to see an early fight between Mikalis and Karthik. That's good for Ed. That's good for Zack Moore, and especially with that DMZ and Galicia. The West is too early to say.
It's kind of hard to see the Vienna to Trieste meaning anything but that, Johnny. Seems to me.
Yeah, I mean, because I think Karthik thought Mikalis was going to open to Trieste and then cut Serbia and do the convoy to Greece thing, and he's sort of left himself. So it'll be interesting to see what Zack does. Maybe they just do a big juggernaut from this position. Honestly, that's probably what I would try to do, but we'll see. Ed's left himself open for that with this Murder to Ankara. In the West, I don't know. Everybody does neutral stuff. Marseille hold, fine, doesn't really matter. It's pretty friendly between France and Germany. I could definitely see them doing an FG type of a thing, but it's not a super fast one with no move to the channel. So who knows?
Johnny, so if you're Karthik Konath at this moment and you're suspecting an IT, what would be your next move?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't think there probably is going to be an IT from here. Like what IT, right? Karthik has done the thing which prevents against the fast IT opening. So I think diplomatically, you just have to make sure that Ed is on your side and not Michaelis's. And if I'm Ed, I take that, right? If I'm Turkey, I'd rather run AT than IT. IT is awkward, as much as Mikalis and Karthik like to insist otherwise. So I think Karthik's probably going to be okay.
Well,
especially with the friend
the way Karthik has moved, he doesn't have any flexibility in what to do in Fall 9-2-1. He's got to support Greece, and he's got to stay in Trieste.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. So it's all diplomatic.
It's a big diplomatic win for him, though, to have Galicia clear here, don't you think? I mean, his moves are clear in the fall, but he has the luxury of them being clear, right? Like that represents some good work he did in spring 1901.
I will take the contrary position.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with David.
You do not. Fine, Galicia's empty, but the Russians didn't go anywhere with Warsaw, and they went to Moscow to Ukraine. If you make a deal with Galicia, you want the Russians to go do something else. Go north, go Sev, go something. Yeah. You don't like this if you're Karthik.
I agree. I mean, it's better than Galicia, but it's not great. You really wanted Moscow to Sev here, or Moscow to St. Pete rather, and Warsaw to Ukraine.
Oh, I see. A northern opening, sure. All right. Well, so the West seems a little bit boring here. We need to wait another turn here, at least to see if anything might happen. But the East is definitely where it's at for the moment. Let's head on over into the fall here, and here are the moves. Lots and lots of activity here. Did it show up? There we go. David.
I was wondering who is going to get Belgium in this situation, because that might tell us something. And the answer is it doesn't tell us anything. When the West hasn't really figured itself out, England typically takes Belgium because it's not an edge to either the French or the Germans. And English taking Belgium is usually the less threatening of the three taking it. So that's what happens here with support of each of them. So that's interesting. No bounce in Sweden, which has become much more the thing, which I think is probably smart, but it used to be that there were a lot more bounces. There's not very many bounces nowadays in Sweden. In the East, we do see, I mean, the move that doesn't really surprised me, but the move that I find the most interesting is Smyrna to Armenia, because the rest of these moves are almost forced. Go to the Black Sea because you're sure that Russia has to use 2 to take Romania, and of course the Russians take Galicia.
And Johnny, has this played out in the way that you expected, or is something about this surprising to you?
Yeah, this is what me and David were talking about. The logical thing for Zack to do with those armies was to lay them down into Austria. But I did not, did I expect Ed to go to Armenia? Not really. This leaves we were talking about, I think Ed has a lot of options for allies here. This leaves him open for IT or for AT, frankly. So the build is going to be critical there. If he builds a fleet, it's probably AT. If he builds, well, an army would be bold, but if he builds an army, it's definitely IT. Looks like Zack has a friend maybe in Italy, hopefully. Well, in Germany too. The West is boring. The builds will tell the story, but this doesn't really tell us anything.
Yeah, Kevin O'Kelly getting 2 builds. It's nice for him, but now it forces him to show some cards. What does he lay down? It's probably hard for
Liverpool, London.
You think? Oh, so 2 fleets is what you want?
That's what I want. I love to see it. I want Kevin to top the sports.
How come?
Wait, Johnny. We're all unbiased on this network.
Yeah,
that's right. I don't care who tops.
You have no opinion other than
I have
Kevin.
no opinion at all.
Okay.
Yeah, we're deeply committed to objective neutrality here. So throwing that out the window, Johnny, why do you want Kevin to win?
Just because he does so much work behind the scenes for DBN and he doesn't get any credit for it, and it'd be cool for him to do well here. I mean, I love Tanya too, and her. You're welcome, Kevin. I love her charity, so it's not like I'm rooting for her downfall, but I think it'd be cool if Kevin topped this one.
Yeah, I had such trouble picking out who I wanted to win that because I kind of wanted them all to lose, if I'm being honest. So I almost decided to root for the charity. But then I thought about it, and Kevin kind of felt like
it'd be good, right? Yeah,
like my heart. All right, Johnny, let's. We've got a sideline report. You want to stick around and listen to it and give us your thoughts on it afterward? All right. I should have queued it up before I said I was going to do that. I don't know. So while I'm doing that, what is there anything else on the board actually that you guys want to point out?
The fact that Austria went from Vienna to Trieste meant that both those units had to hold. So it basically forced lack of flexibility for both of those powers. I am a little surprised, like you, Johnny, that Ed pulled the trigger on Armenia and Black Sea and Romania. I like early bold action. Most people don't. So I enjoy seeing things like that, but it is a little surprising coming from Sullivan. I wonder if that's something that just happened diplomatically.
Yeah. See, because if I'm Ed, I'm really looking at the RT here, right? Because like this inefficiency from AI has given you guys an edge that you often don't have. So if you cycled the con instead and build a fleet, you've got a really good RT setup in 1901. So I mean, he didn't want to do that, but that's what I would have been thinking about.
Johnny, I'm sorry, go ahead, David.
No, I was just going to say he may have thought that Russia was going to be the capital R in the RT and Turkey because he was going to get such a commanding position. And if he's playing balance of power like some people do, then he might have been concerned about that, as opposed to realizing that a strong Russian ally can help you too. But it doesn't matter. I'm happy to see some bold play here.
Did you get a bad taste in your mouth when you said the words balance of power, David?
It always makes me wince a little bit when I have to say that.
I can see that. Well, you've got a minute or two here to rinse your mouth out because we have sideline report from 1901. Here we go.
All right. Hello and welcome to the 1901 sideline report. Myself and Katie Gray here have been listening into these broadcasters from the sideline. Katie, do you want to tell us about what happened in the West?
Yeah, so the first conversation that I heard was between Kevin and Robert, and Kevin comes out hard by saying he wants to go after Tanya and Zack because they were the most popular among the viewers. And specifically, he wants to go after Zack because Zack just wins everything. He said he wins Weasel Moot too often. He won, everybody loves him, and he wants him to be hated in the eyes of the viewers for today. And I think Marcus actually got a clip of Zack responding to this because this sort of sentiment has gone throughout the board.
Yep.
He does hate you, actually. He came in here. He came into me and Michaelis' conversation just saying, you need to kill Zack. He's the biggest threat on the board.
The only person in the world who thinks that. I don't know if I should be honored or mad. He brings up moves to me of like casual exhibition bar games in Chicago from 3 years ago. And he's like, Zack, I'm still mad at you about that move and I'm going to kill you because of it.
He does hate you, actually. He came in here. He came into me and Michaelis' conversation.
That was repeating from the start, sorry. But yes.
Yes, so he's not made that a secret, and he actually later Kevin goes to Tanya and says the exact same thing, how he wants to go after Tanya and Zack. But don't worry, I want to focus on Zack more because he has a sort of a more petty grievance with him. Tanya's just kind of like, okay, and then she and Robert talk, and it sounds like they want to do sort of a stable alliance in FG, and I also believe Marcus has a clip of that.
I'm excited. Let's have a nice, strong alliance without stabbing, please.
Yes,
tired.
I'm absolutely on board for that. Let's have a fun
Amazing.
game, not a stressful one.
Yes, that's okay. I'm so happy that you're on board. Okay, I feel really good about this. So okay.
Me too.
Yeah, so that was all in, I think, spring 01, maybe 02, or sorry, maybe fall of 01. And I don't have very much to add after that, except that after the opening moves, Kevin pretty much immediately goes to Robert and says, oh, maybe we should be more worried about Tanya because of an AT, and they maybe want to leave Zack okay. So maybe they'll pivot on Tanya after all. Who knows?
Alrighty. Well, so in the East, which I was generally the one listening into, there was a big pitch from Karthik about AIR. So Austria, Italy, Russia going in and killing Ed right at the start, which Karthik made a big point of saying, this doesn't happen enough on DBM broadcasts, we should make it happen here. And they seem to generally be on board with it. Ed and Karthik, when they end up talking, they clearly don't trust each other very much. And Ed is pushing him to do wacky stuff and go into Romania in particular. Karthik was very dubious about that. And then it came out that Karthik and Ed had very conflicting information from Zack about what he was going to do. I'm going to play one last clip here.
That would be an interesting play. Budapest to Romania, make it like it's 1980 again.
Because in 1980, Zack would not know how to handle that.
Mm-hmm. That is true. Zack would not know how to handle it. He would definitely find it very hard to write the support order. Sebastopol supports Ukraine and Romania.
He's going north.
You heard he's going north?
He's going north.
I heard he's going south.
He told me he's going north. Well, maybe that's what you tell her.
Wait, he's telling us two different things, Ed.
You mean a diplomacy player life?
Yeah, exactly right.
But yeah, so there was some conflicting information there about whether Zack was going north or south. In the end, he ends up keeping Galicia DMZ'd, which was what he'd agreed with Karthik, but he doesn't end up going north after all. He goes south regardless. Moving into the fall phase here. Yes, so Michaelis is very disappointed about the Galicia DMZ here, but he says he's unsurprised by it. There's also a lot of talk in the East about fears of a Western triple, because people think that Tanya is generally very on board with Western triples. Mikalis and Zack are basically discussing how their best response right now is probably to crush Karthik immediately and then work together beyond that to kill Ed. But they're both a little concerned about the potential Austria-Turkey that's coming up. Right. So I think that's our sideline report for 1901. We will see you in the next one.
All right. Marcus Zylstra innovating and giving us for the first time ever live clips of actual conversations between the players. We have not done this before in DBN. We've dreamed of doing it, and now today Marcus has made that dream a reality. A lot of stuff there to talk about. What stood out most to you guys? And David, we'll start with you.
Kevin sort of announcing to everyone inside, including his enemies or including his targets. I mean, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go after Tanya and Zack. Hey, Zack, we're coming after you because I didn't like you from 3 years ago. That's just fun. It's trying to have fun with this game. This game is for fun. You don't know how serious that is, but that's certainly the thing that stood out to me.
Johnny?
Yeah, I thought that was great. I approve of Kevin's blood feud with Zack Moore, because the last time Zack Moore played Russia in a game with me, he stabbed the bejesus out of me for like a 15 center Russia or something. So I disapprove of Zack Moore in Russia, and I approve of killing him with fire.
Man, Zack is really taking it on the chin here.
Hey man, don't stab me. There was some good stuff. I remember Tanya's interaction that played with Robert, where she goes, "I'm really tired. Like, I just want to have this like chill alliance where we never stab and we just do this like nice little FG." If anybody is buying that, if Robert or anybody else is buying that from Tanya Gill at this point, like, I've got nothing for you. There is, I mean, Robert needs to be, if he's going to do this FG, which is maybe a good move, he's got to be on his toes. Yeah, what else was there? Zack weirdly lying to Ed about going north. I don't know why you do that. Then you just make Ed mad
I think
at you
Ed
for no
was
reason.
lying about Zack lying.
Oh, it could be. It could be. No, that could be. If so, that's a great move. Yeah, I don't know. That was funny.
All right. Well, we've got lots more to cover here. I'm going to show you guys something that I shouldn't show you because it once again is evidence that I have some work to do during the next video break. But here is the state of the board in winter of 01. And according to my software, everybody has to take all of their units off the board. Nobody gets any builds at all. It will show the builds. I did just test that. So we'll just have to use our knowledge of the game of diplomacy to understand who has how many builds. Just real quick, what's your eye going to be focused on when these builds come open? What's the first thing you're going to look at? Johnny, we'll go to you.
London and Brest.
Wanting to see what the builds are from England and Germany. David, what about you?
The Turkish build. What does he build an army? Does he build a fleet? Does he build it in Khan if it's a fleet, or does he build it in Smyrna so that he can move Black Sea back out to Khan? That's what I'm going to be looking at.
All right.
Zack's second build too.
All right. With no further ado, here are the builds. And Johnny gets at least one answer he wanted, which is Liverpool and London, 2 fleets. Kevin O'Kelly laying down the hammer here, going directly at Tanya Gill. We do have an army from Ed Sullivan. So that is a strong suggestion of at least the desire for an IT from him. Whether that's what he gets or not remains to be seen. Zack focuses all of his attention in the south to armies where they can best be used in the east and south. You know, the last thing that sticks out to me here is that fleet in Kiel, along with an army in Munich. So, you know, Robert Schuppe has put himself in position to have a lot of flexibility. I think he could do anything he wants here. Join in against France, join in against England. We'll end it here. Johnny, I'm just curious for you. What this is your first time, I think, on the other side of the divide here. You've had a lot of critique of your game over these last couple of years. A lot of it good, some of it pointed. How did it feel to you to be on the flip side of this?
This was super fun. I really enjoyed it. I hope I get to come back again. That was great. And go Kevin O'Kelly.
That's going to make it less likely for you to get asked back. So just stop it. Stop it.
Depends on which broadcast, I guess. Johnny, thank you so much. Good luck with Diplo Rats is the right way to say it.
Thank you. That's right. Diplo Rats. Yeah.
All right. We'll see you again soon.
Thanks, guys.
See you.
All right. I am going to pop in the, let's see, another video. So we actually have, and you can help me figure this out. We have player interviews where they're going to tell us about their charity, but we have to pick one of these people to see their interview. Who do you think is in the weakest position currently, David, that you'd like to see?
To be honest, I don't know if it's a weak position, but I think Ed has given himself very little flexibility with the way he's built the army there. So I'd say let's go with Sullivan.
All right, here's Mr. Ed Sullivan, his interview about this game. I am here with Mr. Ed Sullivan, coming in as the 6th seed. I will tell you, Ed, that you were the most popular choice for the 7th seed. Fully 1/3 of people chose you for that. It was the most popular of any player seed pairing. But unfortunately, enough people chose you first as well that it raised your average just enough to pass Karthik. So you come into this as the 6th seed.
I really wanted to be 7th. I thought that's a place I deserved. I think that's where I deserve to be, just on pure analyst skills. So
You know, maybe on air I'll share some of the reasonings that people gave for why they put you 7th.
Please do.
Do you have any idea why people love to hate you so much?
I think it has something to do with the fact that when I cultivate people so well that when I stab them, they take it very personally and they don't forget it. Unlike you and others, it's just business. They know you're the Scorpion. The Scorpion must do what the Scorpion does. But they never thought I was a Scorpion. And that's the difference. So I wound them deeply and longer time.
You're so good at making them think that you love them that it hurts that much deeper.
The truth is, I do love them, but sometimes love means having to say you're sorry.
The impressive thing to me, though, is that you got voted 7th by lots of people who had never played with you before. It just from seeing you on air, just your on-air persona was enough.
You got to take it as a compliment. That's the way I'm taking it. I mean, what does it say about Zack, though? Right? I mean, Zack is the #1 seed. He got the most votes. He's beloved for many reasons on DBN, but I actually think everyone else is just playing for a charity, but Zack is playing for a home. Did you see he's playing for the children's home? Like, he's going to live at his charity. He needs a home. And so people felt they must vote him #1.
Is who is the player that has to lose in order for you to win?
It's always a zero-sum game, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody always has to do poorly. Look, my diplomacy game is a rising tide lifts all boats. So everybody will do well when they play with me. There's no need for death or destruction. Let the others try and kill each other. I'm there for comedy, entertainment, maybe a few centers if things shake out.
All right, so now that you've got the BS out of the way, who do you need to kill? Who do you need to go after? Who's your biggest rival in this game?
I don't view any of them as rivals. I've surpassed Tanya Gill. Like, come on. I've surpassed all of them. I'm their biggest rival. Okay, they're the ones all worried about me. I'm not really that worried.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. Ed Sullivan is beyond everyone else in this game. Very good.
I've mastered it.
Ed, why don't you tell us about your charity? You're playing for Ronald McDonald House in Houston.
I am. And on a very serious note, I shared this story with some people in the diplomacy world, but all the charities are worthy, especially Zack's. But I love my charity because I'm a beneficiary of my charity. My charity is the Ronald McDonald House of Houston, who helped me personally. Some people know that I lost a child. The child was very sick in a hospital. And what the Ronald McDonald House everywhere does, but the ones here in Houston, which I'm familiar with, is it provides a place for you to stay at a hospital 24/7 to be with a child who's in critical care. So you don't have to go home and you don't have to worry about things like food or getting clothes or where am I going to sleep or getting in a car or anything like that. What they do is just a very basic, we help people who have at most times the most critical event that they're ever going to face in a medical situation, and we make it easier for them. And it's a charity near and dear to my heart, has been. I really didn't know much about the house until, they just said, here's where you're staying. And ever since then, I've been eternally grateful for the good deed that they did for my family. And so that's why I'm playing for the charity.
Oh, thank you for sharing that with us. And I'm sorry you had to go through that.
It's okay.
And it sounds like a worthy charity. And, I wish all the charities could get a double share. But only one can. And we are giving every charity that's being played for today is going to get a share of the pot, but the winner will get a double share. And now you're making me want to root for you because you're doing it for a good cause.
Yeah, look, if it wasn't for charity, I would just play for fun and maybe do other things. I'm actually going to play I'm going to try to play to win because I would like to get as much money as possible for my charity. And that's a real incentive for me. I know when you played for your charity, that it meant a lot to you. And the same holds true for me. That's kind of going to be you can't have it foremost in your mind, but I know I'm going to take the game seriously for that reason.
All right, I have one more question for you. In my interviews with you, you've demonstrated a very strong obsession with hair. And I'm just wondering, is that because the rumors are true that you have no body hair whatsoever?
Well, it's true that I have no body hair, but it's because I shave it.
Oh.
And because I think that makes me look more attractive to people, particularly shaving the arms. It's wonderful. I get lots of compliment on my body, and I want to show it off.
You just really like having a smooth body, aerodynamic.
I do, and jiggly.
On that note, Ed,
unique
thanks for
combination. All right,
Thanks.
look, to all my competitors, good luck. Thanks for doing this. I'm gonna have a fun time.
All right, man. I'll talk to you.
Bye.
Are you shaking your head? What's wrong, man?
You know, the hobby's sympathy for Ed was going up here. We were all totally on his train, and then he's shaving his armpit. I'm like, way too much information, Ed Sullivan.
You just didn't want to know.
I just didn't need to know that. No.
So it's not that it doesn't fit your gender stereotypes. You just
couldn't care less about that. I just don't need to hear that about Ed Sullivan.
All right. Well, Ed is the TMI candidate for today. We thank you for doing that, Ed. I was not able to find the solution to the great mystery here of why this particular game is causing the software to behave badly. I will keep working on it in the next video breaks. For now, however, we're on to 1902, and that means that it is time to bring on another guest commentator. This one is a guy named Hal Schild, and Hal is actually not exactly an external candidate. He is our commentator. He is someone who has done some work for DBN, but has not appeared on screen as a commentator. So we're bringing Hal Schild onto the stream. Welcome, Hal.
Hey there. You guys are doing a great job so far. At least you are, Brendan.
Fair.
Thank you, Hal. My estimation of you just went up quite a bit. You are coming to us from Washington, D.C., is that right?
Alexandria, Virginia, but yeah, right outside of D.C.
Just outside of the D.C. area, my hometown. So I doubly appreciate that. Hal, before we get started, why don't you tell us a bit about your history with diplomacy?
My history dates back many decades. My first game was around 1980 when I was in college at American University. And the people I first played with all went on to be key leaders in the State Department, which terrified me, knowing how they played the game and that their hands were very close to the button.
And what did you do with that?
I was just terrified. I left DC, went to New York because I thought for sure they would blow up the city and be dead and things like that.
And so what is it about the game that you love? What has kept you coming back?
I love the interpersonal relationships. I love gameplay. I always love whether it's chess or diplomacy, but and the fact that there's no dice, there isn't a randomness to it. I love putting your mind, your thoughts against the other players.
And are you rooting for anyone in particular on this board?
I'm a big Zack fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm even willing to say that if he pulls it out, I'll double my donation.
All right.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah.
I'll go on live TV to say that right now.
That reminds me, it is time for a check-in on the donations, and we have gone up a little bit. We're up to $2,502. That is over here. $2,052. Any of you watching, if you would like to contribute to the shared pool, we'd love for you to give whatever you feel comfortable with, even if it's as little as $20, $50. Hal, what is the amount that you're going to double? Just since you brought it up.
I donated 118, so I'll put another 118 if Zack wins.
What any logic behind 118?
My Jewish background, 18 is a lucky number, so I always try to do donations with 18 in it.
So that's really why you like diplomacy, because the number 18 is so important, at least to some of us that realize that's the point of
That's
the game.
correct. That's also another reason.
Indeed.
And I also want to point out that David had a perhaps a slight error, which is kind of common for him in his analysis in pregame when he was talking.
I know where this is going. I know exactly where this is going.
I don't think you do.
Yes,
I
I
do
do.
not think you do.
Okay.
You were talking about Robert Schuppe not wanting to work with anyone who is.
You're of German background, right?
Well, I'm actually of Austrian background.
Ah, okay.
I just got my citizenship last week, so I'm now a dual citizen. And
So
I think
you're now a
Robert
citizen of the Austro-Hungarian Empire? I didn't think you could do that anymore.
And I want to say that I think Robert just was, trying to replicate history before and working with the Austrians. So, and that's why I'm rooting for Karthik. And I wish Zach was Austria, because then I'd maybe even triple my donation. But I'll stick with the doubling for Zach.
All right. Well, we're going to hold you to that in the
absolutely
extremely unlikely event that Zachary Moore wins this. But we'll all be looking forward to it. I do have some big news, though, coming in from the producers, and that is that ding, 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 Diplomacy Broadcast Network has now surpassed 1,000 subscribers. Thank you very, very much, all of you out there who have subscribed. And now it's time to get working on 2,000. So if you are watching this and you haven't subscribed, please subscribe right now. And for everyone,
I just want to interject that you hit 1,000 when I was on air. So perhaps going down the road, you should invite me on more often.
Perhaps. Oh, before we jump into the analysis, Hal, why don't you tell us what you do for DBN?
I do some of the background, the videos, help out with the production. For a career, I'm in the film TV industry. So a lot of been editing and whatnot for a long time. So I help out when I can with some of the transitions, some of the videos, whatnot.
And we thank you for that. And with that in mind, transition brought to you by Mr. Halshield.
Thank you, sir.
All right, here is where things stand in winter 1901, moving on to spring of 1902. Hal, our plan is to have David call out the moves and give you a chance to analyze. Here are those 1902 moves. David, tell us what you see.
All right. Well, I was looking to see what would happen with Belgium, and the answer is the Germans have taken it. So if he was expecting for an EG to go after Tanya, it doesn't look like that's the plan here, considering Denmark also goes to the North Sea and Kiel goes to Helgoland Bight. That looks fairly anti-English to me. Looking over at the east, Galicia to Bohemia is interesting to me. That's not a retreat. That's an actual order where he was probably leaving it the ability to maybe put a guy in Galicia, because he went from Romania to Galicia there, even though that was bounced. And here comes Armenia convoying into Romania, or attempting to convoy into Romania. Or is that? Yeah, he's attempting to convoy into Romania because Budapest took Romania. That's what happened.
Well, there was a standoff there, so they bounce.
Oh, it's a two-way bounce. You're right. Yes. Yep. So no AT. Still looking very IT-ish. Look at the Italian moves into Adriatic and Trieste and Ionian.
Actually, why was there a bounce, though? Because it looks like Armenia has a power of 3 behind it.
There must have been a misorder, perhaps?
The convoy is Armenia to Romania. Armenia looks like it's going to Romania. Bulgaria supports Armenia to Romania. Sevastopol does as well. It's because Armenia can't, because Romania isn't vacated by the Russian, and so the Russian unit in Sevastopol cannot
support somebody into its own center. That's right. Yes. Yep.
So if there had not been a bounce in Galicia, then the move from Armenia to Romania would have succeeded.
And let's be honest, there shouldn't have been a bounce in Galicia because Warsaw should have supported it there, I think.
Absolutely. All right. And then let's see. Hal, have you made any sense of the West here as we've been talking? Or no, you already covered the West. I'm sorry. So Hal, let's go to you. what do you think? What sense can you make of what's happening on the board?
I found Karthik's move to Adriatic really interesting. Clearly, it's an IT clearly, and I have a feeling Karthik isn't going to be able to withstand multiple fronts being attacked on. He looks in a pretty weak position at this point. My guess is that he's going to be the first out.
Karthik sure wasn't expecting that move.
No, not at all. I mean, he lost Trieste. He's got Adriatic in there. He moved out of Greece, and he's got the fleet in Ionia now. I think he's going to be scrambling. I thought the move from Ed was interesting to transport the fleet over. I thought that was really well done. I will say Zack probably just had a oversight. Maybe he guessed wrong on what Vienna did, as opposed to not supporting in. Maybe he just felt Vienna would go somewhere else. I also find it interesting that England and Russia are best friends up north, just supporting each other. Clearly, maybe it's the trying to keep the fronts down and make progress on their main fronts. As far as the west, the fleet went to Hell from Kiel, so clearly Germany is moving west.
So clearly there's been a turnabout here. Robert Schuppe hit his intentions well and got England and France to fight each other, and then had his choice between who to ally with. He's clearly chosen Tanya. What do you guys think about that? Do you like that choice? Do you dislike that choice? David, start with you.
I think I do like that choice. England is a longer term threat to the Germans than the French are, in my opinion. I understand there are fans of the EG, and I like the EG sometimes. But if I have a good chance to get a jump on the English by taking Belgium here, I think it can be a very good move, particularly if you're in good relations with the Russians, which hopefully he is for his sake.
And Hal, what about you?
I wonder what England's alliance with Russia means to Germany long term, because where does England grow to in this relationship? Where's its build's going to come from? And can Russia then turn on Germany as this advances?
So you're not feeling. How are you feeling about your boy Zack Moore? Are you?
I think that the fact that he's working with Ed will is a plus. Like I said, I think Austria is going to fold pretty quickly. I hope Zack is in position, and I like his move to Bohemia to start picking up some of the dots when they become available.
I need to point out one thing that none of us have paid attention to, which is Spain to Marseille versus Spain to Gascony. If you go to Gascony, you've left an army that at some point could be a convoy army into England. Going to Marseille is gives you a little more options about maybe going to Piedmont, or maybe she was worried that there might be some Italian guy to go into Piedmont. It's an interesting choice there, I think.
I agree with David. It does feel slightly threatening to Italy. I agree with you, David. I would have gone the gas myself. Although if she feared a move to Burgundy, maybe she was just trying to protect Marseille from it. But
yeah, but there was very little change. Well, I guess in theory, the three of them could have ganged up on Burgundy. But what it shows me, in addition to the support into Burgundy, is that this is not an FG strong, we're friends till the bitter end, and we trust each other completely kind of alliance. I don't think, at least not yet.
All right, let's move on into the fall here and check out what happens here. Very curious to see how Kevin O'Kelly responds to this. And also Karthik Konath. They both have had pretty big turns against them. And let's see how they manage to deal with that. And well, quite a lot happens here, in fact.
Wow.
A lot of it good for these two players. David, give us an overview, if you would.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in Austria and you've lost Trieste like that, you're very tempted when you got four armies around it to just take that back and not care what the Russians and the Turks of the world are doing, which is exactly what happens here. And so not only does Mikalis lose Trieste, he doesn't get his convoy into Albania. It might have been smart just to assume you're going to lose Trieste and support the convoy to Albania with the fleet and make sure you get in there. Right. This was a little bit of wishful thinking on his part, and Bohemia to Tyrolia can't be good for Mikalis. That is definitely not good for Mikalis. You've also got the Turks trying to move away from Russia, so none of this is good for Mikalis, frankly, or Karthik, but Karthik didn't have any choice in the matter. It was forced on him. This is not a good turn for Mikalis Kamaritis for sure. In the West, you've got, wow, the English actually taking Denmark, which, I think this is something you pointed out, Hal. What does the ER friendship mean for Robert? And this is apparently what it means.
Hal, how do these moves look to you?
I think David was pretty succinct on them. The interesting Bohemia Tyrolia, I think is really fascinating. For me, I wonder if he's wandered too far away from home. He's just by himself. He can't use the power to support any of his own units, or support any of his own units. That would be a concern for me. I don't think I would wander that far out by myself. Also interesting that Ed moved Armenia back to into his home turf after the convoy failed.
The question for me is, how do you think Ed feels about what he's done moving Armenia back, given that Romania, instead of supporting Bulgaria to Serbia here, actually tries to get into Bulgaria?
I wonder if he's expecting Austrian support into Bulgaria from Serbia.
Austrian support into that Zack was. That Russia was.
I wonder because obviously they've got a good deal going here, but you don't go to Bohemia to Tyrolia unless you're very friendly with Austria. So that maybe that Zack was expecting support into Bulgaria there, but you're right. It can't make Ed feel very good.
No, and it also Ed's now got to flip back and forth. He was going to be with Russia. Now he's got to figure out is he going to turn against Russia? Zack, hope he doesn't. It's interesting gameplay.
All right, let's give some time here to Kevin O'Kelly and Zack Moore in the way that they have operated in the North here. This was the perfect set of moves against what Robert Schuppe was doing here. It's going to allow Kevin to stay at 5, get a rebuild from the Pift army in Belgium. Pretty. Yeah. What do you guys take on this coordination between the two of them and sort of where it leaves them going forward? And Hal, we'll give you first shot at this one.
I when I saw Sweden and Norway supporting each other, I was concerned last turn. I think that was great diplomacy on Kevin and Zack's part to coordinate there. I wonder what Zack's going to get out of the deal dot-wise. I'll be curious to see what happens there, if there's some tit for tat or some exchange there. I think it's great play. And clearly Germany is going to be in trouble now. And you almost wonder, should Bohemia have been moving against Germany?
Just
if you're going to do that, I would have gone big. I would have moved, maybe at least try to take Munich just in case or something of that nature.
David, any last thoughts?
Well, he still could from Tyrolia. This could be but there's a theory of the universe to play Russia is just be as friendly with as many of your neighbors as you can for a long time and hope to avoid being attacked early, which is the opposite of the way a lot of people play Russia is I have to establish myself strongly in one or both of my spheres or I'm going to get attacked early. So it's an interesting play to sort of be friendly with almost everybody here, which is the way Zack is playing it.
And, it's good to be Tanya Gill right now, isn't it?
It depends on who she can work with. She really hasn't helped Robert, and she can't with 3 armies in the current position or not much help to Robert. She can't be much help to Kevin while she's still in the English Channel. So who is her friend? I don't know.
Do you think she's just letting them duke it out and figures when somebody's starting to stagger, she'll just move in?
Well, I don't think she's had any choice in the matter in the sense that I don't think there was anything better to do except maybe coordinate a little better with the German armies and so forth. But, it's not like she tried to take Belgium here.
Right. Right.
So that's, it's not, she's not, I'm not saying she's throwing back in with England or anything. I'm just saying she's in a little bit of an island to herself, but France can do that.
And maybe she's just waiting to see which of the two again is going to stagger and then join up with whoever is taking the lead.
She has the really nice feature right now of not having anybody attacking her.
Right,
so
right. Italy's certainly not a threat whatsoever, so she can focus on England and Germany.
And as we'll see in a little bit, Michaelis, in my interview with him, floated the possibility of doing a hard western opening, opening to Tyrrhenian Sea, convoying to Tunis, going to Piedmont, and just throwing everything. And what he told me was, if England and Germany are willing to fight France, I'm going to do that. And I think he had the opportunity and probably wishes he had taken that at this point. But let's hear from the sidelines now, and let's find out what they were able to glean.
All right, welcome to the Spring 1902. I've got the wrong face up here. Spring 1902 sideline reports. Over to you, Katie, for the West.
So after those two fleet builds from Kevin, Tanya was pretty much all in with Robert and, hoping to make that strong EG happen like they had talked about. Robert assures her that she will be happy with his moves. Kevin comes to Tanya and says, hey, wouldn't it be funny if I did this and then reversed and we went against Germany together because that would be the most exciting for the stream? And Tanya says, sure, great, do that. But, she's played before. She knows what's going on. But then there's this really funny moment right at the end of the spring where Kevin and Zack have this plan where Kevin's going to go to Denmark from north with support from Sweden. And they're talking at the very last seconds. And then neither of them managed to make the moves in time somehow. And then when the spring moves come out and Robert has made his decision and he has chosen to work with Tanya against France, Kevin instantly, his focus turns to revenge. He tells Tanya that she can have anything, that, Robert will learn not to lie to him this early. And then he goes into a chat with Robert and says the same things. He had a quote, "Revenge is a dish best served cold, warm, any way that I want it." And to his credit, Robert remained very calm. He assured him that it wasn't personal. He was worried about Zack going down from an AT alliance. And, he seems to just take it easy. And he and Tanya discussed continuing to work together. And then Kevin seems pretty convinced that this time Zack will indeed support him into Denmark. And then we see the moves, and that's what happened.
Yeah, and over in the East, as you can see, this was not a good phase for Karthik. That was predetermined by all three powers, talking in secret about how to take the advantage against him. I've got Mikalis' reasoning for wanting to go after Karthik here.
I feel like Karthik suggested he goes Aegean and I go Eastern Med, we do that attack, and I just look at that and go, all right, and then if Greece bounces Ionian Sea and Vienna moves to Tyrolia, all of a sudden I'm defenseless and Karthik kills me, so I don't like that.
Yep, so there's that, and also the fact that Mikalis obviously quite likes the IT. This has been quite a big talking point throughout. So as we go forward to the fall phase here, we do also have Karthik's reaction to these moves, to the spring moves. He seemed to expect it from Mikalis, but he was quite shocked about Zack.
That's exciting.
What the hell was that?
Okay.
I mean, that part I kind of expected from Mikalis, but Zack is Zack.
Yeah, and Karthik spends this entire phase jumping around the Eastern powers, trying to convince them all that they need to work with him. We have Zack in particular. He goes to and says, hey, this is an IT, right? This is definitely going to be an IT. And for his credit, it does seem to work on Zack. Zack ends up not doing the moves he agreed with Ed and Mikalis, which was tap Vienna and support Bulgaria to Serbia. So that is our 1902 sideline report. We will see you on the next one.
Brandon is muted, and he has never sounded better.
Thanks, David.
You're welcome.
I always appreciate when you say nice things to me. There was one more clip that was given to me separately for us to play. This is Robert to Kevin in the fall of 02 phase.
If I can just quickly explain like my thinking behind it. Actually, yes, I was, that's obvious. I was sort of setting the two of you up. That's always what I try to do, like having two players commit against each other, and then I'm sure that you won't work together. It was not like that. I never wanted to work with you all along, not at all. But the main tipping point was really that it looked very AT-ish to me, and I felt like, okay, I don't want to go against Russia, so that makes an FG just more sensible. It's just like a very rational decision. Nothing against you. I would love to work it out with you. If you say you're just on your revenge trip, okay, that's what it is. I respect that sort of, but yeah, that's just like my thinking, so that you can understand what you want to do with this game. It's up to you. If you are into throwing territory in 02 already, not that much I can do about it, but I would love to keep like the channels open, like the diplomatic channels, and work it out in the future.
All right, so that is Robert Schuppe trying to explain his reasoning behind this set of moves, which was not exactly friendly towards Kevin O'Kelly. What did you guys get from those sideline reports? Hal, I'll start with you.
I think it was interesting, the rationale behind Zack's moves, understanding they decided not to stick with Ed. I thought that was interesting. I still question the Bohemia of Tyrolia. We'll see how that plays out. That was my biggest takeaway.
And David?
I enjoyed the Zack is Zack comment, because that is absolutely, it's obvious, it's tautological, and it's also entirely true.
I have to say, this is Zack Moore playing sort of more of a mastermind type game than I feel like I've seen him play before. He's trying to be the puppet master, and it's fun to watch. I'm with you, Hal. I worry about that Bohemia de Tyrolia, that army being so far out of the way that it makes him easy, sort of an inflated balloon that can be popped easily.
To your comment, Brandon, I want to just mention something that Jason said much earlier. When we hit the COVID and suddenly the world turned to Zoom and we were all playing through this medium, one of the interesting aspects was you now started playing with people that didn't know you, didn't have preconceived notions. It was, frankly, was fun. It was a lot of fun that way because we're so usually in such a small circle because it takes 7 to play. You're lucky if there's 14 people that you could play with, so you get some variation. So now back to your comment with Zack. I wonder, now that we've played so long online together and there are conceived notions about people's play style, is it sometimes now you're going to break out of it to try something different because people do know your play and start to factor that into their logic and their decisions.
And I think your point is that there might be a lot of advantage to be gained from playing against type, actually.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. I would say personally,
fun. It's also fun to do.
Yes. I'll say personally, and I'll take this as I will thank Ed and David for this because they've made a couple of comments over the years on the broadcast. I'm kind of typecast as somebody who will just ally with somebody and eventually get stabbed by a Brandon and go home with that. Yes, sir. I do remember that. I've been thinking seriously about trying to go against type. Just to make it more, because people then will assume, again, with all of us, there's a certain play type you have, and you base some of your strategy on that.
That is great advice for people out there looking to improve their play. Knowing how people are viewing you is massively important, and then the next step is figuring out what to do with that, whether it's to continue in the way that they perceive you, or to do something surprising and take them by surprise.
But it's also true, like in life, we all have habits, and sometimes it's hard to break them. So it is hard in gameplay to do that. Yeah. And you also only have to use that card once or twice, and then your label is changed. So you have to play it at the right time.
Yeah, it's one of the great things about this game. It's just a demonstration of how many different layers there are, and why the complexity of this particular game entrances so many of us.
Right. Indeed.
So true.
Hal, thank you so much for joining us, man. We deeply appreciate the work that you've done for DBN, and look forward to guilting you and conniving to get you to do more.
Oh, sure, absolutely. And I look forward to seeing you both in person in DixieCon in the end of May. And David, I have ordered my seersucker. I didn't know that. I did not know that last year. Now I know.
Outstanding. Looking forward to it.
Take care. Have
Thanks
a good one, guys.
Thanks for joining us, Hal. That was Hal Schild, and going out with the transition that he made for us. Thank you very much, Hal, for that and for joining us today. All right, it's time for another player interview. I'm not sure about you, but I'm kind of feeling Mikalis Kamaritis.
Agreed. Yes.
All right, here he is. All right, welcome, Mikalis Kamaritis. You are the number 5 seed, I believe. And that means that people don't really love you or hate you. How does that make you feel?
I think at least I'm not lost. It's nice to not be the most hated person, and perhaps I can fly under the radar a bit. But I guess there's no pressure being in the middle of the pack, so I can't be too upset here.
Do you have a target in mind? Is there somebody that needs to lose in order for you to win?
I mean, Karthik needs to lose every game he plays, but aside from that, I don't. It's hard to plan things out when you're this low down on the Paris method, because you don't really know what countries you're going to get, except there's probably going to be somewhere in the middle, or Turkey. So yeah, I'm not focusing on any one player, I don't think.
Will you, if you are at number 5 in the order, would you consider choosing Turkey?
Possibly. I think I'm more inclined to pick them than Austria. I obviously I would like to pick Italy. They're my favourite country, and they're the goal in mind. But being 5th place, Italy is often gone by then. So we'll see whether Italy's available. If Italy's not available, I'm probably leaning toward Germany.
And if it's you in Italy and Karthik in Turkey, is an IT going to happen?
That I'm always open to. I do love an IT, and I definitely consider that one if I'm Italy.
All right. Well, you guys are playing for charities, and you are playing for the Mind charity in Brighton and Hove. Can you tell us a bit about that charity?
Sure. So for people who don't live in Britain, or even for people who do live in Britain and haven't had to access it, mental health funding in the UK is very underfunded, and the way it works is that the NHS will cover pretty much medication or you're staying in hospital, and anything in between that level is subcontracted out to charities and private facilities. And Mind is one of those charities that helps fill that gap on therapy and counselling, and they do a lot of good work for people who are struggling. And I myself found this out firsthand a few years ago, that I tried to access NHS mental health care and found that there wasn't much NHS mental health care, and Mind really helped me through a very difficult period of time, and perhaps I wouldn't be here today without them. So it would be nice to give something back. My best friend also had to access them last year, and again he was in a similar situation, and they helped fill that gap. And therapy is still somewhat stigmatized. It's not something that people like to talk about, but it can help so much. And I'm now a functional human being again, and maybe if this game helps one person get that therapy 1 week sooner, that might be the difference between them becoming a functional human being and living a full life again, and much less tragic outcomes. So I'm all on board helping as much as possible. And yeah, if someone's got in a difficult situation, it's always better to seek help, because they're really, really good.
Yeah, we have a similar issue in the US where mental health is not taken as seriously as physical health by insurance companies. We've had this private insurance system, and there are major cracks that people fall through, and mental health is still stigmatized. Mental health treatment is still stigmatized in the US, which blows my mind. I mean, I've done therapy for years, and I find it fascinating and enormously helpful, and I encourage people to do it all the time. So thank you very much for choosing this charity to play for, and for telling us about your experience.
Yeah, cheers. I mean, I've also, I've had 3 or 4 rounds of therapy in the last few years since then, and each of them was like 6 months long. So it's really helped me a lot, and I strongly encourage anyone who's a bit unsure, give it a try. It's what's the worst that can happen?
So I have a question about diplomacy and therapy, because I found diplomacy to have therapeutic benefit. It helps me understand something about how I approach relationships and how I find a balance between taking care of my needs and taking care of the other person's needs. And diplomacy is a little different from real life. Like the where you end up with that balance is different from how real life. In real life, we don't reach an end state where there's a shortage of relationship resources. So there's a big difference there. But I do in terms of the mechanics of understanding relationships, I do find diplomacy therapeutic. Do you find it therapeutic in any way?
I think in a couple of ways. For me, in the past, when I was struggling, I used to hide behind a very large ego, and I try not to do that now because it's not very healthy, and I bottle things up. And ironically enough, DBN and the coverage on DBN is very good for picking holes in what I've done in games and going, hey, look, you weren't perfect, and so you can keep yourself on a more sort of humble level than before. And also, one of the other things I do is if I'm sat at home and avoiding social contact, hey, now if I'm playing 6 hours of diplomacy, you're not avoiding social contact, you're playing a lot of communication and things that you might, if you're trying to retreat into your shell, you're instead spending a lot of time talking to other people. And sure, it may not be anything personal, it's just diplomacy, but actually just that in itself, you're getting out there. And even if you're not actually out there, just being on Discord and talking to people is healthy. It's much healthier than sitting at home ruminating on your own thoughts. So that's a really good way to fill quite a long period of time when you might otherwise be struggling and punishing yourself in your own head.
Yeah, the feeling of community that we get from being part of the diplomacy hobby is it's huge, and I feel it too. It definitely is one of the things that got me through the pandemic, and I gather that's true for you as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so one last question for you. You're relatively new to being a commentator on DBN, but you've made a big impression already. You might have one of the biggest gaps between commentator skill and onboard results. So I'm wondering why that is.
Well, I've got 0 for 5 on top board, so eventually, statistically, if I keep trying, I'll fluke my way to success in one of them. But in the meantime, I can sit on the sort of commentator's perch, because I hear that's what all the washed-up veterans do, is when you can't win anymore, or you have to go and sit and be a commentator. So I thought I'll just go and do that, as I didn't win in the first place.
I mean, I assume you're not talking about David Hood, at least not by name.
No, it's just the standard trope, I would say.
Mikalis, thank you very much. Good luck in the game, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
David, how do you feel about being called washed up?
It's totally accurate. But I also wanted to say, I mean, we screw around a lot because it's fun. I really enjoyed that interview, particularly the serious parts of that interview, just like I enjoyed Ed's for the same reason. And this is exactly why the diplomacy hobby is so awesome, because it does give us a chance to connect with people that we would never know otherwise, find out more about them, and establish those relationships, which are so important to a fulfilling life. So I just wanted to say, great interview. Glad that Michaelis is one of us. And it sounds like that his charity is great, just like Ed's was. I'm also loving to hear about the charities.
Yeah, we're here for the people, right? Like, the strategy is fun, but the community is what we're here for. And I respect Mikalis so much for being open and telling us about his experience. Ed as well. These are two guys with pretty personal experience that the charity they're playing for speaks to. And with that said, let's have another look at where we stand with our charity pool. Currently, we are at $2,022, which is fantastic. Sorry, we should be at $2,052. I believe I think I've done the wrong screen here. Well, I'm working on that. It's at 2,052, so we've gone up still about $250 during the broadcast. If you have not already donated and you want to help us raise money for these great charities, please go to the GoFundMe page. You can find the link in the description of this broadcast below the stream. Any little bit helps, $20, $50. We have a very generous donor who has agreed to match all donations up to $3,000. So it would be great to max that out and reach our original goal of $3,000 donations. So thank you again, all you out there. And thanks for getting us over 1,000 subscribers as well, because that has been a parallel goal for tonight. All right, it's time to bring on our next guest commentator. This is somebody who won't be a familiar name to viewers of the stream, but he is a familiar name to longtime face-to-face players. His name is Manus Hand. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Manus, tell us if I have pronounced your name correctly, and welcome to the stream.
You have not, but you've done it the way most people do, and I'm very tolerant, so I'll be happy with whatever I get as long as you leave the M on there.
What is the correct way? What is the way
dad
that you
said Manus?
Manus.
Yeah,
all right.
Well, that's what I say. But
and is it also Hand or Hand?
No, that one's Hand. That one is Hand.
Manus, welcome to the stream. Tell us, if you wouldn't mind, a little bit about yourself as a diplomacy player,
Sure.
both on and off the board, actually.
All right. Thanks for having me. I know David really well from way back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
And I guess I'm one of those washed up players, and I find that nowadays what you do is come on DBN. DBN is one of those things I always dreamed of when I was in my very active days of running the scene here in Denver. Then I had to take the long break I took to raise my kids, and now I'm back, and I find that everything I always wanted for our hobby has come true thanks to you guys. And I'm really happy that you've involved me in it, and it's just great to be back. So I've been playing diplomacy for over 40 years. I guess started in 1980 the way Hal did, and just really enjoying the opportunity to be back and see what the world's turned into for our great game.
What is it about diplomacy that grabbed you?
I was drawn to diplomacy as soon as I learned it in high school. Our teacher of chess club was the guy that introduced it to us, and very quickly it wasn't chess club, it was diplomacy club. And that's all the rest of us, that's all we ever did was play diplomacy. It appeals to anybody who loves chess, anybody that loves mind against mind. Just like Hal said, the fact that there's nothing but your wits to compete with, and if anything goes wrong, it's all on you. You never have anyone else to blame. You never have any reason to be mad at somebody. If your game goes bad, that just means that you get to go to the bar earlier and talk about it with the rest of the guys that get there when they do.
David?
Manus, we need to talk about the fact that you were one of the early architects of diplomacy on the internet.
I was indeed.
Let's just briefly talk about the diplomatic pouch.
Sure. Yeah. The time when diplomacy first came off of postal mail, when we had bulletin boards and Usenet groups, things like that, email was the new way to play. And that happened to also be a time when Diplomacy World was going through some hard times. And before Douglas Kent really got his feet under him, we didn't have a flagship zine anymore. And my decision was that we're going to need one. And Diplomacy World's not there. I had written articles. I'd sent them to Diplomacy World, and Diplomacy World just refuses to come out month after month after month. So I finally said, I'm going to be the one that publishes the next zine. Went through a lot of effort, got a lot of great articles, and then realized how much it would cost to mail this huge magazine out to the people. And it just clicked. Why don't I just put it online? Back then, it was something that no one had ever thought of.
Right.
So I just converted all the articles to HTML and put up what became the diplomatic pouch. And that was 1994 or 5, I guess. And so it's been going strong ever since then. I, like I say, had to take my break when I did after running Worlds in 2003, but the pouch lives on, run by some guys that have been really good to work it in my absence. It still has its 1995 vintage web look. That was cutting edge back then, and nowadays we see what you guys are doing online. We need to just catch up if we're going to keep the pouch going. But yeah, there's so much content on the diplomatic pouch. If anyone's not familiar with it, check out the issues and issues and issues and volumes of things that were written on the game. A lot of things by David Hood. Just all the names are out there. Edward San has many articles on there. Go check out anything you want to learn about the game. It's a pretty good resource still, even in this day and age.
A couple comments from our viewers. We got Douglas Kent, who is the chief editor of Diplomacy World. Everyone knows Manus, or should. And then also Brian Pravel, one of the co-founders of DBN, says this, Manus, your work in the late 90s and early 2000s is what got me into the diplomacy hobby. Thank you so much for all of your hard work and community building.
Well, thank you, both of you guys. I just wish that I hadn't been away for all those extra 20 years to watch everything grow the way it has. And it's so gratifying to me to see where we are now. And I'm just so excited to be back with you guys. I really, really am.
Before we jump into some moves here, that is, again, not what I meant to do. Let's see if I can get the right screen up here.
Manus, it is hard to get good help these days. It really is.
It really is.
Sorry, you were reaching really deep to get me.
That's not who I was
talking about. Here in 1903.
That is not who I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
Manus, you won the commentator lottery, so you deserve to be here. All right, here's what I wanted to show, and I think now I've gotten it to look the way I want it to. Oh, it's not. Here we go. All right, this is what I wanted to show the viewers. This is the one and only the Diplomatic Pouch. This is the website that we were just talking about with that formerly cutting-edge interface. Still looks good to me. And
now it's retro. Now it's cool because it's retro.
Yeah, retro cool. This is uk.diplome.org. When I get a chance, we'll add that into the comments page for this broadcast. Manus, thank you very much for that work. But we have brought you here now to do some other kind of work, and that is to talk about a diplomacy game that is currently happening. Have you been watching so far?
Oh, of course. Absolutely.
And what are your thoughts on the game so far?
I think we saw Germany play very well in terms of getting the upper hand against England. And I think what we're seeing in the Southeast is something similar, with Ed kind of getting played a little bit and Russia taking a little bit of the upper hand there. Obviously, we see trouble in Austria, and that doesn't look too good for Karthik.
All right, so here's how things stand. I think I have diagnosed the problem, which is that Backstabber.com has changed how they are posting the center counts, and my software needs to be adjusted to be able to read those properly. However, it is sending everything else in the expected way. So hopefully I'll see if I can work on this in the next break. But for now, the pieces are in the right places, and we can use our diplomacy knowledge to figure out how much each player has. All right, we didn't do the winter 1902 build, so let's have a look at these. The only adjustment we have is Kevin O'Kelly rebuilding that unit that was piffed in Belgium as an army, perhaps a little surprising, but that's certainly something he can use for defense on the board. All right, let's just jump into some moves here. What do you guys say? And spring of 1903. So Manus, we are going to continue here with David Hood calling out the moves, give you a chance to survey the board and tell us what you think of it. David, tell us what you see.
All right, now Zach has jumped on the Ed Sullivan train, or the other way around, I guess. They're on the same train, let's put it that way, because now we've got support into Serbia with the Turks supporting, and then Smyrna goes to Armenia just because he's not sure what Russia's going to do there. So we'll see how that goes. The Russian unit and actually both Russian units, the one to go to Galicia and Tyrolia attacking Trieste, means that there's been a little bit of a switcheroo here. There had been AR friendship, and now maybe perhaps not. In the West, you see that, Tanya really was trying to convoy into Wales. That's one of the reasons why England built the army, was to be defensive and did the self-standoff there. Otherwise, sort of stasis there. Nothing much has changed, except that France did attempt to take a shot at England.
So Manus, this is a turn where not a whole lot of movement happens in terms of pieces on the board, but there is a strategic realignment in the East. What do you think it's a good thing for any of the players involved?
I think Russia had a good turn. I think, despite the Armenia thing, I think that Zack looks like he's actually in a little bit better spot than he had been. 1903 is so hard to read because, like you just said, only little things start to happen when the alliances really start to gel. And I think we still have kind of confusion in the Southeast about really what's going to go on. I see that Michaelis has kind of given up on taking Greece, which is strange, David. I mean, I thought that was what he was in this for.
He's biding his time. He's biding his time.
Okay, he tried for Albania last time. He's trying it from a little further away next time, huh? I do think the army build up north was the right build for Kevin, and
why is
obviously sussing out what she was going to do with Wales was good for him. So I think he's in a little bit better shape. But Germany making it very clear, I thought that was really interesting audio we had from him, kind of just telling Kevin this is the way it is and this is how I'm playing, and being very honest that, hey, is Kevin really talking about giving centers away so early? I don't know, but that was interesting to hear that might be something in the cards soon, because I think he must have thought he was on the ropes.
You know, as I sit here and look at this, I wonder if the convoy to Wales is arranged. I didn't think so at first, but I'm beginning to think maybe that's just arranged. Tanya's not really committing there. She can't think that was going to work. So that looks like an arrangement there.
I wonder. It also, when she first turned the way she did against England, it still came with occupying Burgundy and
with support.
And Marseille. Yes, with support.
Yeah.
So I wonder how committed she is. Yeah, she's playing it close to the vest.
Yeah, and it's hard not to see that she's still in position to take Belgium in the fall here and cover Burgundy. So I kind of agree with you guys. That looked to me like she's fine staying where she is, and now keeps all of the gun's still loaded. She can do whatever she wants here.
I don't think Karthik is in good shape, guys. What do you think?
No, probably not. Turks in Serbia obviously means that he's getting a little more help than Karthik would like him to get.
Now, my question for me is, what's going to happen in Romania? Does Zack have to worry about an attack here, or does he hold on to it? What do you guys think?
I think he holds on to it myself.
Yeah, I do too.
All right, let's find out. And the answer is, if I can get this to work. Wow. Lots and lots and lots happen.
Hey, look who takes Greece in the fall of 1903.
What do you know?
The Hellenic riot has been unleashed in Greece.
Hood's hints, always.
I'll tell you what, Karthik Konath, he did show up to play, but it doesn't look like he's going to play very long.
Yeah.
This will give him more time to work out his flight arrangements to go to DipCon in May, so he can not be a big fat chicken.
Karthik loses 4 centers in one turn, 2 of them to Mikalis, who I have to say has had quite a little rebound year here. Some other stuff happens in the north, perhaps a little surprising. Manus, do you want to call this one up?
Sorry, I hadn't even looked up north yet. I'm concentrated on the south. David, why don't you talk about north?
Well, I tell you what, I was thinking in spring that if Tanya was serious, she would have supported into Irish in the spring. So now that she's supporting into Irish in the fall, perhaps that is a commitment. I mean, she is leaving Burgundy. So perhaps she is making a commitment here at long last, but otherwise not much changing here. Munich to Tyrolia is interesting, but I think Robert just realized he didn't have anything to do with that army. And so he thought he'd just go adventuring. Sometimes that's a good idea for Germany. Go and have some influence. You don't really know what you're going to do when you get there, but you're going to do something.
You don't think Munich to Burgundy would have made sense here if he had any concern about?
I don't think he's concerned about. I don't think he's concerned about Tanya. I think that has been worked itself out. So he was doing that Munich thing just because he realized that was now a free army, because he thought Tanya was leaving, and he was right.
Yeah, Munich to Tyrolia expresses a lot of confidence in his negotiations with Tanya.
Yes.
That's exactly what I see here as FG, and it's the end of Kevin even trying against those two. I think they're in it together now with those moves away from Burgundy and Munich.
It's still not going to be real fast because two fleets is not much of an attack. I mean, in other words, it's not going to be a complete, utter takedown.
Right.
But at any rate, that was obviously a pivotal turn for everybody and a really devastating turn for our friend Karthik.
All right, the internet has decided to cut that stream for a second, which says to me a good time to go hear the Sideline report. And let's see, it was told to me that it was queued up, but it was not by...
Here we are with 1903. I'm going to pass straight on over to Casey for the West.
All right, so between France and Germany, it's mostly talking tactics. Should they try to convoy to Wales? Are they going to DMZ Burgundy? Between England and France, Kevin is, still talking to Tanya like he really wants to work with her. And I think for his part, he does. And Tanya is being pretty non-committal in this whole discussion. And it's just like, great, throw your stuff at Germany. And then I think we do have a clip of Kevin explaining his builds for Tanya.
Yep. Yeah, so I can literally take Belgium right now and then work my way east. Would be quite easy for me to pick up quite a few dots from him.
Yeah, and that's why I didn't build Fleet London, even though I wanted to, because while you have the advantage up there, me building a fleet slows you down. So I hope by building the army, it shows I lost my chance at moving. You've got the position. Unless you screw up, no one should be able to catch you.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds great.
Yeah, it's funny that she mentions that she can take Belgium because Kevin says that to Robert a little bit later. He says, well, Tanya can take Belgium whenever she wants. And Robert says, yeah, we'll see. And I think that really tipped off Kevin. He didn't do the moves he told to Tanya regarding his defense. So I think Kevin sort of saw the writing on the wall that it was really an FG. And then between England and Germany, there's a lot of talk about, getting on the same page. Maybe they'll have some theater. Maybe they'll take Sweden in the fall. They're saying that they're going to make amends, and Kevin says I'm no longer the kind of player that will just suicide as revenge, but nobody's being particularly committal, so I guess the moves are just going to have to speak for this year.
Right. Yep. So on the eastern side of things, we've got a bunch of clips. Basically, what happens last turn, Zack didn't do it as agreed between the Triple Alliance, as you saw in the previous moves. Michaelis and Ed, obviously not particularly happy about that. Let me go ahead and play a clip.
Fucking Zack.
I've been one-dotted before and been annoyed. This is the least effective stab I've seen in a long time.
The sad thing is we would have cratered Karthik's position.
Yeah. It's not even it was a no dot stab. It was a fucking no hope of a dot stab.
Yep. So they're obviously not very happy about it. Zack does get in a conversation with the two of them, and they do work things out, but Mikalis is very obviously not happy to fully trust Zack, and he's outright straight up with that with Zack. Hang on, I've got another clip of it.
Yeah.
Right. The good thing about how bad
this... tell you on going to Piedmont and him going to Tyrolia. I'm pointing it out. I'm convoying to Apulia, and I will have the units to defend Venice anyway.
I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'm not going to do any of that shit.
Good.
Yeah. So he is outright saying, "Okay, Zack, work with us because I'm going to defend myself anyway. It doesn't really matter. Even if you work with him, you're not getting anywhere." And as we move into the full phase on that. Michaelis is his whole stuff doesn't really change. He's still just as nervous about Zack's potential flip. So again, I've got another discussion here between Michaelis, Ed, and Zack. Ed is trying to get Michaelis more on board with Zack, And Michaelis just does not want to do anything that gives Zack a chance at stabbing him.
I tapped Vienna and Budapest and Ionia to Albania, right?
And the thing is, that means I'm not defending Venice, so I'm not hugely comfortable on that.
I think you can trust him.
Can Tyrolia support Venice to Trieste?
It's better if Tyrolia cuts Vienna.
It is, but it's not better for me if it does that.
Why? I mean, either way, you're trusting me, right? To do
Because
what I
this
say.
way I can defend Venice and take Trieste.
Well, why doesn't Tyrolia move to Venice? Romania cut Budapest. Galicia supports Tyrolia.
I really don't want Tyrolia to move to Venice.
Vienna.
Tyrolia to
That's
Vienna.
exactly what I'm concerned about, is if he does that and Karthik supports.
Tyrolia to Vienna.
So, like, it's honestly surprising how straight up Mikalis is being with Zack about how much he distrusts Zack. But as you can see, he does end up working with Zack here. They completely demolish Karthik. Karthik actually posts the thing in chat right at the end saying, I didn't get to talk to anyone in the East that phase. That doesn't bode well for me. Right, that is the 03 Sideline report. We'll see you again in 04.
That was pretty juicy. I'll admit I wasn't paying 100% attention because I'm trying to solve this tech problem. But so I'm going to rely on you guys to unpack that for me. But I did hear some juicy tidbits. What stuck out to either of you guys? David, to start with. Or Manus, you got it?
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Manus.
Well, I was just going to make an overall kind of high-level observation that it's really interesting, especially for players that might not have as much experience, to hear the kind of tactical discussions that this level of player will engage in, and the way the banter went in terms of deciding, no, this is why I don't want to do this, and Vienna is what I'm worried about. That's the kind of discussions it's really great to get an ear into. So really thank you guys for this kind of coverage.
I can't help but say, Manus, that board that's behind you, the woodcut board, is so cool.
Come to Denver. We're having our tournament in July. Come and see what we do with boards here, and we'll set you up to get one of these. Why not?
Very, very cool. Yeah, what struck me was that it was very obvious, apparently, that Karthik was just going to get creamed by all of his neighbors. That they were talking with the three of them in the same room and not bothering to talk to him. So that was pretty obvious.
All right, shall we dive into winter of 1903 here then? And if I can get this back on the screen, this is where things stand. Players do get to make adjustments. They're not having to remove all of their units. Looking forward to getting this fixed at some point. Yeah, let's just dive right in. And little tech issue. Let's restart this. All right. There we go. We do have some builds. So the builds as they are on the board, my eye is immediately drawn to Fleet South Coast St. Petersburg. Elsewhere, we've got another army from Ed Sullivan, who is very much on the be friendly to Italy train here. What that means for the alliance structure in the East, that remains to be seen. Whereas Mikalis puts on an army and a fleet, and that definitely signals some friendliness towards Turkey. Kevin O'Kelly rebuilds as an army here, which kind of to me looks like you shall not pass sentiment towards Tanya. How do these look to you guys? Manus, we'll start with you.
Kevin's full on defense with that army build. The army con, it's okay. I'm trusting you, Michaelis, to go west, and you better do it right now. And I think you will. I don't think that Ed needs to be too worried about Italy doing anything but going there. And the one that might need to start worrying about that, with all quiet on the Eastern Front now, might just be Tanya. We'll see whether we see action in the Western Med coming soon.
It's either that or Zack should be worried, because the Turks building the army means that he really has thrown in with Italy. And if Ed wants to do anything much here, now that's not entirely true. He can take Greece, potentially.
Yeah,
but there's some things he could do here. But if I'm Zack, I really wanted the Turks to build a fleet there.
The thing is, Ed's doing Smyrna to Armenia, Armenia to Smyrna, Smyrna to Armenia, Armenia to Smyrna. I think he's just in a rut.
But I tell you what, Fleet St. Pete South Coast is not a rut. That is a that is a tip off of some kind of situation brewing in down there.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if he's just out to get one of the English dots before they're all gone, or if he's gonna push into Kiel, maybe with what remains of Kevin helping him. We'll see.
Well, they've been cooperating,
Yes,
and
they
the
have.
fleet is an anti-German move. I mean, if
Right.
you build the army, you take take Norway with that. So anyway, I think that's a real tip off, and that's why Brandon said it. You know, the eye was drawn to that in the very beginning. That's by far the most interesting build here.
Yeah, I think if you're Kevin O'Kelly, you are very happy to see that build.
True.
Yeah, that helps you provide a real counterweight to Robert Schuppe. And I think if you're Tanya Gill, like you guys said, you're also very happy to see that.
Ed Sullivan likes that build. It's not an army that could theoretically be used, to defend against an attack by Ed, or to, is some kind of offensive move.
All right, Manis, we're about to let you go here. Before we do, though, I'm curious to know who you would want to be on this board.
Who I would want to be on the board? Tanya.
Tanya's pick. Tanya's who you'd want to be. All right. Well, we will see when it comes down to it if that is the place that everyone should have wanted to be. Thank you very, very much for joining us.
You're more than welcome. Thank you again so much for doing all of this. It's just really great to be a part of it.
Oh, and real quick, give us a little more detail on the Denver tournament coming up.
Oh, sure. After DixieCon, which everyone should go to, unless you're a great big chicken, come to Denver in July. It's the middle weekend of July, 14, 15, 16. Our Denver, the group in Denver is called the Armada. Our tournament is the Armada Regatta. And we used to do it a long time ago. We were a big deal. Come out and we had Worlds, we had NADF, we had DipCon, and then we haven't had anything for a long time. But we're back now, and we want to make a big splash. So come and help us splash in the waters that are nowhere near Denver in the Armada Regatta, July 14, 15, 16. You can find out more information at our website, armada-dip.com. There's not a whole lot there, and it's about as high quality website as the Diplomatic Pouch was, but we'll get more and more info up there, and find us on Discord, and we're looking forward to seeing everybody back for face-to-face. But I do love this virtual world of diplomacy that it's so new to me. I'm just loving watching it and getting involved.
I went to the regatta twice back in the day. A lot of fun. If both folks can make it, they should try.
Thank you, David.
All right, Manis, if you would text me or DM me the links to both the Armada website and to the Diplomacy Pouch, I will. Actually, that one I have. I'll put that up myself. But the link to the Armada website would be great. David, is the Armada link on the NADF.org website?
I believe that it is because from last year, but I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to go back and check. I haven't updated those links in a while.
Okay.
All right. Kevin O'Kelly says it behind the scenes. Also, for any of you out there, join our Discord community. The NADF has a server. The VWDC community is also a Discord server, and you'll be able to find out about this event and all other events. And there, thanks Kevin O'Kelly, is the QR code for joining the VWDC server. We'll leave that up for a little while. Manis, thank you so much for joining us. Pleasure meeting you, and look forward to meeting you in person.
Right.
All right, we have got another player interview. I think it's pretty clear we need to get Karthik Konath on screen as soon as possible. So here is Karthik Konath. All right, welcome to the Broadcaster Brawl, Mr. Karthik Konath.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here.
Karthik, you come in as the 7th seed, dead last, meaning that the viewers decided that you should be the most disadvantaged player on the board coming into this game.
Right.
How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel really, really good inside. It means that they have such respect for my caliber of play that they realize that I would just smoke Zack, for example, if Zack had anything other than the 1st seed and I had anything other than the 7th seed. And I also noticed that they're very scared of fellow Longhorn, Ed Sullivan. And I mean, I think they're just very, very scared of what the University of Texas can produce in terms of diplomacy players.
Now, Ed actually got more last place votes than you. More people wanted him to be in last.
That makes sense.
He just had more first place votes, and that got his average up high enough to be better than yours.
Yes.
And,
I am personally offended by the fact that Ed got more 7th place votes than I did. And I want to recount. I want to be able to audit and verify the votes. So I will be, I'm actually announcing right now that I'm filing suit in the state of California to get access to these materials.
I wish you luck with that, because DBN is not a democracy, and we do not recognize the authority of the state of California or any other jurisdiction over any of our internal operations. So good luck, and congratulations to the lawyers you're going to hire to actually take that case.
That's one Edwin Sullivan, who won in the Supreme Court of the United States not too recently.
That is true. I wouldn't want to go into court against Ed Sullivan. That is true.
Yeah.
On a diplomacy board, however. So Ed is who you want to kill most then? I think that's what I just heard.
No. Ed's not who I want to kill most. I'm going straight for Zachary Moore. I'm going to be in Turkey, and I'm going to come for his ass in France, and I'm going to ensure he's eliminated.
Oh, I thought you felt sorry for Zach. I thought that's what that earlier.
Yes. No. See, I feel sorry for him, but like that's why I'm playing like as many hands as possible.
Yeah.
As I make my attack on him. Yeah.
But you want to kill the weakest in the group. You're like,
yes, exactly.
Okay.
Right.
Speaking of, tell us about your charity that you're playing for.
Sure. No, I'm glad that you asked about that, and I get a chance to be serious for a bit. So my charity is Girls Who Code. They're a fantastic organization and charity that's actually celebrating their they're doing like an anniversary thing right now, basically talking about the 10th anniversary of the inaugural class. Wow, I cannot speak right now. And one of my friends who I previously worked with, I was actually a member of that inaugural class. So, I mean, I got to see firsthand the benefit that Girls Who Code has offered to many engineers. Many of the people I've worked with and are friends with have gone through the program, and it's helped elevate the lives of so many people. So for me, I thought it was just natural to choose that as a charity for an event like this, to give them money and give them the support they need to continue their operations and their mission going forward for another 10 years, hopefully.
Can you say a bit more about what exactly they do? What sort of courses they're providing?
Yeah, sure. So Girls Who Code basically gives a lot of outreach efforts in terms of basically showing young girls who code, basically how to do so. Then doing more hands-on means of teaching young women STEM how to do so, and basically from top to bottom, getting the whole pipeline flush of future women who'll be fantastic engineers in the future.
Because women are underrepresented in
they're massively underrepresented in computer science and engineering as a whole. And yeah, I mean, it's just a massive problem in terms of underrepresentation, and it's a problem that starts early and continues, and in some ways gets worse as time goes on. So, I mean, it's definitely an issue that needs to be taken care of and addressed.
Well, definitely a worthy charity, and we thank you for playing for it. It's hard not to notice, however, that this is the exact same charity that Siobhan Nolan chose to play for 2 years ago.
See, I actually was not aware of that, but Siobhan Nolan's not playing on this board, so it's not like it gets me any bonus points or brownie points here.
It does make me wonder about your originality, but it sounds like you didn't even know. So you came up with the same great idea as Siobhan Nolan. That's what you're saying.
Indeed. And I also say, the timing is natural given the convention that Girls Who Code is putting on right now.
All right, Karthik, I have one more question for you. You are known as the fastest talking commentator on DBN. Do you think that helps you or hurts you in negotiations on the board?
It depends. I think with some people it helps. They like downloading that information very, very quickly from me and not wasting time and getting straight to the point. I think, for example, Saren is one of the players who talking incredibly quickly has benefited me a lot with. I think Ed Sullivan also appreciated it. I think there are certain types of people who handle quick talking really, really well. And there are certainly other people who I've had to make conscious efforts to slow down the velocity at which I speak at. And So yeah, no, there are some people it definitely helps me with, some people it hurts me.
I hear you deliberately slowing down your speech right now. Now that we're
Yes.
talking about it. So this is something...
I subconsciously talk very, very quickly. It's just my natural rate of talking is quite fast, probably due to high school debate and all of that kind of stuff. But when I realize I'm talking too quickly, I do like to slow down, do like to gather my thoughts and avoid just eating my words.
It's nice that the hamster running the wheel in your head actually listens to you sometimes. And
sometimes, very rarely, but on occasion, it does listen.
Karthik, thank you very much. Good luck in the game today, and maybe we'll see you afterward.
Of course. Thank you so much.
All right, that was Karthik Konath. Going to bring back Liam to the stream here. Welcome back, Liam.
Thanks,
all right, you guys just saw Karthik talking about the voices in his head. And also about his charity, Girls Who Code, which again was also Siobhan's, and it appears is not going to get the double donation this time as well. David, we're going to give you a break here for a few years. We'll see you back for 1907.
You got it.
All right, Liam. We have a special guest next. This player is coming to us all the way from Portugal. Has had a little bit of tech issues, so we're not sure if he is going to be able to stay with us for a whole year, but we're going to give it a shot. Welcome to the stream, Mr. Andre Janeko. Andre, welcome.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can. You can hear us, and you're not
Perfectly.
getting booted out.
Yeah.
First of all, can you tell us, please, how to properly pronounce your name?
I can tell you that my name is Andre Janeko, but that's really hard for most people, so it's perfectly fine the way you say it.
Andre Janeko.
Perfect.
Okay, perfect. Well done. Andre, tell us a little bit about yourself, first of all, and about how you came to diplomacy.
Sure. So I'm in Portugal. I live very near Lisbon. And the way I come into diplomacy here is that about that Grantland article that was around 2014 that showed me how different can be diplomacy from different perspectives, right? So you can be very chill about it, but in the end there are people that are very competitive, and how these all things mesh together is really, really interesting, and that's what called me to try it. I tried it mainly in online, then I was able to create some face-to-face games at my house, but then never got into a, let's say, tournament face-to-face. When things in the pandemic allowed the virtual face-to-face to flourish, right? So then it was the place for me to try it. And I actually, so David just left, but it was my first tournament, virtual tournament. It was DixieCon, that first try, and it went, I think, really well. So that's it.
And that was in 2020, right at the beginning of the pandemic?
Exactly. Right? I think so, yeah.
And what is it about diplomacy that you really love? Like, what grabs you?
Well, is you never knowing what's going to happen, right? You need to trust that you are reading folks correctly. You need to trust yourself that you are indeed able to make some message going into someone else's. But in the end, you never know, right? At that time when the orders come in, there's always some novelty for what's going to happen, and that's the thrill that I like, at least for me.
And have you noticed any difference in how Portuguese play versus people outside of Portugal?
No. I don't see that difference. When I try to make people in Portugal to play the game, it's still hard to get people into just as competitive as I'm used to see outside. But I hope that's something that with the time we get more folks joining in.
Well, it's fantastic that you got some games together at all before the pandemic. That's hard to do everywhere, even in a city as big as New York City. But it's being done, and good luck to you doing that some more.
Thanks.
All right, let's turn to this game. What have you thought of this so far? Whose play do you like so far?
Well, at this point, I like very much Ed's position in the sense of he being able to have Italy on his side, at least as of now. and not having a bad position against Russia is really interesting. So he does have that ability. Russia in Zack also does seem to have good friends all around. That's good. That's very good for him. I would say. I'm looking forward how this is going to evolve. Is this an RT that will take on the board? I don't know. Let's see.
An RT with no fleets in the Mediterranean. That would be that. If anyone can pull it off, I think it's Ed Sullivan and Zack Moore.
There's tension there. There's tension because of the armies, but will they have something to gain on fighting each other at this point? I'm not sure.
Liam, you're just rejoining us here. What's your feeling about the game at this state?
I think this is to me, this is the pivotal turn. This right here, we will see where the cards are going to lay on pretty much. This is where I know David has articles and paragraphs on, defining the stages of the game. To me, we're clearly out of the early game. We're right about to be in that mid game. These moves are going to tell us whether we're going to see some conflict in the Mediterranean, on the east of the Mediterranean or the west of the Mediterranean. With the build South Coast, there's clearly going to be some more friction in Scandinavia than there has been. So really, I'm looking at 2 units is Naples and Mid-Atlantic Ocean is to tell me what we're going to see.
You're really looking west.
Those are the 2 units, because if there's only, Mid-Atlantic either moves or it doesn't, and Naples either goes east or west here. And that's, to me, what's going to set the stage. I mean, if I'm Michaelis, do I want to give Tanya as much freedom, as he has been? She's got nobody fighting him. Kevin is not even going to fight her. He's just going to defend against her. And so, so she's got lots of room, lots of time to bang against Kevin and see what she can do. But she's got to be looking over her shoulder and wondering if Michaelis is coming for her or not.
And Andre, real quick, what 1 or 2 units are you most excited to learn their destinations?
Yeah, I'm also very interested in understanding what Robert is going to pitch here. Robert is definitely also pitching at some point for Mikalis moving west. He would give, of course, the different pitch to Tanya, but if that happens, it gives him space for those armies to do something interesting there in Burgundy.
All right, let's have a look and see. And I think we'll stick with the same setup as before. Liam will give you the play-by-play here, and then Andre will turn to you for some higher level analysis.
Yeah, so it looks like we're not going to see any immediate conflict in the Mediterranean. In fact, they're getting as far apart from each other as possible, with Mid-Atlantic going to the Channel, Naples going to Ionian. So there's an easy peace between the French and the Italians. Elsewhere on the board, we've got actually some movement here. It looks like Denmark has made it into Helgoland, with Sweden following in behind. So whether that was arranged by Kevin and Zack, it actually wouldn't surprise me if that was completely arranged and they knew what each other was doing, as well as with Norway separating there. So it might be a full-on ER up in the north. It looks like that the RT is continuing, although Romania did cut Serbia, which is Zack being, I think we've said it before, Zack being Zack. I don't know what that does for him. I guess it got him Trieste. It guaranteed him Trieste. Actually, that move was required for Zack to get Trieste here.
This is a pretty perplexing set of moves here in the south. Andre, are you able to piece together what might be happening here?
So Zack is playing just himself, right? And he's able to do it, right? Because he doesn't have a real threat in Turkey, but he's able to take Trieste with this game, right?
Do you think? Well, I guess the question for me is, what are the odds that this was coordinated between Ed and Zack? It seems like Ed might be able to argue that he's saving face with Mikalis here, but the RT is still moving forward.
That would be a great play. That would be a great play. Ed does want, of course, Mikalis not to throw all those fleets into the Eastern Med, so he does have interest in that play, in that pitch. If he manages to do that or not, I don't know. Because they are moving forward, right? So how long will Mikalis allow that?
Yeah, I'm very well. I imagine Aegean was supporting Bulgaria to Greece. Was that its order?
Yes, let's verify that, but that is how it looks. And the answer is yes, Bulgaria to Greece.
So Karthik was trying, whether that was he told Ed that's what he was doing or not. But it's interesting that Greece does tap Aegean. Again, what value that has? Maybe Ed asked him to. Maybe it had nothing. I guess it had nothing better to do.
It does seem so. I guess the question for me is if this is if Ed really is wanting an RT here but doesn't want to show his cards, why wouldn't he want to show his cards? Like, why not just take Greece here? What does he gain from slow playing this? Do you guys have any idea?
I would say it's the two fleets here because he can't build right away. He would need to be sure that he would vacate Con, right? So I don't know if he would be able to do that with Karthik still around.
So it could be Karthik being the fly in the ointment. It could also be that he might think they need fleets in the Mediterranean to keep Mikalis on side so that he can be a 3-center fleet power that goes all against Tanya, while Ed could slowly rebuild or build up his fleet power. Maybe that's his game. I know Ed likes his vassals. Everybody on the board likes him, so that could just be what he's trying to set up here is to Mikalis say, okay, I'll just go west and be your fleets.
It does. So this, I see what you guys are saying. This delays any Greece is still there for the taking in the fall if Ed wants it. And this does seem kind of like Ed is everyone's friend. Like nobody is really mad at Ed right now. Maybe Michaelis will be here. Kind of feels like either Mikalis or Zack is going to be mad at Ed after this turn coming up.
I'm eager to see what will be the next moves from those armies. They need to take Greece to be effective, but he'll show his hand, right? So.
All right, so this is a moment of truth here for Ed Sullivan. In the north, it's a weird. That was a weird set of moves for the ER. I think they might be they might be a little unhappy with the position that they're in currently. But
do we see the end of Karthik here? Is that I actually think Zack won't take Vienna because that fleet keeps Ed off balance.
Maybe it just covers Budapest here.
Yeah, why not, right?
All right. Well, let's have a look here and see what happens in the fall of 1904. And we have attempted fireworks in the east. The west looks like quite a lot of fun. So we'll come back. You know what, Liam? Take us where you want.
Well, my eye is drawn in. I'm kind of going a little cross-eyed. The one I want to start with talking about is Denmark and Helgoland successfully take Kiel. Now Baltic does take Denmark, which Zack doesn't care because that wasn't his dot to begin with, and he gets Kiel. So this, Kevin is going to end up pulling after this. And again, Tanya's repositioning her armies against Robert now. So it might be that Tanya and Zack have been talking and said, look, if we can get in position, we can make something happen. Tanya's seen that there's no luck on the island. She with only her 2 fleets. So where's her next build? And I doubt Belgium was arranged. In the east, in fact, Zack didn't take Vienna, but unfortunately is forced to. Thanks, and to large part of Ed Sullivan. So Karthik, if you and Ed do have a rivalry, you can't blame him for your demise here. Elsewhere, it looks like Ed there is no RT. The IT cometh out. Release the Kraken. I think in Zach's head, I don't think this is even a bad position for Zach to be in. He can still have the flexibility, but things have shifted. This year has been very crucial to shift the alliance structures for sure.
So Ed clearly made a choice here. It didn't net him anything this year. It might change. It's certainly going to change the direction of the game going forward. Andre, what sense can you make of the way the alliance structure has shifted here?
Well, Turkey is making a move indeed, but so Russia is building, and so he won't be able to gain much with this as of now, right yet. He can, of course, then force Romania. There's Budapest to be taken, but the thing is, Zach is building and is right so he's in Silesia, he's in Tyrolia, he's in Vienna. He has a play in the west, and he's losing something in the east probably next year, right? So, for the IT, this is good news. They will be probably growing, but Zach is in a great position with France also being at Germany's door, right? So Zach has a lot of potential here to make some of the either Michaelis or Ed turn around at some point and then keep growing. That would be my eye here from Zach, to try to, okay, you can take something out of me, but let's try to build something coming up, because France doesn't have any enemy. Let's put Mikalis moving west, things like this.
Liam?
I will point out that Karthik's last move was actually a gift to Ed to make sure that Ed had a chance at taking Greece, but Ed had other ideas. So not only did Karthik try to help Ed, Ed ensured that this was the end for him. So I'm sure Karthik is very thrilled with Ed.
Karthik might have feels about that.
Yes. Looking at elsewhere, you can see Kevin is consolidating, guaranteeing London to Wales, north into London. The North Sea is now empty for the first time in a while, and it looks like we'll have a couple of powers around it. Germany's back in Denmark, Russia's in Sweden and Kiel. Zach, I think it's 2 builds here.
He does,
picking up Kiel and Vienna. So, a fleet north coast would be pretty appropriate, I would think. 2 armies would make sure that nobody's touching him, but I think we're going to see some more fun from Zach here. A fleet St. Petersburg would I think set him and Tanya up to decide where this game goes. That would be my read from this position.
What will Kevin lose here?
What will he disband? Maybe Helgoland.
Helgoland.
Yeah. Is that what you would do, Andre?
Yes, but then it gives an opportunity for Zach and Robert to rearrange something then. Maybe Zach taking his fleet out of Kiel, moving it into Helgoland, so giving it back into Robert and putting things, as Liam was saying, in a way that with the fleet north coast puts Zach in a very good position. In the north, I'm saying in the north.
I'm kind of hoping for a fleet south coast here, I have to say. Why don't we put that question on hold for now while we have a look at the sideline report for 1904?
Okay, welcome to the 1904 sideline reports. I'm going to pass straight over to Casey for the West.
All right, in the West, in the spring of 1904, the big talk is of an Eastern triple. Kevin is trying really hard to encourage Tanya to move south, trying to get Robert to do anything except defend himself. He says that, they've been attacking him all game and they're not worried about the bigger threat in the East. It's a lot of sort of posturing over who thinks, which balance of power sort of strategy they should go down. And then that all kind of goes out the window in the fall. And then everyone's worried about Russia. So everybody in the West is talking about Zach in the fall. Kevin is still telling Tanya that Robert needs to be carved up before Russia gets him. And, he's telling Robert that if Tanya doesn't stop attacking Kevin, then he has to keep attacking Robert. So he's really putting all of the responsibility of Tanya's moves onto Robert. And Robert, to his credit, is really taking this in stride, and he's handling it as calmly and reasonably as I think anyone could. Kevin also says to Tanya, the East will guaranteed win this game if you don't take Belgium. So Tanya goes back to Robert and tells him what Kevin said, and they work out a plan. Try to work out a plan at least. Tanya tells Robert everything. She doesn't want to attack him, and he says, "Well, take Belgium, build a fleet in Brest, and we'll see." He would rather see her do well than anybody else, the situation's not looking great for Robert, but they're trying to make something happen for Tanya.
Yes, and if we go back to the spring here for the East, these players, all three of these players, sat in a chat room for a very long time, basically discussing this is a potential triple. Ed is pushing very, very hard for it to be a triple, saying that this will be something interesting going on for a DBN, like something that's not really been seen before for a DBN broadcast. The other two, clearly not as enthusiastic about it, but they're kind of keeping up appearances while they're in the chats. At some point, Tanya bursts in and says, "You three have been talking together for a very long time." I will just play a clip from that.
It doesn't make an awful lot of sense.
Guys, you talk to each other quite a lot, huh? Really interesting. Can I have Michaelis, please?
Yeah, sure. So,
What's going on?
I mean, we're trying to work that out now.
You're not going to attack me, are you?
With what? My fleets are still very much on the eastern side of this board.
I just suddenly there's all these armies and fleets on your little peninsula, and I'm like, what's going on?
That's
But we're
what
good.
we're trying to work out.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
not coming west. My fleets are not in a position to come west.
Okay, and I think it would be stupid to let the RT grow behind you, so I'm sure you're not going to do that, because that would be ridiculous.
Yeah, so that was Mikalis denying the fact that there's a triple at that point, and as it turns out, that is correct. You can see here that Zack completely goes against him. Ed actually supports his units in Trieste, but Zack seems to believe in the next phase that Ed is fully on his side. So it's, although I didn't catch it, he probably told Zack in press, on over text, that was happening. So if we go ahead to the fall. Michaelis' reaction to Zack's stab here. I will just play that.
Really, man?
So tricky.
I mean, it was always plausible, but what's the benefit to this? There's no RT where you're right in front of Ed's every growth path. That's not an RT. That's a Ed Sullivan, please stab me.
Right, yes, and that is his pitch, but Zack doesn't seem to hear very much of it. Then he goes into a chat with Ed and Karthik and starts planning out ways to take out Mikalis. And Karthik actually makes a very big plea here about keeping him alive as the fleet. That's the last clip I'll play.
I think it makes most sense for y'all to use the Aegean Sea fleet as an RT fleet, because the amount of time it would take for Ed to bring the Black Sea fleet down and replace the fleet would be a year. The amount of time it would take to get a second fleet pumped out, if that was the way you wanted to do things, would still take another year on top of that. I think what makes the most sense is to try and break Italy using my fleet as basically a de facto
A long way of saying he can't have you in Vienna.
Right.
I am not going to Vienna.
Yeah, and Zack agrees not to go to Vienna here. And of course, Ed stabs him, so Zack ends up backing into Vienna and kills Karthik anyway.
Yep.
So good game to Karthik here. We will see you in 1905.
From Karthik Konath, after the fact, only Karthik could, or I'm sorry, from Katie Gray, only Karthik could try to argue that his one fleet could break a 3-fleet Italy. So really fun sideline there. What did you guys take away from that? Either one of you.
First of all, I'm loving the recordings. Like Marcus bang on job with that. It's really nice to be able to. It's one thing to hear like somebody come up with a little bit of a synopsis of a conversation, but it's a whole other thing to get the tone, to get the vibe of the room. And for me, the fact that I like hearing it is that I understand how somebody negotiates. Do they just negotiate that with me? Do they negotiate like that with everybody? So it is nice to get that bit of an insight. So I that on a meta perspective, really appreciate it for sure.
Yeah, it was really cool to hear how Tanya did. She did something that we all have to do, which is to find a way to insert yourself into negotiations that other people are having about you. And there's a real art to doing that in a way that doesn't piss them off, isn't rude, doesn't break the code of conduct. And she was very smooth about that. Andre, how about you?
Well, let me tell Liam that from what I've heard, many of these players are playing as I've seen them play, and as they have played also against me many times. They're doing this seriously. That's really fun to be able to hear that. And regarding Tanya, I think it was really fun to re-see that well, at least from my experience, she's very direct and very straight to the point on all these conversations, going into the room, saying that she wants to talk with any of us, and then saying exactly, you're not going to do this, are you? And putting the ball right on you. And it's very fun to hear she's doing that. Not as fun to feel it, but it's fun to hear.
Sounds like you're speaking from experience.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here is the how the board stands. I'm still trying to hunt down the fix to this problem. I'm hoping I can get it in the next break or two. But we'll see the builds, and then I'm going to ask you, Andre, to tell us who you want to be, who you would want to be on this board above everybody else. The adjustments here, we get another fleet in Brest, not too much of a surprise. Kevin O'Kelly opts to keep the fleet in Helgoland, keep that forward force to try to, I suppose, make an argument. I'd actually be curious what you guys think. And the centerpiece of this turn, these adjustments, is that Fleet South Coast St. Petersburg. Zack Moore going all in on that northern, that sort of interior northern strategy. Let me turn to you guys. Liam, we'll start with you. What do you like and dislike about this?
Well, the more I think about it, that South Coast fleet makes actually a lot of sense from Zack, because he doesn't have any other friends at this point. Only Kevin. Now, if you want Kevin as your only friend on a board, that's another question, but that's what Zack's got. So you know what? It actually makes sense to, even though he could have taken Norway, could have done this, that, and the other, keeping Kevin on side, there's no harm in it for Zack at this point. There's only good things. So yeah, he can take Norway at any point now if he wants to. It's his. So for now, that totally makes sense. Elsewhere on the board, I think it makes sense.
Let's turn to Andre here. Andre, what are your thoughts on the builds?
Although I agree with Liam on the sense of having Kevin on board is a safe thing for Zack at some point, with the disband, things are a bit different, I would say. So Kevin has disbanded that unit and is pushing to have a stronger fleet in the presence in the north, right? So that is I would expect his pitch to get more into Germany. But that needs to have France on side. And I don't think that France is going to give him that. So that's not good for Zack in the long run. So he won't have England's help for a while.
All right. Well, so Andre, the question now is, who would you most want to be on this board?
Well, with this band, I would very much like to be Tanya here. She can do a lot of things, and here I would be available to work with Kevin and move into the med and do a lot of stuff that probably Kevin now is available to work with her, and she is still available to keep their presence in the north and in the end still have the upper hand. So I would put Tanya on the ballot here.
All right. No, and Liam, same with you, or do you have a different point of view?
It's hard to disagree with that. Again, Tanya finds herself in a spot where nobody's attacking her, nobody's putting the pressure on. Now that Ed has committed against Zack, does Michaelis' tune change? Potentially. We could see him move there. But position-wise, yeah, I got to go with Tanya here.
All right. A little surprised no one's pumping Mikalis up more. That's an awfully nice place to be, is Italy. No fleets against you. You got 3 armies down. All right. Andre, thank you so much for joining us. It's lovely to get some news from Portugal, and also to put a face to the name after all these years.
Happy to be here.
All right. Have a good one,
Great.
Andre. All right. It is time for us to put another player interview up here, and let's see what we have left. I believe we've got Ed Sullivan, Zack Moore, Tanya Gill. We haven't heard from Kevin O'Kelly.
I was going to say, for going by positions I wouldn't want to be in, I think Kevin's is probably what I'd put up next.
All right, here we go. Kevin O'Kelly telling us about himself and his charity. Welcome, Kevin O'Kelly, to the Broadcasters Brawl.
Thank you, Brandon. Wait, hang on one second. Is this the front of the camera? Like, I'm usually behind the camera. What's this? The front of the camera look like?
You, sir, are under the microscope right now.
Oh,
the
shoot.
game has been going on for a while. Although this may be the first interview that we play, because you're probably going to be in the biggest trouble right out of the gate.
No. The last time there were 6 world champion competing diplomats and a guy from DBN who will remain nameless.
Brian Bringle.
This time there are 6 world champion type players. Well, not you, but 6 players close to you, and then me. So we'll see how we do.
Nice. So I'm the wrong person to try to sandbag with, but I appreciate the effort. Zack Moore described as world champion quality. That is some high class DBN propaganda, my friend.
So I have the written orders from Zach's Weasel Mood from 2019 right here. I know Zach's quality. Zach's good, but not good enough to beat me on in this match.
Kevin, you go in here as the number 3 seed, the coveted number 3 seed, I should say, because the last Broadcaster Brawl winner was the number 3 seed. And Zack Moore is the number 1 seed, which some people might interpret to say that the viewing public thinks Zack is a weaker player than you. How do you feel about that?
No, Zach's popular. Zach's an ambassador of the year. Wait, did he rig that vote? He's a member of the DBN board. Wait, did he rig this vote?
Might have. We'll have to see. There'll be a full investigation afterward if he wins, which is unlikely, so probably not. Kevin, this is a charity event, and you are playing for the Diabetes Research Institute. Can you tell us about that charity?
I can. I'm a type 1 diabetic. I've been fighting it almost my entire life. There are a lot of diabetes charities. I've volunteered for the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. Ron Santo, my favorite baseball player, was a type 1, fought it his entire career. And they do a lot for maintenance. But the Institute is solely cure focused. And so there's not enough money that can go to trying to help diabetics. So I try and do a little for this, a little for that. It's a very manageable disease, but on a bad day, man, it is a bad day. So while we like to support ongoing care, finding a cure would be an unbelievable miracle in my opinion. So these guys, they do a great job. They're in some trials. It's so close, but but for fighting it for, I won't give away my age, but for a fair number of years, it's a long way away still.
And have you ever had any direct contact with this institute, or is it just one that is working in this field that's important to you?
Yeah, I've never done any volunteer work with these guys. It's one of the ones I was looking at. Like I said, I've ADA is a big one. They're the nationwide one. JDRF is very popular because with kids, these guys are a little behind the scenes. It's not as known. Like if you look at their Twitter handle and following, the numbers aren't as big. So our DBN audience is growing. So here's the chance to bump these guys up to help them out a little bit.
And type 1 diabetes means that diabetic means that you have had it since you were a child, right?
Correct. Yeah, my it's run through my family, and I've had it since I was 5 years old. So I don't remember a day not having it. So finding a cure to not worry about it. Although I'm sure I'd be counting my carbs and testing my blood sugar even afterwards.
Even then, no matter, it's just a permanent habit by now.
Yeah.
Well,
but it's
great.
not for me. It really isn't for me. It's for I'm lucky. I got 2 kids. And my kids don't have it yet. You know, will they have it or not? Will they ever get it? I don't know. But it's for I look at it now for, can they cure it so kids don't get it, so the parents don't have to worry about it, so teachers don't have to worry about it. It's a 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon style, where it affects a lot of people, and it's under the radar. It's not talked about all the time. So it would be great to work on it.
Well, it's a great cause, and there's lots of great causes going on in this game. The winner will get a double share. All of the charities will get a share of the shared pool. Now back to the game for a second here. I'm curious to know who you view as your biggest rival on the board. Who needs to lose in order for you to win this game?
They all do. I mean, they're unbelievable players. I haven't played a game of diplomacy probably September, Weasel Moot. So Weasel Moot 2023 will be coming up this September for anyone who's watching. Since I'm usually behind the screen, I'm gonna put up this little right now to remember to everyone do that. So I just got to make sure I get my orders right. I got to lie like crazy because I'm not going to out tactic any of these great players. I know I can lie to them, and I know I can fool them because I could probably bribe them some way, shape, or form. But just, is my lying good enough? I know there's some good liars on that board. I mean,
but if you had to pick one person that you need to take out, who's it going to be?
Who do I have to, or who do I want to? Now that's a different question.
Let's go.
I really got my sights set on Zack Moore. He won our Chicago title. I know we talked about Zack a lot earlier, but Zack's really the guy we gotta put in his place. Like, he beat Brian in the pick'em this year. That's a weasel blow. He's got better hair than you, so that's a weasel blow. I mean, this is personal here. We got to take down Zack.
All right, so you're going to pick whatever country is next to him and just take him out.
Yes, absolutely.
Fantastic. Well, like I said, we probably won't have seen that here at this point of the broadcast because you're probably the first one to be viewed. But I do wish you luck, Kevin O'Kelly, and thanks for playing for a worthy cause.
No, thanks for hosting this. It's going to be a great event, and I hope that we can draw a ton of subscribers because there will be some fireworks. I guarantee that.
All right, man.
And you're muted again, Brandon. This is this is becoming a theme.
Yeah. No, I've just been watching Brian Bravel too much. Yeah, no, there's a whole techie reason for why that shouldn't be a problem anymore, and I'm failing that techie reason. And I have not fixed the darn problem with Dipcast, so we'll that's how it's gonna go. But what do you make of Kevin O'Kelly predicting fisticuffs with Zack Moore, who turns out to be his only friend the entire game?
I do have to wonder, where, at what point that changed, that tone changed. Was it when Tanya ended up in the Irish Sea that Kevin said, well, maybe Zack's not such a bad guy after all? Or is Kevin at this point just biding his time, setting Zack up for a bigger failure later down the road? So that would be to be seen at this point.
We'll see. Of all of the insults that Kevin O'Kelly has suffered today, it might be Zack who has the last and best. We can only look forward to it. Before we move on here, a quick update on the shared pool. We are still at $2,152, which is a great place to be, but we can get even higher. We do have a seal. We have the goal of $3,000. We do have somebody willing to match up to $3,000. So right now we are leaving $848 sitting on the sideline. So any of you out there, if you haven't donated, if you've already donated and you want to donate again, please feel free to go for it. The link to the GoFundMe is in the description field underneath this broadcast. We appreciate everything that everyone has donated so far, and we are still looking for more, though, because we're doing this for good causes. As we said before, every charity that the players are playing for will get a share of the pot, at least 12.5%. The winner share will be 25%. All right. Shall we bring on the next guest?
Let's do it.
All right. Coming to us, I actually don't know where this player is playing from, but I have seen his name quite a bit, and I've played with him a couple times. He is Matthew Tatanji or Tatanki. Looking forward to finding out how that is supposed to be pronounced, which will happen right now. Matthew, welcome to the stream.
Thank you. Yeah, it's pronounced Tatanji. You got it the first time.
Tatanji. All right, Matthew, where are you playing from?
Portland, Oregon.
All right, West Coaster, along with Liam, who is just one country to the north in British Columbia. Matthew, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Born and raised in Portland. Played diplomacy for the first time about a little over 10 years ago. And that's actually a pretty good story. Maybe I can share it here with you today.
Yeah, sure.
I'm avid board game enthusiast, and I came across diplomacy a little over 10 years ago, and a friend of mine used to play and told me about it and turned me onto the Cascadia Facebook page. So I went on there and found a game that was getting played at a local pub here in town, and went down and gave it a shot. And turns out I was playing with Doug Moore in Italy to my France, and very quickly found myself on one fleet in Portugal. But really loved the experience, and tried playing online at that point, but the online community wasn't as developed back then, and very quickly found that the games weren't sticking together and people weren't taking it very seriously. So fell off, and then came around a little over a year ago. I came across one of the legendary tactics videos that came up on YouTube, and really sparked my interest again, and wondered what was going on with diplomacy and whether the online community had changed, and it had dramatically. And been playing since then, and been really enjoying it quite a bit.
That's great. I love the fact that you played your first game against Doug Moore and still ended up liking diplomacy anyway.
Yeah, yeah. It was a lot of fun. I think I was actually doing okay as France in that game, and then Doug decided I was doing too well, and ended up in Portugal on my boat. So, but it was great, and I've always found that the community was very welcoming and eager to have new players join. So it's been very easy, even with the virtual age, playing in the virtual diplomacy league, and also doing a lot of full press. I really enjoy full press, and hopefully playing live soon too. I love playing in person games of all types, so looking forward to that more.
Well, you had Cascadia, just like I said, one country to the north recently, and you've got another tournament just a little bit to your south, Whipping, coming up in April. Any chance we'll see you there?
I couldn't make it to Cascadia, but I am planning on going to Whipping, so I'm really looking forward to playing my first in-person tournament.
Excellent. Liam, are you going to be there?
Not this year, unfortunately.
All right. Well, I am planning to be there, and if all goes well, I will be. So, Matthew, I look forward to meeting you in person.
Yes.
For anyone out there who's not sure, Whipping is the Bay Area tournament, the San Francisco, Oakland Bay Area, and that is coming up in mid-April. And if you want to find out more about that, go to the nadf.org or join the VWDC server, which is has the QR code up here in the upper right. Leave that up for a couple seconds. We also have the NADF server, a QR code. Either one of those, if you join one, you'll probably get pushed into joining the other. VWDC is for online play. NADF is an organization that governs face-to-face play in North America. It is the North American Diplomacy Federation. All right. Well, Matthew, one more question for you. I got to ask this of everyone who comes on the stream. What is it about diplomacy that you love?
I love that it's a game about people, and that's why it never gets old. With so many other games, there are different mechanics and learning curves, but diplomacy is about who you're playing with more than the pieces on the board. And I think that's one of the reasons I like the league play quite a bit, is because you are able to develop more long-term relationships and learn about people's personalities beyond the board in front of you. So that's really what keeps me so interested in it.
All right. Well, I'm very curious to hear your thoughts on this game so far. Here's where things stand in the spring of 1905. What has stuck out to you about this game as you've been watching it?
I've been enjoying watching the ER slowly solidify. And I think seeing the East resolve, and particularly how I think Ed committed by building the armies and pushing for the IT, which has really put Mikalis in a really good position, in my opinion.
All right, so Mikalis at this point is the one you'd want to be on this board?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, let's dive into some moves here. The way we've been doing it is we'll have Liam do the play-by-play, just call out some orders, and Matthew will turn to you for some higher level analysis. So Liam, tell us what you see here.
So we'll start in the east and make our way west. It looks like Ed continues his crusade against Zack. Unsuccessful in Sevastopol, but succeeds in taking Romania. Maybe Zack maneuvered that way because he knew it was lost any which way he threw the dice on that one. But it looks like Zack's trip to Silesia was short-lived, and he looks like he's sort of making up with Robert as we sort of progress into the west, moving away back to Galicia. Kiel going to Denmark. I imagine he told Robert that was what he was going to do, but Robert was a trust but verify and put everything he had onto Kiel, just to make sure that Zack wasn't being Zack. Elsewhere, not a lot of movement from the Italian. Yes, they get into Piedmont. I don't think Tanya has anything to worry about with that. I think that is purely a move to get Zack out of Tyrolia and back into and to back him off there. Those Italian fleets don't move at all. Up in the sort of northwest corner, not a lot of movement, a lot of red arrows, bouncing in the north, bouncing in the channel. Unless it was arranged, I'm a little surprised that Kevin didn't support himself into the North Sea. As England, you'd never want it to be empty, and let alone anybody else in there. So a little surprised at that. But yeah, that's sort of the things that I see. Although it looks like Tanya might be setting up for a convoy here in the fall.
Matthew, what stands out to you from a strategic standpoint?
I'm curious of what Russia's doing here. They're backing off of Germany, but they just built a fleet south coast. So where are those three Russian fleets going to end up? And if they're not going after Germany with that army backing out of Silesia, their only other real direction is England. So maybe this is the beginning of the end for England, and potentially the start of a French-Russian collaboration. So that's kind of what I would be on the lookout for up there. Whether that happens or not, I'm not sure, but I think that's something has to happen with those Russian fleets.
So you'd be just to be clear on that, you'd be looking for Skagerrak to go to Norway here, and then Bothnia to go to Sweden, which would please the German in that. Although that would suggest a Russian-German alliance possibly against France at that point. Do you think one of those is more likely? Like if you were Russia, would you rather ally with Germany or France here?
I would say France because I can take Russian dots. And if I'm allying with Germany, I suppose I would throw into an EF, which would be okay. I think long term, or I guess in the next year or two as Russia, I'd want to either take English or German dots and keep the West off kilter so that I can take those dots, solidify my position. And also my best argument is, hey, look at this IT, I'm the one dealing with it for you all. I need some builds out of Germany or Norway or something so that I can hold this back.
Got it. So you choose your ally between France and Germany, depending on which offers you the biggest growth path.
Yes.
And then what do we make of Zack in the East here? So clearly Ed, at the moment at least, is preferring to stay with the IT. Do you guys like this from Zack? The positioning that he's taken here?
I don't think he had much else of a choice. I think this is the only, he could have held Romania and forced Ed to take it, but I think making, there was no guarantee with the way that he ordered. There was no guarantee he even kept Budapest with this, that they could have forced Budapest here if they wanted to. So I think Zack's, trying to get his units maybe closer together. They've been spread out for a while, and they're coming home, as it were. So we'll have to see if he can create a split between Ed and Mikalis going forward.
All right, let's jump on into fall of 1905 then. And here are the orders. And
no such split. Ed does succeed in taking Sevastopol, follows into Romania. So Ed will be building 2. Meanwhile, Zack actually in the West will, unfortunately, his moves mean he will be disbanding 2. Which have already been disbanded for him because he does not retreat Tyrolia. This Tanya was a little worried. Covered Marseille, make sure that Michaelis doesn't try anything tricky. But Michaelis just shows how trustworthy of a person he can be, and continues his crusade against Zack. It looks like the.
Let me turn to Matthew here. So there's clearly been some breaking of lines here. There was a lot of action here. Who do you think is so Tanya's in position to take some dots. Ed has taken 2 here. Zack seemingly pushed back. Even Mikalis is now in position to do some damage. But who do you think has benefited the most from this?
Ed.
How come?
Instantly. You're out of the box as Turkey. You have your armies out of Anatolia. You're already starting to get up to that Moscow-Warsaw line. At this point, I think Ed has to figure out whether he's going to try to keep pushing on Zack, or whether this is going to be a good time for him to pivot if there's a good offer from Zack to do so. But I really like his position. He's prosecuted the war against Zack very efficiently for himself, and it looks like Zack is more concerned with Mikalis than he is with Turkey. So all coming up good things for Ed.
Yeah, this was a rough turn for Zack. If you look at the orders here, so Zack was hoping to support Serbia into Trieste, which was clever of Ed, because with those 2 units, certainly with Budapest being occupied with sending a unit to Serbia, Romania was unprotected, and that's what enabled Ed to get 2 off of Zack here. If you're Ed, so Matthew has put on the table here the big question for Ed, which is, do you keep going against Zack and stick with the IT, or do you take the opportunity to transition and try to get what you can against Michaelis? Liam, what are your thoughts on that?
The trouble with continuing against Zack is he's got no northern pressure. He's winning in the north is how I would probably put it. When you're Russia, you fight 2, maybe 3 wars at once, and you kind of have to win in 2 out of the 3 of them in order to be doing okay. I think Zack has won his war in the north. He's really struggling in the south, and he's given up on any war in the center at this point. So I think Zack's really on the back burner now. But if I'm Ed, do I continue against Zack without any help, at least in the foreseeable 2-3 years? Probably not. This is when Ed, who has probably been sweet-talking Zack throughout this, I'm excited to see the sideline reports. Their relationship probably is still solid, and this is where Ed's charm really comes in, where he has to go to somebody who he's been relentlessly killing and say, hey, how about we work together?
And then also Michaelis. If you're Michaelis, what do you do here? Is Ed now too big? Do you need to think about a reconfiguration? yourself. Stumped you guys.
Well, I Michaelis has done a good job leaving the fleets where they are, because these builds from Ed will exactly tell Michaelis what he needs to do. They're both players who would have talked about their builds. Ed probably told Michaelis he's building one, if he's going to get one from Mersev. He probably did not tell Michaelis his whole plan to get two. And they probably agreed if Ed gets one, he would build an army, which I'm sure we'll see one army from Ed. But his cover will be, I didn't think I'd get two, so I figured I'd put a fleet down. I hear it. I hear it now in my ears, the Ed's tone of voice of laughing at how he got two, and I might as well put the fleet down. But what harm is it? So that's my guess.
Matthew, any thoughts before we turn to the sideline report?
Just how does what's going on in the East affect the West, particularly France's really nice advance on England this turn? Tanya's been able to convoy into Wales, also moved into the Irish Sea. She's putting herself in a position to finally get her first dot off the island. And if you're in the East, that wasn't intended to be critical, but point taken. I wonder if you're Ed, whether what you're going to do here, what you're going to build, depends on what you think Zack might do in the north. Whether he is going to ally with France and try to divide up the rest of those dots up there, or possibly push those fleets up and try to prop up England. In which case, maybe you want to be on Team Russia, hold back France while you throw down two fleets and push in the Med.
Got it. A whole board view of the game at this moment. So the question for Ed is not just where does he grow? The question is, how does his further growth affect the rest of the board and his overall chances of topping, which of course is the objective here.
Somebody who we haven't talked about here is Robert at all. The moves that he makes, you can take a quick glance at those and say, okay, those are the German moves, and move on. But I think they tell a bigger story. In the position that he's in, Robert could have taken Belgium here and probably have gotten it. Like, even at a guess, he would have figured that Tanya would cover Marseille. But he's worried about Zack going to Berlin, going back to Munich, has, I think, more solidified his alliance with Tanya and given her a lot of power. He's no longer in a position, should he decide to go against her, he can't at this point. So that to me is an interesting story of Robert condensing as much as possible and just sort of seeing where everybody else goes.
Yeah, I almost wouldn't be surprised to see those two armies head into Prussia and Silesia next turn.
That would be my guess. I will point out, though, that Kevin, for all your talk about Zack, he's helped you into the North Sea.
No, they've been best friends.
Yeah.
All right, let's get a little sideline report, and then we'll see some builds, and then Matthew, you'll get your final say on who you would want to be on this board. Okay. But here's a sideline report for 1905.
Okay, here we are with the 1905 sideline report. Casey, over to you in the West.
All right, in the West, I think a lot of the conflict right now is between Kevin and Tanya. Kevin made a comment to Zack about how Tanya plays in the past because she was thinking about previous years and sort of the lack of trust built up. And I just think it's an interesting sort of mismatch between the way that these two players play. Tanya's maybe looking for someone more reliable and long-term, and Kevin is more of a balance of power type player, and they're just not able to make anything work. And that's pretty obvious, I think, to everybody in England, Germany, France, and Russia. So there's a lot of talk about an ERG. Kevin is certainly pushing for it. He wants Zack and Robert to stop fighting so that they can go after Tanya. There was one also funny moment with Kevin. He was talking to Robert, and they made these plans, and they still sound like they're going to work something out. They've sounded like that a lot this whole game, but maybe they're finally going to do it. But then at the end, Robert stutters a little bit and calls Kevin Karthik by mistake. And Kevin says, whoa, deals off. But, all in good fun. And then, on the other hand, there's also talk of a France-Germany-Russia alliance to take out England and get some easy centers that way. Tanya wants to finally get something out of England. Zack is dealing with potentially an IT in the south, and they don't need to worry about him as much anymore this year. And Kevin's trying to sow a bit of distrust in there, but it's all really the question of, is this going to be Germany and Russia with England or with France? And so we'll just have to see what they decide. And then there was one more thing where Robert said, in the long term, I'd really like Belgium back. And I think Marcus has a clip of that.
Yeah, we've got a quick clip of that one.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring it up, right? Because sometimes these things go like, no, you gave it to me, but then, now I'm there and I don't want to give it back or something. I just think it will be fair match of our great working relationship that when you jump ahead a little bit more and I don't get to 5, that we could even it out a little bit. I think that would be like the one promise I would like to have from you.
Yeah, I'm happy to even it out. I told you at the beginning that that's fine with me.
Yeah, that was the clip from Rob there. Really wanting Belgium back, but clearly not all that confident about asking for it yet. Right, and over in the East, we start off with Zack and Ed talking, and Ed basically saying, Zack was asking Ed what he'd be willing to turn around for. And Ed was saying, if I get 2 centers, I can build 2 fleets, and then I'll go for it. And Zack just goes, yes, absolutely yes. I'll put you in Trieste. You can have Romania if you convoy through from Armenia. I'll support that. And yeah, they agree to that. Ed basically says he's absolutely for it. Then Michaelis and Ed talk, and they have a good discussion between them. Michaelis clearly hasn't had as good a conversation with Zack as you can hear from this clip.
Yeah, he messaged me and saying, am I interested in a wintergreen? I'm like, mate, you're attacking me. Do something that makes that look remotely plausible. We can have a discussion, but right now, no.
So yes, and as you can see, actually, it's Michaelis that Ed goes with, despite his Ed's insistence that he was going with Zack. I do have one more clip from the spring of the West here. I had forgotten about. This is Tanya talking to Zack about potentially squeezing Germany out, which they didn't actually end up doing.
Why don't you move Silesia to Gal, leave me alone for 2 years, let me take them so I can have the dogs, and then come back.
Okay. That works for me. Sounds like a plan.
Okay, well, yeah, that was what they ended up agreeing to after a long discussion of, do we squeeze out Germany, do we not? Tanya basically says, I would like the centers. Just you back off for a bit and then come back and we'll work together later. And then going into the fall, let me see what I've got here. Yeah, so we have Ed doing the same thing again, talking to Zack enthusiastically about this pitch. I'm in Romania now. If I get Trieste, I can still put down 2 fleets and work with you. And this time, Zack absolutely buys it, as you can hear here.
Okay, that works. I'm in.
Boom.
I really am in.
I know, because this is your invoice. I know your invoice.
As you can see, again, it was not Ed's actual invoice.
That was his outvoice, Zack.
Indeed. And finally, I've got one more clip of Mikalis and Zack. Their attempts to talk through some stuff did not go very well, as you can hear.
Would you trust me to do something this move?
Do I need to? What are you asking for me to trust?
Well, if I put you into Serbia.
No. I'm not. I'm double support holding Trieste.
Yeah, Michaelis is just not willing to even discuss with Zack doing stuff that might put him at risk. That is everything from us in 1905. Back to you in the studio.
Gold. I mean, this is gold, right?
Yeah, these clips are great. A really great addition.
Wait, is that your invoice, Matthew?
No, but now we all know Ed's out voice.
I was going to say we might actually all get an invoice from Ed billing us for some of this, but I don't know. It's interesting. It's so interesting to hear the tone and to hear the sense of the room, not just somebody's summation of it. So that's fantastic.
Yeah, we're gonna figure out how to use these clips like to the maximum, but this is pretty good so far. Just being able to hear them, it makes me now want to do this for the really high stakes games. Like this is good, and you can hear the intensity building. But like a VDL championship or something, what is it going to sound like?
The interesting metas it will create of I'm sure people make decisions where they just don't say what happened during negotiations and he said, she said. This will have an interesting air of keeping people maybe a little more honest. Or as using the line of, it was true when I said it.
I mean, I love Zack like really buying it too. He's like, yeah, I know. And he maybe didn't even mean that fully, right? Like he's hoping to talk Ed into it as much as he's hoping that Ed already believes it. All right. This is where things stand. I have made a little bit of progress in fixing this bug. You can see that Turkey is showing the right adjustments, but France and England are not. France and England are being told that they have to disband all of their units, which is not true. We know that neither of them has any adjustments here, correct? Yep.
I don't think so.
All right. So then it's up to the builds for Ed Sullivan. I think the operative question here is whether he builds a fleet at all. Am I right about that?
And if he does, where does he build it? If he wants to put a fleet for defensive, you could put it in Ankara and just say, you know what, I put it there, it's no threat, but I want 2 fleets.
Got it. That would be the splitting the difference. And the answer is two armies. I don't think either of you guys saw that coming, right? It was either an army and a fleet or an army and a wave.
It was one of those two is how I sort of saw it, but Ed doesn't seem to like the wave.
Matthew, how do you feel about those 2 armies?
Well, what Ed's been doing all game, he's still doing with his build, which is declaring which direction he's going or which alliance he wants to be in. I don't see any difference here. I think it's good. I think it's good for him. I mean, he has play more into the Balkans. They might get jammed up a little bit, but what he gets by not building that second fleet is friendship from Mikalis. And one thing we learned from those clips was that I think there's been a distrust between IR brewing back to when Italy took Trieste with a fleet, right? And that's been persistent and growing. And I think Ed is the one that's benefiting from that. But he's going to have trouble convincing Zack that he's not that he's taking Trieste anymore with these builds.
Yeah, it kind of feels like that ship has sailed along with Ed's invoice.
What's the Roosevelt saying? Speak softly, carry a big stick. Ed does not speak softly, but man, does he carry a big stick.
Yeah, just whether he's pointing in the right direction. My other favorite presidential quote for diplomacy is Nixon's "Trust but verify." And in this case, there was no verification coming from Ed towards Zack. All right, so Matthew, parting shot here is yours. Who would you want to be if you were on this board right now?
I know I've been talking up Ed, and I still really like his position, but I'm going to go with Tanya here. And I don't want it to sound like a total cop-out, just going with France. But again, those voice clips, it sounds like no one wants to go after Tanya, really. And she has Robert on side, who's shifted his armies more towards the center of the board. She's in position to get more growth than Ed is in the next couple turns, I think. So I really like where she's at. And she doesn't really have to worry about Italy. Italy is still playing very defensive against Russia. I think she has the most growth, and once she gets another couple centers, it's going to be really hard to do much about her.
And Liam, still Team Ed. All right, good. Yeah, I'll add for Ed here just that the 2 armies. He needs Michaelis to send a fleet or 2 to the west, and building a fleet isn't going to encourage that. So this may be a longer term sort of overall board play. I think to the point that you were talking about, Matthew, in the previous phase, which is that Tanya needs a counterweight. And
Yep.
Mikalis is certainly more valuable to Ed as a counterweight to Tanya than as a source of dots.
Yep.
All right, Matthew, thank you so much for joining us, man. Let's do this for you so we can see you. And we look forward to seeing you on a future broadcast. We'll see you at Whipping and on VDL boards in the future.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll get coverage of the Nexus Press League top board too, because that game has been taking way too much of my time lately, but it's been a lot of fun. I've been learning a lot from it. Yeah, thank you for having me on, and good being on with you, Brandon and Liam. Pleasure.
Yeah, nice. Good luck in that game, and we'll look forward to figuring out what we can do for coverage on that.
Cool. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, Matthew. All right, Liam, we're starting to get down to the nitty-gritty here. We need to pick another player whose interview we want to show here. And let's see, we've got Tanya and Robert. I think Robert's probably the one here, yeah?
Yeah, I think you can go with Robert now, yeah.
All right. Here is Robert Schuppe telling us about himself and about his charity. We are here with Robert Schuppe. Welcome to the Broadcaster Brawl, Robert.
Hello, thank you.
So, Robert, you're coming in here as the number 4 seed, I believe, which means that people didn't really love you or hate you. How does that make you feel?
It's better than I expected, honestly. So I guess I'm just gonna be somewhere in the middle. You know, I hope that will translate to my game. That's type of game where you do well, but not enough that you will be a target. So you just grow and grow, and in the end, after the first 3 players are targeted, you know, I end up winning. That's, I think, a good thing in diplomacy, to be somewhere in the middle.
Are you expecting someone in particular to be targeted on this board?
I think Tanya will probably be targeted. I think she has been, you know, making herself a bit rare, not playing that much lately, but had great success. And I think it's very highly regarded. So I could see people being afraid of her and sort of targeting her a bit.
So tell me, why do you hate Tanya so much?
It's envy. Of course, it's just envy, you know? It's really annoying. And people, it seems like she tops every board I've seen her play, and that doesn't work out, you know. And of course she's not European. I mean, we are just like a minority. So actually, the only person I can possibly ally with on this board is Mikalis, because he's the other European. And of course, we have our great scheme of taking over the world, as we usually do. So I'm sorry for all you North Americans. It won't work.
If Michaelis is your only hope of an ally on this board, then thanks for playing, man.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
So the question I'm asking everybody is, who needs to lose in order for you to win? Is it Tanya or is it somebody else?
Who needs to lose? Well, as I said, probably all North Americans, but also Mikalis, because I also have to be the best European, right? That's the problem, you know. I have to represent Europe, but I also have to be the best European. So I'd say everybody. I don't know, Karthik and Ed, because they will maybe just work together as their Longhorn sort of thingy. And I have to show people that, you know, one European soccer fan can take on 2 American high school, college football fans at once.
Fans, yeah.
I don't know.
They are insufferable. So if you can defeat them both, then you'll be doing DBN and the world a great service. Let's turn to your charity. So you are playing for the Malaria Consortium.
Right.
What can you tell us about them?
So malaria is, as many people probably know, still a very dangerous disease. About 600,000 people die every year of malaria, most of them small children below 4. And the Malaria Consortium does all kinds of work to prevent that and to do research in terms of drugs and so on. And the thing that really struck me about this thing is that it only takes them about $7 to give out preventive care or preventive drugs to children in the areas that are especially endangered, and they are protected for a whole year. And that's insanely cheap. And still, from what I've read, there is still a lot of room to have more funding and thereby have more opportunities to do that. And so I thought that is like something where you can really effectively do something good with your money, even if you don't have a lot to give, even if you might not have a super huge income and just a little bit of money to spare. Because I mean, we all experienced that, or most of us during the COVID pandemic, that we were anxiously waiting for that vaccine to come around, and our countries invested millions trying to get their hand on vaccines. And I think everybody of us would, not hesitate a second to pay $7 to effectively prevent our children from a very dangerous disease. And so that's kind of shocking that it is still needed, even though it's that cheap. So that's why I think it's a very good cause, and people should donate. And yeah, I'm donating myself as well to that cause.
You're going to donate to the Malaria Consortium
Yes.
directly. All right, make sure to tell us how much you do when you do, so we can add it to the total.
Okay, sure, we'll do.
Are you donating to the shared pool as well? Pressure.
Yeah, okay, sure. I hadn't planned on it, but yeah, sure. I mean, I gotta. I mean, it's before the game, so I still gotta paint myself as the good guy. So, yeah.
That's right. Why did you choose the Malaria Consortium in particular over other possible charities?
It's, to be completely fair, it's just a fairly rational choice. I was researching which charities are like working well. I think some charities have there's this thing floating around that not all charities really use the money well. So I wanted to research something where I felt like it really makes sense to donate, and they do a lot of good, and different sources on the internet had fairly good like indications or proof that they were actually doing very effective and good work, and it doesn't seem to be corrupt or anything at all. So that's what made me think. And also, I mean, I could have chosen something that I was personally connected to, but yeah, I felt like that is just something, even though I haven't known anybody who had malaria or anything, luckily. I think it's just like a big problem, even though it's not right outside my door, somewhere here where I live.
So you call this a very rational decision, which makes me think of the German stereotype of being humorless and robotic and only doing the most rational thing possible.
Of course.
And that makes me wonder, your German accent, do you think that that's an advantage or a disadvantage when you're playing diplomacy?
I think it depends. I think some people think it's more like, frightening, or they think that I must be a very aggressive player. Some people seem to enjoy it when I say Ruhe a lot, so maybe
sorry,
I should.
What was that?
It's Ruhr, actually, the Ruhrgebiet. Yeah, so that's very important. So I almost always, when I play Germany, for example, I open to Ruhr just so that I can say it in Spring of One already. I mean, Tyrolia, Burgundy could be tempting, but no, can't do it. Got to be Ruhr.
So you're hypnotizing people with your amazing pronunciation of this one province that nobody else can say correctly.
Right. And if push comes to shove, I can dial it up to like 3,000. It's possible. At times, it's fun, and maybe people will think that I'm not able to negotiate right if I pull out my broken English, and that's I think a good strategy.
Well, we're going to hopefully have some audio clips from the negotiations here, so we will get to hear how German you are being. And we're going to say vielen Dank, Robert Schuppe, and good luck in the game.
Bitte gerne. Thank you so much. And yeah, thanks.
Well, we have gotten to hear some of Robert's, and he has not been dialing up the German too much, has he?
No, he has not pulled out his broken English, that's for sure.
It's fun to hear it, though, isn't it? His ability to, make the accent really sharp versus not.
Yeah, I mean, Robert's such a great person. Just really, plays into it, and I always, playing with him, he's always fun. He's always I find him a very straight up player, and so very easy to get along with and play with for sure.
Yeah, and a really sharp sort of reporter and analyzer, and he's told me that he is interested in moving into some sort of journalism. So if anybody out there is some sort of journalism editor, editor of a magazine or a news channel or a YouTube channel, like Robert Schuppe is a guy to contact, because I've been very impressed with his work so far.
We'll throw a quick plug to one of the diplomacy newsletters that goes around, which is The Briefing. If you haven't subscribed to that, that team over there puts on a good show, and I think Robert is part of that as well.
He is indeed. That's right. All All right. Well, I would put up the website, but I don't have it handy. It is time, however, to do a check on our shared pool. And the update here is that we have increased another $150 up to $2,307, $2,307. And Robert Schuppe actually did make a donation outside of the shared pool, I believe of 50 pounds is what he said. So I think that's around $60 right now. So that would take us up to $2,367. And so our goal here has been $3,000. We have a generous donor who is willing to match any donations up to $3,000. So at the moment, we are leaving money on the table. But this has been very exciting. We've raised about $500, I think, on the stream tonight. And we really, really appreciate all of you out there doing that. If you haven't donated and you would like to, or if you have donated and you want to give a little bit more, you can find the link to the GoFundMe page underneath this stream on the description field of this broadcast.
Brandon, when does this close for the people who might not be watching us live and catching us up later this evening?
I mean, people can. We'll leave it open for another couple days so that people who are watching the stream can. That's a really good point. Can donate, because not everyone is watching this live. Thank you. Really, really nice point. That means we'll, have a preliminary total at the end of this, and we'll be able to have another total. Maybe we'll leave it up until the end of the week. We'll think about that. All right, it is time to bring on our final guest of the evening, and this is a guy who has been around the virtual hobby pretty much since the beginning. I've seen his name and heard his voice for quite a while now, and we're bringing him on the stream to be a guest analyst, and that is none other than Mr. Ben Kelman. Ben, welcome to the stream.
Hey, Brandon, thanks for having me.
Sure thing. Ben, so you're coming to us from Ann Arbor today?
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Why don't you tell us a bit about yourself and about how you came to the game of diplomacy?
Let's see. Well, yeah, I live in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I learned the game of diplomacy when I was a kid. In middle school, a teacher taught us, sort of a history lesson, which I think we all got a better view of the difficulty of international politics before World War I and that doing that. But I didn't really start playing competitively until the pandemic started up. I'd been to a couple tournaments before that, but the ability to play regularly and have just repetitions and get to see the game from all different angles that you see it from, playing each power a few times and playing with players at different levels and different environments, that's what really got me hooked and into playing it regularly. And it's also really a reason why it's so wonderful to have these local hobbies in the places that have them, in addition to having this virtual hobby that is available to people all over the world.
And so what is it about diplomacy that you love? What keeps you hooked and coming back for more?
Well, there's a lot of things about it, but one of the things is the competition. I mean, I just love to step into a game with defined rules and go in and play to win. You play to so much of life is not black and white, and and you play a game and you can kind of decide, you're going to go for this, or you're going to try to do this. And by entering a defined environment like that, you can sort of put yourself in a different situation than you were in the day. I used to play football and rugby and all these other sports that I don't play anymore as I've gotten older. And this really is, gets my competitive juices flowing in that regard. It's also wonderfully social. I mean, in the pandemic, we're all shut up by ourselves. So there's so many great things about the game.
So you've been in the virtual hobby from the beginning of the pandemic, so for the whole 3 years now. How do you feel like your game has changed or evolved over that time?
Well, I mean, I got so much better in the first year of playing. I mean, I came in and I didn't know the norms, I guess. I'm someone who I sort of have a bag of tricks, I guess. I play and I see what happens, and I think about which one to emulate. I'll admit that I'm not the best at thinking of them on my feet and thinking of entirely new things to do. So just the more experience I get, the better I feel about things, and the more comfortable I feel that I've seen them before. It's also, I like to think of myself as an alliance player. I'd like to have someone to work with, and that's still my game, but you develop more things to do, which you need to do to win a game. I realized after sort of my second step up was, first I familiarized myself with the game and I got to be an adequate player. But I think when I started doing better than just fine was when I started to think you need to do something to win the game. you can't just glide along. You're not going to win. You're going to be okay. And I'm still not at the level of, I don't know what I would say. Maybe I'm at the third level now from the top. But, I'm better than I used to be.
I mean, I think of you as a player sort of on the cusp, right? Like you've been close to top boards. I think you've made a couple. It reminds me a little bit of the place that Jason Mastbaum was in prior to the virtual era. A player who'd been getting decent results, but not great results, and then suddenly made the leap. So I'm looking, you seem to me as somebody with the potential to like all of a sudden make a leap to the next level.
I hope you're right, Brandon.
I do too. Liam, do you have any questions or comments for Ben?
Well, if where you're currently at isn't your best, Ben, I don't want to be on a board with you when you're at your best. Let's just put it that way.
Well, we'll see. It's my best so far. That's it.
All right, Ben, let's dive into some analysis of the Broadcaster Brawl here. You've been watching the stream. Here's how things stand at the moment. We have the big news here was that Ed got 2 dots off of Zack, and Zack, I think, was forced to disband or maybe chose one. And Ed put down 2 armies. And so now there's a kind of 4-way race being set up here with Tanya and Zack and Ed and Mikalis, and maybe Robert or Kevin could somehow finagle their way back into this. Who do you think is who would you want to be on this board at this point? And we'll ask you that again before you leave.
Yeah, it's an interesting game. I really liked how, I mean, these are all great players, right? And I really liked how Zack was playing the game. I thought he negotiated the North masterfully. And if Ed had gone with him, I think he would have been in an incredible position there. He didn't. And at this point, I think you're in, and I'm getting around to answering your question. But I think that at this point, if I'm Zack, I'm scrambling to negotiate. Maybe I've been negotiating with my neighbors. Suddenly I'm negotiating with the whole board because you need a strategic realignment. The way this is going, especially with Ed committing with both of those armies, you're not long for being in that conversation to top the board. The tricky thing is that a lot of the realignment that could happen, a lot of the alliances you can make in the West lead to Tanya getting too big to beat, I think. So I would like to be Tanya here. I think she's been steady. She doesn't have any threats. Kevin has been pushed back, although I think he had some very good, he's held out longer than you might have expected. It's just very tricky here with that army in Liverpool, which was a good diplomatic play to try to keep Tanya on side. But now, even if he gets Germany, even if he gets the whole rest of the North with him, it's very hard to push back on Tanya at this moment. So I think she's my favorite at the moment.
Got it. So your analysis is essentially that the other 3 players' win paths largely require doing something that would make it easier for Tanya to win. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, that's a much shorter way of saying what I just said very verbosely.
No, it's an excellent analysis, and it's an example of the kind of bind that people often find themselves in this game, and one of the reasons that you have to think as far ahead as possible to try to avoid that. Liam, any comments for you before we dive in? Okay. Liam only made one sign.
Liam, what I'm very curious about here is about what the IT has agreed to with the 2 Austrian dots there, if they're going to keep going. Who do you think gets those?
I think this is the Ed. I don't think cares about the dots at this point. He needs Michaelis to go west. I think he probably has. He could promise Michaelis all of it just to get him to move. I think that's his only priority. Those fleets have been in that position for 3 years now. So he needs them to move. That's, I think, Ed's only priority here.
And one last thing before we go in here, is there an argument for Mikalis and Zack to team up here because they can both project power into the West and fight Ed together, or is there too much bad blood between them at this point in the game?
I think Ed's. I don't want to say unattackable because attacking Ed is a rite of passage, but I think. At this point, you've made your bet. I think going back at this point is too little, too late.
For Michaelis, you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Zack would be thrilled to.
Of course.
All right, let's see some moves. Let's try something a little bit different here. Why don't we split between East and West, since there's still quite a lot going on in each sphere. That is the word that wanted to come out. Ben, as the guest, we're going to give you the choice between East and West. Which one would you prefer to focus on?
I'll take the East.
All right. So Liam, you'll be in the West, and Liam, you're going to be up first. And tell us what you see.
A lot of arrows. The thing that Kevin O'Kelly is going to hate the most is that there is another power in the North Sea, and that is Zack Moore, who has also taken Norway from Kevin. So, you have to think that that Kevin is cursing Zack very heavily at this point. But he is attempting to defend against Tanya as best he can. He is not concerned with Zack whatsoever, and is fully against Tanya here. Otherwise, Robert Schuppe has made it into R. I don't know if I can roll my R's as much as he can. But he's back there. He's got pressure. If he and Zack have made something work here, Tanya's really got to worry for sure.
So there's something here that the interface is not programmed to show us, but that we can glean from our knowledge of diplomacy. And that is the fact that we have 2 units retreating to the same province, which is not possible. And what it means is that both units are going to be destroyed and will not exist in the next phase. This is kind of a remarkable tactical maneuver by Kevin. And if he has Zack still on side, I think is going to make it through here without losing one. He may have to lose one to Zack just for purposes, but tactical purposes. But we can get to that in a second.
The more I look at it, the more this might have been arranged.
Between Tanya and Kevin?
No, between Kevin and Zack.
Okay.
Because
the dislodgement.
Because Kevin knew that he had to tap English Channel to make sure to make sure nothing slipped in anywhere that it shouldn't have. So he could have gone to York to make sure that Wales got blown up, but then he was risking a ton of other things. So it's possible that this was fully just said, look, I'm tapping this. If you kick me out of North, then no problem. And so it could have gone that way.
I'd agree with you. In fact, I'm sort of assuming that it was agreed upon between the two of them. But we'll find out from the sideline report. In the meantime, let's head over to the East. Ben Kelman, tell us what the heck happens over here.
Sure. Well, Liam, I think you were right that Ed promised Michaelis the world here, and Michaelis is taking Vienna and Budapest. Zack is moving back towards Ukraine, which is understandable because if Ed had gotten into Ukraine, that would have been disastrous. But it's not. This is pretty disastrous as well. Michaelis takes the 1 unit west, but I would be surprised if Ed hadn't asked Greece to move back west as well. It's not that Greece still isn't defensible, right? If Ed wants to take it, he'll take it here. So I don't. I don't know if I love staying in Greece, but at the same time, I'm concerned if I'm Michaelis about leaving too much of a defensible position, leaving the Austrian dots too exposed. Mm-hmm. So I do like that he's bringing all those armies in that direction. That's pretty much all in the East. The one thing we didn't mention yet is if Zack and Kevin plan that in the North, they may have also gotten Robert on board, right? He's moving back towards Belgium.
Mm. That's a really nice point. In fact, it's hard to see anything but Robert wanting Belgium out of this. And fair play, right? Like, what else is he going to do? He has no other growth path, and Tanya seemed to be having it a little bit too easy there.
Yeah, I think the winds are changing, and I think we could have seen one of those other fleets go to Ionian here. I think a less experienced player than Michaelis would have done so, but leaving those units there. If Ed is going to take Greece, it's going to be a 1 center stab, and it's going to be messy, and and it risks other things for Ed. So leaving the unit in Greece is really smart because even in the Ionian, it's not going to add much speed to this. Any build that Michaelis will get there just as quickly as otherwise. So leaving it there makes a lot of sense.
That's fair. He will be building 2, so he'll have 1 to go to
That's if Ed doesn't convince him to just give him a dot here. There could be an arrangement to just give him Greece now. It's possible.
It's a fascinating moment here because we are getting to the point of the game now where players really have to start thinking about how they're going to win. And we do have a year limit here. 1912 will be the last year. So we're quite a ways away from that. That really shouldn't be dictating moves, but players kind of have to start thinking about what they need to do to ensure that they're the ones with the most centers at the end of this. All right. So you got your eyes are on Greece here. Does Mikalis hold on to Greece? Anything else you're looking at specifically?
Belgium. Yeah.
And
Mediterranean Sea, is he really going for Iberia, or is he just kind of hedging his bets?
Could just hold. We could just hold.
All right. The answers are wow. So Greece stays green. I'm sorry. Let me let you guys talk about it. Ben, you feel good about taking this right off the bat?
Yeah, sure. So Ed continues his full northward direction, pushes into Galicia, and wow, he was always going to get it, wasn't he? He has 3 supports for that, or 2 supports for that, plus the mover. Michaelis stays in Tyrrhenian Sea, moves Trionian from Adriatic, which is fair. What's Adriatic going to do going forward? Except that Munich comes into Tyrolia, which may be a turn too late to really help Zack that much, but that will be interesting going forward.
All right, let's turn to the shockers in the West. Liam.
Well, again, this has been a will they, won't they with Zack and Kevin, I think, for most of the game, and it's clear that they will not. Zack helping Tanya into Eddie here pretty much signals the end of Kevin O'Kelly is imminent. Zack picks up Norway, so we'll only be disbanding, I think, 1 here, but otherwise, yes, there was a poke at Belgium, but that was not a serious. That was a just don't get cute with anything poke, I think, from Robert. Otherwise, him moving down against Mikalis, Tanya, I would imagine is playing some very good, or is having some good diplomacy with Robert, because he could have taken Burgundy if he had wanted to here, which would have set him up very well to take Belgium, even after Tanya got a build. So there's some good diplomacy there, and we could see it's the 3 of them versus the IT very quickly here.
Yeah, it's a stunning turn of events here, I think, in the North. Tanya convincing Zack to put her into Edinburgh opens up a huge path for her. My guess is that Robert found out from Zack that Zack wasn't going to tap English Channel, and so there was no point in trying to get Belgium. But question is what he thinks is going to happen by going down in the South, right?
Can I ask, why didn't Khan get into Romania?
So it looks to be because Serbia, the support was not written correctly.
That's what it looks like.
Yep, Serbia
All
supported Bulgaria to Romania.
Classic Ed Sullivan move. Whether that was a classic Ed Sullivan mistake or a classic Ed Sullivan mistake, I've been on the end of both.
Well, what would be the incentive for leaving the army in Khan?
Keeping his units not pushed forward, keeping his units not committed, is something that Ed likes to have flexibility with. So if he's all the way pushed up against Zack and is required to stay there, then he will. If Ed decides to go the other way, Khan is still available to go any which way it wants. So
got it. So Smyrna can be protected here if
there was no trust. Now Ed can say, "Oh, look, I meant to. Look, I tried." But now this is. I think they're both playing a game of, Tyrrhenian holds, Greece holds, Adriatic does move, but not really. Neither. Mikalis clearly knows he has to go somewhere with the fleets, but he doesn't know where at this point. That's to me what this says, is that he knows he has to do something, but he doesn't. Ed is just making it so that, please don't be me. And I think that's what that mistake is.
Yeah, I think you could have made an argument if you were Ed for leaving Khan there. I don't even know if that needed to be a mistake. I mean, that's a unit that can't hurt Mikalis, right?
Yeah.
Can only be defensive. He might have gotten tricky and lied about it, but I don't know that he needed to. I think it's a defensible move.
All right, well, we'll find out. I mean, I think a little bit there, what Ben was talking about previously is at play here, which is that Michaelis needs those fleets to both hold back Tanya and pick up dots against Ed. Like his win path requires him to do both things at once and just can't do it. So we'll find out, but he's got 2 builds coming. So
he may be able to do everything he wants right now.
So here is, I want you guys to think about those builds while we listen to the Sideline report, which of course is not in the same place. And so I have to do a little bit. All right, here we go. Sideline report coming right up.
Okay, here we are with the 1906 Sideline report. I'm going to hand on straight over to Casey here.
So in the West, the theme of this year was where does Robert get a 5th dot? He feels like he's between Tanya and Zack, and they both want him to do something, but he doesn't want to just wait around and get squashed. So he's asking Tanya for Belgium back. He says, I've been letting you hold on to it. Tanya says, well, you would have been dead without me, so maybe we can just wait and talk about it in the fall if I'm guaranteed a build. She suggests that he ask Zack for Denmark instead. And he asks Zack. Zack doesn't like the idea of it. And Robert's point is, well, I can't guarantee Denmark, but I can maybe guarantee Belgium. So the spring moves have him sort of moving towards Belgium, even though the conversation was sort of left with, well, maybe we'll just talk about it later. We have a couple clips about that conversation.
Yeah, so first up we have Kevin talking to Robert, making a point that he needs to go for the build.
You have your chance to push. Zack's not coming your way. His fleets are staying north.
Yep. Yeah. No. That's. I hear that.
If she takes Liverpool, you take Belgium. You get the build.
That's what I'm trying to. Actually, I should probably jump in with those two.
Yeah.
And try to.
I'll be there to help in the fall if you allow me.
And then we also have the final discussion between all three of Tanya, Robert, and Zack after the stuff that Katie has talked about here.
When I get a build, I'm going to build so that we can go south.
I think actually my units are pretty useful in the middle. But as I said, I would want to have at least the perspective to be at 5 at the end of this year as well.
Okay.
Can we figure that out with either Denmark or Belgium?
I think we can, actually, yeah. Let's talk about it in the fall, though. I want to see how these moves go, and then I'm pretty sure we can get you to 5.
Yeah, that cut off quite suddenly, but yes, Tanya is offering the 5th, but not making it clear, which that 5th is, and saying let's put off that decision. Back to you, Katie.
All right, so the spring moves go through, and the big story regarding Belgium is that Tanya's army in the English island was piffed. So Robert makes the argument that, well, if you get a center from England, then you'll just rebuild that even if I take Belgium. So Robert's asking for Belgium for real. The sort of tension comes up because he's moved 3 armies towards Tanya, and she probably understandably doesn't like that. She says, I've been working with you this whole game. I've never lied to you. I've kept you alive. Zack's been attacking you, and you're taking Belgium. You're working with him instead of with me. And, Robert has a bit more tactical reason for what he's doing, and Tanya has a bit more of a relationship reason for what she wants. And I think, I think that's a really interesting part of diplomacy in general. But they sort of come to agreement where she says, well, I'm just going to double support Belgium. And if you didn't have 3 armies over here, it might be a different story. So he agrees to walk armies back east, get them off her border, and then maybe they'll take it next year. With the understanding that she will be getting a build this year because she's going to be helped into Norwegian, and then she's also got a second one from that army being piffed.
Yeah, and if we look at the East here, this is for the spring phase. I don't have all that much. Ed is basically very determined with Michaelis to tell him, please move a fleet west at this point. Like, I need at least one of your fleets going west. And Michaelis is kind of debating what he can get away with without Tanya turning around completely. And Ed says, you couldn't put one fleet into Rennie, and you could just say you needed to get one fleet away from me because that was part of my demands for sticking with you. That does lead to an interesting discussion in the fall between Tanya and Michaelis.
Why didn't you tell me?
Because then you might have pulled a fleet back.
Well, what are you doing? Are you going to try and get into something?
It's holding there. I've got no other fleets moving in your direction. It's just one fleet that I had to pull away from Ed, so I couldn't go into Aegean Sea and Eastern Med.
And you get 2 builds this turn?
Yeah, probably. Depends. It could take Greece. We'll see.
Yeah, so clearly Tanya is quite suspicious about this, but does not end up turning around. There is one more big discussion that happens in the East on this, and it's going to be quite a long clip between all of Italy, Turkey, and Russia.
I don't like this alliance. I feel like it's not inclusive of me.
It's not too late to join.
I feel like you were the one who made it not inclusive of you.
All right, I could join. I have all these northern fleets. What do you do if I join, though, Ed?
You go up to the line or disband favorably. I'm just going to hold forever.
I mean, if Zack is keeping his northern fleets and being useful there, you could put your armies through Gao and go and attack Germany. Dead. If that's what Zack does. Big if.
I'll go to Gal and won't press forward. You go forth and prosper. I'm more than happy for that. I'd like you to keep your northern fleets.
Me too. I'm having fun with my northern fleets. I just don't want, Sev, Ukraine, Gal, I'd like to have some Russian dots.
The furthest north I'll go is Gal. How about that? Then I just start moving west.
All right.
All right, so they do come to an agreement on that front, and it looks like it's been followed based on this. There is, of course, the attack on Galicia and the attack on Romania there, but that is part of what they... that doesn't contravene what they discussed there. We'll see whether that comes around on the next phase. The very final thing I have to talk about here, the Norwegian, the support that Zack gave for Norwegian to Edinburgh. He had previously discussed that with Kevin and gave absolute assurance that he wasn't going to do it. Here is the post-phase reaction to that.
Oh, I knew he would. Zack, the fire alarm is getting pulled on your floor. I've got pens with your fingerprints on them. I'm gonna put them on the fire alarm.
He gives you North Sea, and this is your reward, Kevin.
Yeah.
I gave Mikalis every opportunity to not force me to do that.
What, when you attacked me repeatedly?
Starting in spring 1906, I gave Mikalis every opportunity to not force me to do that.
Yes, you gave me all of one turn to make a terrible stab.
Yeah.
Can I add to what they said after that?
Go for it.
Right after Marcus cut the recording, Zack says, "Hey, I wouldn't ask you to do anything I wouldn't do. I've been making terrible stabs all game."
It was fantastic. I'm very sad I cut the recording off a little bit early there, but thank you for picking it up.
Yep.
All right, and we will see you on the next phase.
Great stuff. Yeah, so just tell me, you guys, what did you glean from the sideline reports? Ben, let's start with you.
Oh man, well, Michaelis is seems to be in a more defensive mode than sometimes he can be very freewheeling, and when he feels good about an alliance that's moving forward, he can really go for it. But I get the sense that he's going to stick around and make sure he doesn't lose those Austrian centers there. Which is interesting. I mean, I think the key question here is whether Italy and Turkey fight here at any point for the rest of the game or not. The other thing that I was really curious about was that we didn't get was a negotiation between Russia and France here. I think Zack's decision to support France into Edinburgh is really an important one. And I mean, he could have made an argument for him to be supported in there, or he could have helped Germany take Belgium. So if Tanya has Zack on side, then I think she's in really great shape here.
Yeah, it really raises the stakes, Zach's support of Tanya in there, because it's almost an implied threat, to Italy and Turkey here. Like, I hold the key here. Your move. Liam, what did you take away?
I mean, from after those seasons, if I'm Robert here, you got to wonder, it's sounding like he was hoping for Belgium. Seeing that coordination between Zach and Tanya, if I'm in the middle spot there, I don't want to be anymore. So he's really going to have to pull some diplomatic, master cards out here. Like, otherwise he's not in the best tactical position. Holland is lost here if they want it. So to me, I feel for Robert here at this point.
All right. Well, the time has come for us to view these winter 1906 adjustments. I am sorry to report to those in the audience who were enjoying the misfit center counts. I have gotten that fixed. These are accurate adjustment numbers, and also the center chart is accurate now as well. And you can see on that center chart this lovely logjam we have at the end of 1906. You've got 4 players between 6 and 8 centers. It really, any of the 4 of them have a legitimate path. Some may be better than others, but you can make an argument for any of the 4 of them. All right, so all eyes on. Oh, and we did. Tanya has a rebuild here, so picked up one and has a rebuild. So that's pretty significant in terms of possibly gumming up things against Italy. But it's Michaelis's builds, the ones that all 3 of us have wanted to see, and here they are. We get an army in Venice and a fleet in Rome. That is kind of splitting the difference. On the other hand, we get delightful builds from Tanya, 2 fleets going kind of all in on the naval approach here. What do you guys think of that? Ben, let's start with you. How do you feel about these builds?
That's what I would have done in Italy. I think it allows you to, again, sort of be defensive and also have the capability to either push east or west with fleets. But Tanya says, you're not coming west. I'm going to get my fleets ready to defend, sort of the trust but verify thing you're talking about before, right? She asked him not to come that way, but now she's putting up her fists also. So that kind of relies on either her continued cooperation with Germany or else full out attack on Germany that Russia's going to help with.
Liam?
Yeah, I anything short of those 2 fleets from Tanya would have been non-committal, and so I think those 2 fleets signal exactly where the next stage of this game is going to go. Yeah, definitely. I definitely agree with the army fleet build from Mikalis. It might have been tempting to put 2 fleets down, but where are they going to go? There's not a lot of room down there anymore. There's about to be less. So that army really sends a signal to Ed: don't get any ideas, because you're not getting anything out of this.
And probably with Tyrolia dropping down there from, he probably didn't have much choice when it came down to it.
No, I mean, I think now seeing it, people are going to be hoping that Robert will be the tip of the spear of the IT. I think is likely the hope.
Oh, the other way around. That he turns.
I think Mikalis and Ed will, because I don't want to be the Germany in between the Russia-France at this point.
Yeah, it is sort of looking potentially like Russia-France versus IT. Ben, your parting shot here. Which position, if you had to take one, would you want to take up on this board?
I think I still like Tanya, especially with the cooperation from Zach. Is there a world here where the IT pushes to the line? There is, but I don't see Italy making the move with Ed just sitting there behind him. Yeah, I think France is my favorite position here.
All right. We will see at the end of the game if that was prescient or not. Ben, I want to thank you so much for joining us.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
And is there anything that you want to? You're one of the organizers on the virtual world diplomacy community. Is there anything that's going on there that you want to tell us about?
Well, I run house games every few weeks, especially if there's no league game that week. So encourage everyone to take the in the roles channel, the house game role, and join for just the it can be fun. They're sort of no stakes games. It's just to play. And we oftentimes get newer players in there, and it's a great way to get started if you're less familiar and you don't want your first game to be in a competitive environment. But it's also really fun playing. I play in them sometimes when we don't quite get to 7. Or sometimes even just because I feel like playing a game that's not with tournament stakes to it. We've got one set up for next Sunday, which I just set up, so we don't have a lot of signups yet. So, please fill in there, and I'll look forward to seeing some people there.
All right, we've got the QR code for the VWDC server up in the upper right-hand corner. Please scan that and come on and join the Discord party and join one of these house games. Ben, thank you very much, man. Have a great night.
You too.
All right. Before we head on over to another player interview, let's do a quick check-in on the status of the shared donation pool. And before we were at 2307, we are still at 2307. So still about $700 worth of room underneath that $3,000 goal. If any of you out there haven't donated yet, if you're watching the stream sometime later this week, we're going to keep this open until Friday. So please feel free to donate, and we'll get that donation in, and we'll post the final results on our website, diplobn.com. And you can find the link for this GoFundMe underneath this stream in the description field right there. All right, we've got 2 players we have not heard from in terms of player interviews, Zack Moore and Tanya Gill. I think it's probably Zack, right?
I think we're at Zack, yes.
We're at the Zack phase of this game. All right, here is Zack Moore. Welcome, Zachary Moore, and congratulations on competing in the second Broadcaster Brawl.
Brandon Fogel, thank you. It was an honor to qualify. Fought hard all year. Glad to be here.
Yeah, it took you 2 years to qualify. Though you're one of the co-founders of DBN, you did not qualify for the very first Broadcaster Brawl. Is that a chip that's been weighing on your shoulder for 2 years?
It's been weighing on my shoulder. It's been a gravitational force on my whole body, Brandon. If I recall, you were actually the one who did not invite me to the first Broadcaster Brawl, and I found out about it, I think, when you did the @everyone ping in the Discord server. It was the first time I even heard about it. So that is something I've thought about every day and night since then. I'm just ashamed that you can't join me on the board to receive my wrath.
Yeah, I didn't make this known for the first Broadcaster Brawl, but there was a minimum spelling requirement to qualify, and I didn't want to rub it in your face, man.
Was that the questionnaire you sent me? All right.
Zach, you are playing for the Children's Home Society. Can you tell us about that charity?
Yeah, Children's Home Society is an adoption agency that I work for. We assist families with domestic international adoptions and adult adoptees, people who were adopted as children and have since grown up, with post-adoption services such as connecting with their heritage families, just speaking with social workers, and that just it's a lifelong process that goes into the world of adoption. And within Children's Home Society, more specifically, I'm playing for donations to the Adoption Support Fund, which is an in-house grant fund that provides funding to all those groups I just mentioned: adoptive families, adoptive children who are needing services in adulthood. And it's particularly meaningful and relevant to me because I see it on a day-to-day. I think when people think about adoption, and especially inter-country adoption, they might think about it as families that want to grow and are maybe are having difficulty conceiving and they want to go adopt somewhere else. What isn't as visible, I think, in media and culture is families who are adopting because they have a relative who is in a really bad situation and has lost their parents or is in need of a family that it's their niece or their nephew, and some tragedy happened to their brother or sister and sibling. So these aren't families that are very financially able to just jump into adoption. They might have never thought about it. They might not know what goes into it or have had any time to save or financially prepare for the enormous 5-figure expense that it is. And so this adoption support fund is particularly a lifeline for those families who just get thrust into this situation they never thought they'd find themselves in, and are stepping up to the plate.
It sounds like a worthy cause. Can you tell us a bit more about why you chose to play for this particular charity?
Yeah, absolutely. So it is the one closest to me and the one that I am most personally vouch for, because I deal with it every day at my job. And even going back, I don't know how many people know this about me in the hobby, but adoption's been a big part of my life. My two youngest siblings were adopted from Kiev, Ukraine, back in 2012 when I was a teenager, and so very, very close to them, and it's impacted my life in that way quite a bit, which also drew me to adoption as a cause.
Thanks for telling us about that, and thanks for sharing with us. Let's turn to the game itself. So you have yet to learn your seeds. We're recording this before the seeds are revealed tomorrow. Sure. I can tell you that a lot of people have chosen you as the #1 seed. And do you take that as a compliment or something else?
I take it as inevitable, Brandon. I've never seen a popularity contest that I couldn't or wouldn't win. This is just another repetition, if you will. So I waited a little bit before I got the media machine going, but I did get hire a few PR reps to go and push my cause out in the world. You might be hearing from them. Not a surprise. It's to be expected. Ed Sullivan probably thought he was going to be #1 and could not have been more wrong.
Yeah, I have noticed the votes have been coming in stronger for you at the very end here. All right, I have a question for you about the game itself, though. Among the other players, who needs to lose in order for you to win?
Wow. You've got me speechless. It is Ed Sullivan.
Yeah.
Ed Sullivan has to lose for me to win. I love Ed Sullivan dearly. But just in terms of on the board dynamics, if he doesn't die by my knife, I don't see him dying. And so it has to be, it's like you can't separate me winning and him losing. They're inextricably linked.
Got it. You hate Ed Sullivan with the passion of 1,000 suns. That's what I just understood.
I hate Ed Sullivan with the passion of just 1 or 2 sons, his own.
Liam Stokes.
You got it.
All right. I have one more question for you. I would like to know that you. I would like to know whether this headshot reflects who you really are as a person.
I regret to inform you that it does, Brandon. I've thought a lot about this headshot since it surfaced, very unfortunately, on the World Wide Web. Some people, as public speakers, they don't really know what to do with their hands, or they have, verbal pauses, things like that. I know exactly what to do with my hands. I'm great with words. Don't always know what to do with my lips when I'm not talking. And so this is one thing I was trying during the DBNI broadcast, and I thought it looked pretty. I thought I was doing a little blue steel. I thought I was kind of bringing a little cock swagger to the broadcast, a little respectability, a little gusto. But in hindsight, and the camera does add 10 pounds, in hindsight, it may have added a little something else that I wasn't going for.
I showed all the headshots to some friends of mine, and you won the award for creepiest headshot. I just want you to know that, and it's something you can be proud of.
I can't wait to meet all your friends when you can introduce me.
Zach, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck in the game on Saturday or on Sunday, rather, I should say. And it's great having you as part of DBN.
Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate it.
Team Ed. The thing is that Zach was right. The person that did need to die in order for him to do well was Ed Sullivan. He just didn't do it.
No. He went for Karthik instead, which, is a pretty tempting choice to, it's hard to turn down, right?
Indeed. All right, let's bring back onto the stream Mr. David Hood. David's been waiting patiently in the wings. David, welcome back.
Hey, and I agree. Zach is a creeper. No question.
Total creeper. All right, are we ready to dive back into this game? It is going to be the three of us for the rest of this game. Here is where things stand in spring of 1907. It's a really interesting point for this game to reach. I do think all four players do have a viable path. It does seem to me that Tanya and Mikalis and Ed maybe have a stronger path than Zack, but I wouldn't count Zack out here. David, you've been watching. Is there an argument that somebody besides Tanya has the best chance here?
Well, it's best chance, probably not. Decent chance, I think Mikalis does have a decent chance. Yeah, Ed's issue's got to be who does he really get centers from, and he's probably going to slow play it, and not try to do anything for the short term. But in the long term, can he take stuff from Russia and or Italy and not make Tanya win is going to be the question. And that's going to depend maybe somewhat on whether Robert could be brought into the fold, as you were talking about, Liam, to be the point of the spear. Tanya does only have 2 armies.
Right. And if the board starts to, even combined with Zack's armies, that's only 5. I mean, and look at the bulk of Robert, Mikalis, and Ed. They've got, 10 sitting in the center of the board right now? Versus their 5 that are spread out, that to me, that's the only chance for the East is if Robert is willing to play some ball.
Is there any chance that Mikalis and Tanya are not about to send fleets against each other? I think that's another question. Until Tanya built the fleet Marseille, I thought maybe there was some chance that there would be a negotiated deal here. But now that fleet's been built,
it's hard to put the genie back in the bottle. I think is what you're trying to get at here.
Maybe nothing is impossible in diplomacy, as we all know, diplomatically. But Mikalis probably needs to do one or the other now to keep momentum. Unlike Turkey, I don't think he can just wait.
No, he's been sitting on a fence for 5 years now.
It starts to hurt your behind to sit on the fence that long.
You can keep going. But I think at this point you're just letting everybody get a jump on you if you keep waiting.
All right, last question for you guys. So you've been saying that Mikalis kind of needs to go east or west here. Does he have a good move on Ed if he wanted to? Could he get Zack back on side and make a move here, or do you think he really is stuck?
It depends what Tanya does with those fleets. I think if they were able to diplomatically, if he could trust her to keep going north, which honestly could work. They both have a path to victory if they both separate and don't look at each other. They both can have a chance of winning. Because there's not a lot of Mikalis' dots that Tanya could get anyways, even with their fleets. It'll be a long slog. So the smart move for both of them would be to just say, look, if we fight, we're getting nothing. So why don't we just not fight?
I assume that Zack's comments earlier means, Mikalis, unless you go fight France, I'm just going to roll over and give her stuff.
Yeah, I think that's what that meant.
All right, well, let's find out what happens in the next page of this book. Do you guys want to do East-West here for a little bit? That actually worked pretty well, I think.
Sure,
David, which theater would you prefer?
I care not, so I defer. I defer my choice to the second half.
All right, Liam, choose
All
quickly
right.
now.
I'll take the East. I'll stick with Ed. It is the case that Mikalis goes against Tanya with pretty much everything he's got. The fleets are going. The armies are moving to the center. There is that strange force in Galicia. I think they just assumed that if he didn't get Warsaw, he could retreat anywhere. So I don't think that's anything to look at. Otherwise, in the East, it's just moving closer and closer to where they need to be.
Yeah, it's a fascinating development here. Yeah, I'd be interested to hear from the sideline whether Ed's moves are in coordination with Zack, or whether he thought he would really sort of sneak in everywhere.
Did Silesia support Munich to Bohemia?
Yes, it does look so.
Okay.
there was probably a lot of
Tyrolia to Bohemia. There we go.
There's probably a lot of bidding for what Robert would do here.
Yeah.
I don't know that anyone would have predicted that what Robert would do would be play defensively against the Russians,
Yeah.
which is what he did.
But that move or that order, I think, is a big clue that Zach was not on board with the Turks here. David, what do you see in the West?
Yeah, well, what Robert did there was pretty significant. Obviously, could have frankly slipped into Burgundy if he had been really trying to screw around, like go into Piedmont and Burgundy and really try to be the tip of the spear. That would have worked there. Worked. But the real thing here is that Zach is still playing the game. He's now supporting the English into the English Channel, looking for another alternative than just working with Tanya, trying to sort of get in a position where maybe he can take Edinburgh himself, might be the theory. So I think that's interesting. Tanya's moves were pretty much forced here, given the Italian buildup. She had to think he was coming, which he was most likely coming there.
Mm-hmm.
So that has forced her to rearrange a little bit. Perhaps that does give Zach some breathing room to make up for his vulnerability in the South by becoming a little more of even more of a northern power.
Zach's going to get a build here, assuming he takes Edinburgh.
I assume that's what's getting ready to happen. I don't see why that wouldn't be the right move here. Obviously, Tanya's going to take Liverpool unless they, try to guess it going the other way. Try to guess Liverpool to Clyde here with support.
Yeah, it could be that Kevin's more valuable. We could see that Irish and Clyde both get tapped.
Yeah. You're right. That would
to me. That's if I was making suggestions in that room, that's what I would be.
Yeah, I just saw that myself. You're totally right, Liam.
So North goes to Edinburgh here without support. Norwegian just taps the 2 and Liverpool.
You know what? If that's what you're doing, North doesn't even. I might not even go for Eddie. I might support Robert into Belgium here.
Oh wow,
that's probably what I do.
If Robert will do it,
or convoy Holland somewhere if he's willing to. But I would imagine support to Belgium is what is.
Robert getting a build here would be fascinating. Yeah. Very, very fascinating. But Ed and Michaelis moving away from each other for the most part is kind of the big story for me here. Michaelis has definitely given up any possibility of a stab on Ed. Mm-hmm. Ed has not given up the possibility of a stab on Michaelis.
I don't think Michaelis had any choice here, to be perfectly honest.
No.
I think unless he does this, Tanya's position is too strong. He can't be sure what's going to happen in the North Sea area here. So I think he felt like he had needed to do this. Plus, he's an IT guy. He believes that it's doable. A lot of people do not, but Michaelis does.
That is what fence sitting will do, though. You might not want to make a choice because you think that will force you into it, but by not making a choice, you are making a choice, and that will put you in a spot where you may no longer have one.
Yeah, I'd push back a little bit. I actually, for me, the path forward I saw was to get Zach on board and to make Zach a real good offer, and then the two of you could fight Tanya together while you pick up some. Because Mikalis is at 8 right now.
Yeah,
too slow. Too slow against the Turks, I think.
And I will note that Ed's mistaken move about a turn or two ago, Khan is still there, ready to consolidate his dots. He takes Greece, takes Budapest. He can't lose anything after that.
I mean, it goes without saying that this is Ed's path to the victory. That if the other had gone, then maybe Michaelis wouldn't have won, but Ed certainly wouldn't have won.
Right.
And so look at Bohemia as if Ed is fighting Michaelis, you want an army behind everybody. Look at that. He's just happily sitting there.
Gives him a shot.
All right. So our focus is in 2 places. Down here in the Italian centers.
Oh no, way too early for Ed to attack.
You think so?
Not yet. Yeah, it's not yet. I don't think that'll happen.
If he does that, that would be very surprising to me because the Italians are going to make progress here.
Mm.
Yeah, 100%.
I will say at least that the temptation is there, even if it's not wise. What were you going to say, Liam?
I was just going to say the fleets need to be much more engaged than they are before Ed does it.
You want to let him go further?
Ionian has to be vacant before Ed makes a move.
Got it. And then the other point of focus here are the English centers. What happens? Does Edinburgh stay French? Does Liverpool stay English? The answers to these questions are David, we'll start with you in the West.
Well, they did do Irish and Clyde to make sure that England did not lose Liverpool, and then Tanya, I guess it was assuming maybe that wouldn't happen, so she didn't cover Edinburgh. In this situation, I think I would have assumed that after I realized it and just gone to Edinburgh to bounce it. That doesn't happen, so Zach takes Edinburgh, which is certainly fine with Kevin.
Massively good turn, I think, for Zach, at least.
And here come the Germans, too. Here comes Schuppe into the Ruhr and into Munich. And now he's in position to do something. So, and as I said earlier, the Italians are going to make progress, and they did against the French. So this is really a good turn for everybody who's not Tanya Gill.
Fascinating disband here. So Tanya has pulled 2 units, both the Tyrrhenian Sea and the Irish Sea. She's only going to have to, she's only losing 1 center. So she's going to get a rebuild here. You guys think that's to put down an army in Marseille? Is that the logical thing to do here?
Because I mean, right now, even if that fleet was alive and retreated to Marseille, it's stuck. So it's got to be an army. There's no argument to rebuild the fleet in Brest here. Again, after disbanding Irish, so I would be shocked otherwise.
All right, now we haven't done the East yet, but Sullivan. Sevastopol to Ukraine with support. Why would you not do that?
Yeah, why would you not do that?
I think me thinks this is another Ed just wanting those units to not be so far away from home. That was an arranged bounce, obviously in Greece. I don't think that says anything, but my convoy didn't work again.
I don't know why you would want to do that, though, honestly. Yeah, right. The Italians have moved away. Go ahead and make your progress. Get into the frickin' Ukraine. You don't need the Russians anymore. Go take their stuff.
Yep, I agree with that. So we're just talking about tactical efficiency here.
Whether that was an intentional... Yeah, he should have gone Sev to Ukraine with support of Romania. If you wanted to convoy the Khan army, that's fine. You convoy to Sevastopol.
Yeah.
Yep.
That can't be cut.
Yeah, 100%.
So... okay, and elsewhere in the West or in the East, Liam, you want to finish that off?
Just some progress with the Italians. Obviously, they're forced their way into Piedmont, got into the Gulf of Lion, are in the Western Med. Ed has moved away from sort of the back line of the Italian into Silesia. So yeah, I mean, if that's where Ed is going now that he's in there, you're right that. Maybe this was just simply not thinking the tactics through more so than a master plan. Maybe we're giving Ed a little bit too much credit for that.
So, Liam, you're a tactical creative force here. Can you talk about Michaelis' decision to make Tyrrhenian Sea the mover here rather than Tuscany?
Oh, well, I think that the big thing is if he can trust Ed and clear off, that makes room for Ionian Sea to move through. Otherwise... It's also if for some reason there was a bounce in Piedmont afterwards, there's that unit can have synergy there with Piedmont. It's a tough Tuscany's a tough spot to be as a fleet because there's not a lot of room at that there's not a lot of room with Switzerland being blacked out there. It's tight. So it could have gone either way, but this could also be a thing to add, saying, look, my fleets are really committed this way. You have no threat to worry about me. So,
on the other hand, his fleets are really committed that way, and he has little ability to respond.
But there's not much to even if Ed is having some weird master plan of keeping you, there's not much to respond to yet. Until Ed can put another fleet down. I mean, he's been in the Black Sea since fall of 01.
Yep.
I don't think he's left since. So. I don't see that happening at least until Moscow or Warsaw falls. So there's not
Wouldn't
much.
it be great if he was in Ukraine right now? That would be great.
It would be. It really would be.
All right. A couple other tactical niceties here. Kevin O'Kelly is saying that he considered taking Holland's support into Belgium. It would have worked, and he would have held on to Liverpool. Would have gotten a build here had he done that. So one for the regret book for Kevin O'Kelly.
It's a guess.
Yeah, and the other thing is that the Edinburgh was a guess as well. So Tanya could have covered Edinburgh or used both for Liverpool. And you guys were just saying that you would have been more inclined to guess Edinburgh. All right. That takes us to the end of 1907. We've got another sideline report, so let's bring that one in here.
Okay, we're back with the 1907 sideline report. I'm going to hand on over to Casey here.
All right. In the spring of 1907, every conversation that I heard was pretty much based on Robert's move to Tyrolia last fall. Robert is feeling pretty discouraged. He thought that was a big sign of support for Zack, and he's not getting anything in return. And he's been trying to angle to get support from either Tanya or Zack, and he felt he made this move, and it was kind of for nothing. Mikalis is extremely upset about it and has a pretty intense conversation with Tanya where he accuses her of getting Robert to move there, and she says, whoa, like he's his own person, and there's a lot of tension about Tyrolia. Mikalis also says he had planned to build a fleet in Naples and move on Ed, but the move to Tyrolia and then the 2 fleet builds coming in, he thinks, there is going to be an alliance against me. We'll see if he ever planned to do that. Actually, we won't see. We'll never know if he planned to do that because it didn't happen. Mikalis has a conversation with Robert, and Robert agrees to move out of Tyrolia, probably related to how he was feeling discouraged about it. And, he ended up doing that, as we can see in the spring. In the fall of 07, when the moves were revealed and Tanya sees that Zack has supported, it was the spring move, but Zack has supported England to the Channel. She's really upset by this, and she decides that she isn't going to fight Mikalis. She just wants to punish Zack, and so she just says she's going to throw to Zack. Mikalis's reaction was that he was a little skeptical, and we have a clip of him talking to Ed about that.
Yep, we do.
Hell will freeze over before Tanya throws me a game. I soloed over her once in a blitz game. I've never let her forget it, so she's not going to throw me a game.
I saw this, and I just don't want to stab you, so I'm just going to press forward.
I'm wondering if Mikalis paid you to put that clip in here, Marcus, so that he could brag about soloing.
Very possible.
So that was Mikalis' reaction to that. And then a conversation between Ed and Mikalis. They seem to, both say that they wanted one of them to win, and they're going to stick with each other, and we'll see what happens with that. In the West, the response to Tanya's sort of throwing threats was mostly that they said, well, if she doesn't care, she's going to throw. Robert might go after Belgium. They're going to just I guess help her end her misery sooner. That's about it.
Right, so the ones I was listening into initially, it's Zack with the other Eastern powers here. He did initially say that he needs to get back into Kevin's good books because he's going to Dixicon, and so he doesn't want that as a blight on his record, right? So this is supposedly the reasoning behind his work in the North. But he also, that whole discussion is all about keeping his fleets in their triple alliance and working with them. As soon as Mikalis leaves the room, he's very heavily pitching to Ed, the moment you want to stab Mikalis, I'm going to be all in, and I'm going to help you with that. I have a short clip here for that.
And you let me know. I'm with you on this triple as long as you want me on the triple. And if you want me to help you shank Mikalis, I'm there for you there as well.
I actually believe you, so let me figure this out, the tactics, okay?
All right, I'll go sit alone in my room and leave you with your thoughts.
He did. He sat alone for quite a while.
He did. And Ed came to the conclusion that he doesn't want to stab Mikalis just yet. And then we also had one more conversation that I listened into on that phase, which is there was a very long discussion between Tanya and Zack about London specifically, and Tanya really trying to get Zack to support her into London, Zack really trying to get Tanya to attack Robert instead, and neither of them really being willing to give the other anything. So as we move into the fall, I've just got one more thing, I think, which is Tanya and Robert had a long discussion, and it finished in this.
Stick to something, man. Don't work with me one turn and then work with a 2-center England next turn to just fuck with me for no reason. I don't respect that. That's not. I didn't waste my time. You should have just from the beginning attacked me. You know, why are you wasting all our time? That's how I feel.
It's a bit annoying play. I understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So they did theoretically agree to work together on that front. See how it comes out. That's everything from 1907. Back to the studio.
Oof. Tanya sounds fatigued, I would say.
Anybody that says this game is not physically and mentally taxing has not played it at the correct level, because it is, and you can feel the strain. You could hear it a little bit in Ed's voice. You could definitely hear it in Tanya's voice. Even a little bit of Michaelis's voice, you could hear it, but not in Zack's and not in Robert's. They're keeping cool.
And Robert's still fighting, right? Like, still thinks he has a chance to win this.
Or at least to do better. You know, even if you don't think you have a realistic chance of winning, you think you have a chance of growing, and that's what you should do in a game of diplomacy, is try to get bigger.
I mean, there's five game years left. It's a long road. Germany's got a lot of dots near it. They're not far from anything. So you've seen stranger things happen.
I mean, I agree with that, but I agree with that. But I'm making another point for people that are learning this game. Even if you don't think you're in the game to win it, because you think you're sort of don't have any real chance, why would you give up and not play correctly? The way to play correctly is to try to maximize your position. That is the best, most even-handed way to play a small position.
Yeah, I mean, there's the counter argument that if you can't win, then why would you tank someone else's game just to grow a little bit?
You're not tanking someone else's game. You're improving your own game, and that is the only even-handed way to do it. Because if you refuse to do it because you don't think you got a chance, you're taking someone else's game. The best way to play is for yourself. And
Diplomacy is a selfish game, but you have to time the selfishness correctly. That's probably the best way to put it.
Yeah, but it is fascinating how we've got some stress and strain here, and some of that may be acting as well.
Yeah. That's worth pointing out. I would counter, though, that diplomacy is a game of balancing selfishness with cooperativeness. So it's there's always just lots and lots of considerations at every single moment. Robert sort of agreed that his play was frustrating, and then he moved all his units towards Tanya.
He did not believe that. That is what he said to Tanya to end the conversation. Robert thinks he's doing what he's supposed to do, and he probably is.
Yeah. Fair enough. Well, we have a rebuild from Tanya Gill, who has gone down to 6 nonetheless. Zack Moore gets a build. He actually went up here, and though he's a bit spread out and maybe his growth prospects are uncertain, he does get to put one down here. Any argument for Zack putting down another fleet?
There is an argument that if you really want to give yourself a dynamic chance to win the game, then maybe so, because you put another fleet. Now, I think you would put it in the North Coast and try to play up there with it. But some people might argue South Coast. I don't know. If it were me, I'd be very tempted to put the army down and try to hunker down a little bit and assume that 3 fleets in the North is enough for me to diplomatically keep playing.
Yeah, Zack's not winning unless there is some change in the situation in the East, right?
Yeah, 100%.
All right. Well, let's check out these builds. We get an army in Paris from Tanya and a fleet North Coast from Zack. He heard you, David Hood. He's going for those English centers to try to win this game. And Tanya's build basically says, go for it, Mikalis. Right? Everyone else is playing in a way that she thinks advantages Mikalis, so she's going to do it.
And maybe she's doing this to say, I'm throwing a Michaelis, Ed. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, that's a nice challenge, isn't it? All right, well, we do have one player interview left to do, and that is Tanya Gill's, and so we're going to do that right now. Welcome, Tanya Gill, to the Broadcasters Brawl. You are coming in as the number 2 seed. How do you feel about that?
I feel pretty good about that, actually. I wasn't expecting it. Maybe, if I was last, I would probably be a little bit upset. But no, I feel pretty good. I was just, listen, Zack's popular. He's funny. He's the president. So I'm not really all too pressed about becoming 2nd seed with this lineup. Pretty happy.
Is Zack the one that you're targeting? Do you need to take him out?
We had this really lovely game at Whipping where he stabbed me pretty brutally, actually. It didn't end up working out for him, but to this day, Zack and I have never successfully coordinated on a diplomacy board. So I'm not saying that I'm going to go in the game targeting Zack, but I'm definitely going to have, some kind of wariness to him as a player.
So if you end up next to him, can we expect some fireworks?
I'm going to talk to him. I'm going to see what happens. I'm going to hope that whoever is, I'm going to go for the West. That's without a doubt for me. So if he's also in the West, which is probably very likely, I'm hoping that the third person in the West is going to be a little bit more inclined to, I don't know, pick me. Or maybe Zack, knowing that I'm going to go for the West, also probably does not want to be working with me, picks the East. But I'm going to go in this game with an open mind. We'll see what happens. But fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, right? So definitely going to be a little wary of Zack and his position and
I get it.
how to navigate that situation.
Winning Whipping wasn't enough revenge for you. You're going to have to really step on his face. Which brings us to charity. This is a charity event, and you are playing for the Transgender Law Center. What can you tell us about them?
That's right. So the Transgender Law Center is a US-based organization that focuses on representing transgender or non-gender conforming people in advocacy, in legal spaces, fighting policies that discriminate against these people, these groups. So that's sort of their general broad focus point.
And it's a very timely choice because transgender people, at least in the United States, are under assault at the moment from a lot of different angles. Is that why you chose to fight for this charity, play for this charity, or are there some other reasons as well?
That's actually exactly the reason why I decided to go for a legal transgender based nonprofit for these reasons, for the fact that in a lot of states they're facing tons of laws, tons of policies that are going to be discriminating against them. So more topical than ever, I think.
Is this happening in Canada as well? You are Canadian yourself.
Yeah, I haven't been in Canada for 9 months, but I think not to the extent that it's happening in the United States. Not like that. Of course, no country is perfect. No country has it all right, and work needs to be done in every space to create an inclusive environment for every group. So there's no sort of attack like in Canada that there is in the United States currently. But of course, every time something happens in the US, there's ripple effects to Canada. That's just how it is. So it's best to, support groups in the United States as well, and then we'll see impacts everywhere, I think.
Well, as a member of the LGBTQ community myself, I definitely thank you from the bottom of my heart for playing for this cause. Unfortunately, it means I want to root for you now. I'm going to check that impulse as best I can.
You wanted to root for me before I picked this. Come on.
I'm hosting this event, this broadcast, so I have to stay as neutral as possible. On that note, I have tried to ask an embarrassing question to everyone that I've interviewed so far, and I have been unable to think of an embarrassing question for you, Tanya. I think you may be the hardest person to embarrass in the diplomacy community. Is that true?
I feel like there's got to be a few others that might. What kind of a question is that? See, now okay, I get it. She can't answer the question, therefore she's embarrassed, therefore I win. Yeah? Is that how it goes?
I'm not saying no, but I'm also not saying yes.
No answer.
Okay, you heard it here first. Good luck in the game this weekend, and maybe we'll talk to you at the end of the broadcast.
Perfect. Thank you, Brandon.
All right, that was Tanya Gill playing for a fantastic charity at a time when that community badly needs the support. Anything about Tanya's interview that you guys want to comment on before we dive back in here?
I was going to make a comment about her interview, but also it applies to all these other interviews. You can see why these folks are such good diplomacy players, because there's a natural charisma in talking to them just about any subject. And those are usually the best diplomacy players are people that are also just good conversationalists. And I think that would be true for really, frankly, all of them, but Tanya in particular.
Yeah, completely agree with that, David. I mean, it's a game of personalities, and all of them have a very strong personality, and that clearly shines through in all the interviews.
All right. With that, let's dive back in here. This is where things stand in winter 1907. The game has reached what feels like a real tipping point. Does Michaelis convert this apparent tactical advantage to a win? Does Ed try to stop him from doing it? And can Zack pull some magic out of the hat in the north? Have I missed any angles, you guys?
No, I think that's it.
All right, let's dive in. We'll stay with the same east-west divide that we were with before. David, we'll start with you.
All right, so the Russian bounce in the North Sea is puzzling to me. Not exactly sure, I guess because he's worried about the Germans, apparently for good reason, because now he's theoretically going to lose Denmark, but that would be a reason to go Norwegian. Oh, I see. He wanted to make sure Clyde had nowhere to retreat to, maybe. That's why he didn't go from Norwegian. Unfortunately, what that means is that you really have the inability to react here as the Russians, because the Germans having made a move here to go after Denmark, the French having taken London, there's nothing much can be done about it. Clearly, Tanya is not going to worry about the fact that she's losing Marseille and Iberia to the Italians. Now, I'm not going to talk about the East because that's Liam's job.
So the headlines are flashing at us from the East. Liam, tell us about it.
A lot of black arrows is all I'll say. There's a lot of movement. We've got, of course, Mikalis picking up those French dots unopposed. They were guaranteed. Well, not even guaranteed. We could have been bounced Spain, but Tanya's clearly said, I don't care. Whereas Ed has heard something to the effect of that Michaelis was getting all of that and has now decided it is time to change tact and make his move. And notice now that unit that had stayed in Constantinople through a number of failed convoys and moves, is now in a spot to guarantee himself to take Greece afterwards. So that that is Ed's. Whether that was truly mistakes or whether that was his genius, the stars would tell us that it's his genius, but we'll chalk it up to his mistakes. Otherwise, it looks like Zack's worked with him a little bit. Maybe they're repairing their relationship. I think Zack just, as long as nobody's attacking him, he's happy.
David,
Ed had to do this, I believe, given that the French, built in Paris. It was very obvious that the French were not really defending. So Ed had to do this. He probably wishes he didn't have to do it this early in the game.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think if they could have kept chugging along, we actually might not have seen a stab at all. They might have just raced for it.
Maybe. He would have preferred to. If I were him, I would have preferred to be in Ukraine, have more pressure on the Russians, maybe take one of the two of those centers, then turn on the Italians. In this situation, there's still time for there to be a grand coalition to beat Turkey back, beat Turkey back. We'll see.
Well, and the player that we haven't really talked about, I mean, he's kind of coming in the East, he's kind of coming in the West, is Robert. He's making his – I could have sworn we would have seen a play on Belgium, but he's –
he couldn't do that after the French build in Paris made it very clear that Tanya was going to say, it's not going to be you coming at me, Schuppe, and it's not going to be me defending the. So I think Robert has done the only move that made sense to him, which is why the North Sea bounce is puzzling to me.
you got to wonder, and this guarantees London is lost. I think, correct? There is no hope to retake.
I mean, there wasn't much hope anyway, but
that sealed the deal.
But now he's lost Denmark for sure.
Yeah. Denmark
That's
is the big problem.
I think. I mean, I know they obviously wanted to blow up that fleet in Clyde, but so maybe that was Zach's way of making sure Norwegian didn't go to North because he didn't want Clyde to retreat there. I think that's the only reason I can see why he did that.
Yeah, it seems as good an argument as any. It's just an inefficient use, and it puts him at risk here. But it seems to me that between Turkey and Italy here, the one who would take Zach's offer of help was going to have an advantage. And Ed is the one who has done that. And I also think, going back to Michaelis's having that fleet in Tuscany, I think if that had been in the Tyrrhenian Sea, he would have had more options. Now he's definitely going to lose Greece. And, he also would have been able to take Mid-Atlantic if he sent it west, right? Yeah. So there's a bit of a race going on here. But this looks like a devastating stab to me from Ed Sullivan. Fall of 1908. Really quickly, if Zach were to flip back and help Mikalis here?
Nothing really. Like,
why would that help him?
Blowing up Galicia, that in fact would help Ed because he'd rebuild it as another fleet.
So maybe that'll happen. All right, let's find out. Fall of 1908. Actually, I did not see this particular thing coming.
No.
What?
So the obvious is that Michaelis has lost Greece. We knew that was coming. Ed leaving Budapest is an interesting choice.
Oh.
Whether that was a deal or whether Ed didn't. I can't explain why Budapest left. But Ed does build two because he walked into Moscow behind Zach, and they looks like they had a standoff in Galicia, Ukraine. I can't explain it. I'm not going to try to. We're going to wait for the sideline reporters to clear hopefully some of that up.
It looks like a deal, but it wasn't because the Italian moves don't make it look like a deal. So it's Ed unilaterally deciding he's going to switch tack here. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why the Italians disband Greece. The Italians have heard the message, have disbanded Greece to rebuild it to the other. If he's going to keep fighting him, he retreats it to the Aegean, or to Albania or whatever. So the fact that he disbanded it means he's heard the message that Ed was trying to send him, I think.
But I mean, Michaelis is picking up three, losing one, but picking up Marseille, Spain, and Portugal all in 1 year. Losing Greece, he probably knew he was going to give up Greece eventually, even though that was a Hood's hint to never leave it up if you're Michaelis. But leaving Budapest,
it's got to be a unilateral deal that Ed was offering in the fall turn, which Michaelis has accepted in the retreat phase.
Yes, I think you're correct because he could have believed Ed or not, but as soon as he saw the vacation of Budapest, now I would imagine we see that fleet. Do we see that fleet rebuilt in Rome and two armies put down?
Well,
perhaps, yeah, maybe.
Oh, and Army Naples to convoy on over. We'll look at that in a second, but I'm honestly flabbergasted by multiple things this turn. Even if it was a deal for Michaelis, why would you keep it? If I don't understand Moscow moving out, I guess he was worried about a convoy to Livonia.
Yeah.
And the leaving of Budapest in the first place. I mean, Michaelis is picking up Portugal, Spain, and Marseille here. Yeah. Fascinating.
I think Ed believed that this was not going to long-term get him the win, that Michaelis was going to be too strong anyway, and so he's trying to make a deal to go north instead and get Michaelis to continue to go west. I don't know if it was a good idea. It just looks like that's what this is. I don't know what else it could be.
No, I mean, I in terms of Moscow, if you're Zach, if you're worried about Livonia, maybe you shouldn't be as worried about Ukraine at this point. Warsaw to Livonia, Ukraine to Warsaw would have set you up as a reasonable defense line for a minute. But you gotta wonder what Ed is thinking now, whether he's regretting that choice of because maybe the deal wasn't for Michaelis to take everything from Tanya and get more position in the north instead. Be in the Mid-Atlantic. That way, you're only building a certain amount, but we'll have to see what the builds.
But let's be clear: Michaelis has at least accepted the deal from
post.
Ed.
He's post accepted it. Yes,
at least for purposes of wanting Ed to think so for spring 1909.
Yes, 100%. And it looks like we'll have a build from Robert Schuppe after all, coming at the expense of Zack Moore.
Yeah, I mean the West. We can. There's another curious move here: Denmark to Sweden. I'll be interested to hear some insight into. I mean, especially the combination of Denmark to Sweden and Moscow to Livonia doesn't really make tactical sense. But let's see. We'll find out if there's anything in there. This is a dramatic turn that completely reconfigures the game. Well, not completely, but it cements, I think, Mikalis' advantage. And I'll be interested to hear from you guys after this whether you think this game is over. We'll listen to the sideline report, but is this game over here?
No.
No. I mean, if it was going to be over, Ed would have stayed in Budapest. Like if he was happy to end here, he would have just stayed in Budapest to take the win himself. He would have been up by a point.
Ed still thinks he can win this,
Yeah.
but I don't really like his decision here. I think you keep Budapest and keep your foot on the throat.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. And what I wonder here is whether Ed is just simply miscalculated, and whether because of that miscalculation, the game is now effectively over. But I can see Budapest is available for the taking.
He
Actually,
can go back and take it back, although he should maybe still have it. I don't know. I understand the point you're making. If Ed has lost his advantage, is there really any way to stop Mikalis? I mean, there's always some hope, I guess.
Here is the sideline report from 1908.
All right, hello and welcome to the 1908 Sideline Report. Once again, I'm going to hand over to Katie to start us off.
So the spring of 1908, the conversations were actually not that interesting, to be honest. Not a lot of interesting negotiations happening this year. Robert and Tanya were sort of lamenting that they never really got going. Zach and Robert have discussions about Tanya losing Belgium. And then Zach goes and talks to Kevin, and that goes out the window. Kevin's talking about getting Zach in a position to win. Everyone's a little it's all like really hypothetical. And then a lot of really detailed tactics about what's the best way to take down France. Mikalis and Ed, meanwhile, had a really intense 10-minute conversation about Formula One. So, a lot going on. And Mikalis makes a really quick comment at the end of the turn, would be a pretty kind of a bummer if you were just using this to distract me and you were going to stab. And, I think we all saw the moves go through. And
I've actually got that as a clip, so I will quickly play it.
Oh, sorry to spoil that.
I mean, I'll be very sad if Ed's just talking about F1 to distract me before stabbing me.
Probably not.
That's reassuring.
And then I the response right after the face goes through.
Hell will freeze over before Tanya throws me a game.
No, that is not the correct one. Maybe I don't have it. Hang on. Sorry, carry on with your notes.
No, it's okay. All right, so then in the fall, Ed and Zach go into a room together, and the other four sort of have an open discussion about what they're going to do, how they're going to, react to this. Tanya and sort of Germany and England both want to just fight Zach in the north. Mikalis says he's going to take Iberia, but then stop there because he has to take dots to fight off Ed's stab. A lot of those sort of semi-hypothetical discussions. And then Mikalis and Ed get into a room with about 2 minutes left, and Ed says, look, I didn't want to stab you, but you were getting all of Iberia. I felt I had to have a chance to win. And Mikalis says, well, we can still work it out. If you walk out of Budapest, take Greece, I'll disband it, and then we can keep going. And Ed agrees to that, and we can see the moves. And that's what they did. So I guess they worked it out.
Yep. I do have that audio clip. I had to upload it real quick. This is Michaelis' reaction to the initial stab.
Oh, Ed. Talking about F1 and stabbing me, that's underhand.
I thought this was arranged because of the 2 you're getting. Did we arrange this?
Something like that.
Yes, that was Michaelis' reaction to this. I don't have a huge amount to add. In the spring, I did listen into one conversation, which was the one between Ed and Mikalis. Mikalis did understand that this was a good phase for Ed to stab him, and so he tried to address that immediately.
So what did Zack talk to you about?
I have to stab you. That's why I built a fleet north.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's like, I've got Tanya locked up now. There's no reason not to stab. That was basically his pitch.
Not necessarily wrong. Stabbing me, this is a good time to stab me.
I don't think so. I'm not sure I really have an effective stab on you.
Yeah, I mean, you can take Bird. I think that the real problem is that actually, if we fight, Tanya is pretty much out of it now, but Zack he's in that Armantangelo position where if you and I fight and he does get the upper hand up north, which is quite possible with how chaotic it is there, he's got 4 northern fleets now. He has gone fully into that mode of play. And he's on 7 centres.
Yeah.
So I think for either of us doing, we are actually going to have to kick Zack out of Warsaw and Moscow.
So that was Michaelis' attempt at convincing Ed to stick with him. As you can see, it didn't work this phase. Next phase, it did. Well,
yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not very good at the game, but I don't think that telling your ally it's a good time to stab is ever a great idea.
Yeah, I think maybe it was just so obvious there that he thought it was worth pointing out regardless. And Ed would already have seen it. But yes, that was the 1908 Sideline report. Back to the studio.
All right. I didn't catch it. Did we get an explanation for Zack walking out of Moscow?
No.
Yeah, we didn't. Do you guys feel like you so clearly the Ed Zack thing or Ed Mikalis interaction is sort of the centerpiece there. Do you guys have any further insight from that into why Ed walks out of Budapest that satisfies you?
Well, Ed thinks that this means that he can get in spring 1909 the Italian builds to go west, or at least not to go against him, and that's what he was trying to do. Is trying to get one season on Mikalis and maybe get those units out of position, knowing that him fighting Mikalis has to happen here. He can always take Budapest back now. Is maybe the theory? I just don't agree with it, but he could. Ed is a very good player and very possibly has this figured out better than I do.
I just don't like looking at the motivations for Mikalis to continue going west. There's not a lot. The only other player right now who's close to him is Ed. Right now, the dots available to Ed. Maybe there's Warsaw to bring Ed up to 10. But there's not a lot of motivation to send all 3 of those units west. What's the point? If Mikalis gets a few more fleets and ends up taking Greece back somehow or something, that's all he needs to win the game. Like if you're just going for a top, it's not for points or anything. So the more you get doesn't matter. You just simply need the centers. And I don't think Mikalis needs to go anywhere else to get them. So
yeah, and Ed's sort of cramped here unless he defeats the Italians in this fight. I think the real interesting question here is what does Zack pull? So that will make a lot of difference to how this next season goes. Does he pull units in the south or not?
What does Zack pull, and what does Robert build? Because if Mikalis and Ed do fight again, Robert could become a dark horse here. We still have another 4 game years left, 9, 10, 11, 12. He's back to 5. Tanya's on the outs. Belgium's there. Paris is there. Scandinavia's going to be there. If Zach pulls some fleets, Robert could.
That is
could
a valiant effort you're making.
That would be extraordinary if Robert Schuppe managed to come back and win this game. I'd say stranger things have happened in diplomacy. I don't know if that's true, but I'm here for it.
The stars have to align.
The 2 centers and came back and soloed in a game of diplomacy. So that was a very strange thing that happened.
All right, fair enough. So stranger things have happened, and but in this case, I have to be honest with you guys. I'll be amazed if Mikalis doesn't end up winning this.
He clearly has the edge now. I really think Ed has made a tactical boo-boo here, or a strategic boo-boo, but we'll see.
I agree with you. And for their troubles, we get a fleet Kiel, we get fleet Smyrna and Army Khan, and we get 2 fleets and an army from Mikalis. I actually thought there was a little slight argument for fleet Venice just for the fun of it, but doesn't matter at this point. So actually, there are a couple clips here. One is one last piece of negotiation from fall of 08 between Zack and Robert, which I assume is entertaining, and here it is.
At this moment, there is not a really sensible option where we can cooperate, but this might very well look different in a turn or 2.
Oh no, we don't even need to cooperate. What I'm saying is, like, you take Denmark, that's a given.
Yep.
But take it with Baltic, because once you get Denmark, then you've got a core in the middle, and the last thing you need to be doing is trying to, like, fly into Scandinavia, because Tanya's going to be pulling, so Belgium's going to be there. I'll be in north. Like, it's gonna work out where you're going to have gains very soon available to you, and I'm happy that you're going to get Denmark to facilitate that. But it's not good for your chance of winning this board, the slim chance that exists. Throwing everything north is not that slim chance. Taking Denmark and then you and I having kind of a defense pact, even if we're not, like, actively attacking together, us kind of having each other's backs is your slim chance, is it not?
I'm not so sure. Let's see.
It's funny. I mean, why not say yes there? I don't know. That's
because you don't want to have to fib if you don't have to.
Yeah, fair enough.
It makes the actual fibs more powerful.
Fair enough. It doesn't explain Moscow to Livonia. It does explain Denmark to Sweden. He was making a play for strategic.
Well, Denmark to Sweden made sense, honestly.
Yep. All right, so this is the way the board stands in spring of 1909, and that is when the game ends. And here we have some more audio.
I really want to decline it just for some, fun DBN, but I will accept.
Accepting the draw.
Accepting.
Funnily enough, being in the lead, I'll accept it.
I accept the draw.
Oh, if I could only come up with a way to actually board top, I would decline it, but I accept the draw.
That was very. I actually didn't. I thought it was just going to be Marcus announcing the results. So he just stitched together everybody's draw vote. That is phenomenal. That means that Team Ed is over. And Mikalis,
it's a great game, though. You make one interesting choice there at the end, but other than that, Ed really played a nice turkey here.
100%.
And you know who's really loving this game? All those Kraken fans out there, because IT is very hot these days, and they're saying, "Look, see."
And there's been a bit of a crusade, I think, by Michaelis Kamaritis to get the Kraken popularized, and this will perhaps be another feather in his cap. We've got him in the wings. We'll bring him on in a second. Before we do, though, you guys, there were some gasps when Game Over popped up here. Tell me why. Liam, we'll start with you.
Because if Ed that fall turn in his head had a future planned by doing exactly what he did, why didn't he try to execute that future? That's my, because otherwise, if he just held, he would have been in the 10-9 position, and it literally might have just ended there, and he wins. If that was the plan. So that's what I don't understand is if you had a vision for the future of this, why not attempt to make it happen? If you gave up the lead, why not try to get it back?
This was my gasp. Similar reason. There's not any reason to go from Budapest to Serbia unless you have some kind of deal going. And I suspect that Seb to Moscow and Moscow to Livonia must have been some kind of deal between Zack and Ed. And Ed really needed Zack to pull units in the south or something there to make it possible for him to have a path. I don't think this was the correct path anyway for Ed to choose, but if that was the path to choose, then it may be that he had to accept the draw because Zack wasn't going to go for it or something. But it is very puzzling to me. Now, it's easy for us to say, you get to the end of a very long, excruciating game like this, and it's easy for us to say, well, Ed, why'd you do this? Why'd you do that? Sometimes you got 15 minutes or 12 minutes, whatever they had at the end, and you got a million things going on. You think you've got this thing figured out, and then you think, what the hell was I thinking? And that happens a lot in live diplomacy play. And that's something for a lot of us to keep in mind as we commentate on these games. This is not extended deadline where you have hours and hours and hours to think these things through. You got to do it on the spur of the moment, which is part of why these games are so fun. But it also means that sometimes you can just do something and say, well, crap, I wasn't looking at that right.
And, one of the things about this game is that so much of it has to do with your ability to convince people of things, whether good for them or not, whether good for you or not. But, and Ed's a lawyer. David, you're a lawyer as well. We got lots of lawyers around here. And, sometimes that facility, that faculty gets used on yourself, and you can convince yourself, you can talk yourself into something. And it may be that Ed was looking at sort of a grand strategic gesture here, which oftentimes are needed to win games like this, where you walk out of a dot. I just did that recently in the DBNI final, and he may have just thought this was the time for that, misreading sort of that he was at the tip of a waterfall. In any case, that's Ed Sullivan. Let's talk about Mikalis Kamaritis.
I was going to say we should really more focus on the fact that Mikalis won the game, which he did.
Do you guys want to? Let's just bring him on the stream now, and we will, and then we will say some nice things to him. So here is our 2023 Broadcaster Brawl, the second of its kind champion, Mikalis Kamaritis. Welcome, Mikalis, and congratulations.
Hello, thank you very much.
Congratulations on winning a top board type situation that doesn't count.
Yeah, I know it's not a real tournament.
But it counts in the sense that you beat these people and they're really good, and that was really quite impressive play.
Don't listen to him, Mikalis. Winning the Broadcaster Brawl is one of the most prestigious things that you can do.
How satisfying is it to win with an IT?
Yeah, I mean it was a really, really fun alliance that I just ran with the whole game, and yeah, I was honest to Ed throughout. There wasn't a single turn where I didn't tell him pretty much entirely what I was doing, or at least everything he needed to know in the East. So yeah, I was really happy with how it went.
Did you have any concern? I know you voiced to me concern that you're known as an IT guy. And did you have any concern about just, diving back into that bin here and, might not be able to get away with it, or was that never a problem for you?
I knew I wouldn't be able to pull off the IT where you open to Trieste and convoy to Greece, because I knew Karthik would know full well that I'd like to do that and would never let me do it. So I fully expected him to be covering Trieste from the get-go. But Ed pretty much came to me in spring 1901 and said, I know you like ITs, what do you need to see from me? And unlike Karthik, I like to see Turkey not have fleets in the med to IT. So Ed said, all right, I'll just build armies. And was like, okay, cool, we've got an IT. It's spring 01, and he was honest about it. He just kept building the armies. And I think Zack in 1902 made a stab on both of us that was not at all good. He tried to take Bull, he moved down to Tyrolia. And from that position on, he pretty much locked me and Ed together, and Ed kept building armies. And so when it came to later on, when Zack had an actually good stab on me, Ed didn't. Ed just had, okay, you can take Greece. And every time that was pointed out, I just said, so what? You take Greece, and then what? You're not getting Ionian Sea. You have no fleets. So I don't believe Ed's going to stab me. I was never worried that Ed was going to stab me for pretty much the entirety of this game till the end game.
Why do you think he pulled out of Budapest there at the end? Help us understand that.
I mean, I convinced him to do it. It wasn't his idea.
Yeah.
But I felt I'd already won the game when that happened, because as soon as Ed stabbed me, I looked at him and went, I've won. I went to the West and I talked to them, and all of them were anti-Zack for how Zack had been attacking them all game. And so there were discussions about them helping my fleets go up and take Liverpool and Edinburgh. And I just looked at Budapest and Greece were two centres I thought I would never hold. So I was never counting on those centres as being centres I needed to win the game. I always assumed they would go to Ed, but I thought Ed would be stuck at 9 or 10 centres and get no more. And I thought I could get way more than that from going to the West. I was actually more worried that Zack, with his 4 northern fleets, might be able to do something about that and might be able to take enough coastal centres to do a board top reminiscent of one Nick Armentangelo did in VDL, I think a year or so ago, where he topped a board as Russia with St. Petersburg as the only centre he owned at home.
Yep.
And I thought that actually Zack had room to do that. Zack might be able to, through the chaos, get up to 11 or 12 centres and be an actual rival. I thought Ed was pinned. And I think Ed also saw that.
You know, we've talked a lot about the IT here and what Ed's decision was. This game was actually won for you in the West, diplomatically in the West. Now, how did that happen?
So it was actually Robert Schuppe moving to Tyrolia, I think, won me this game. Because as that term went through, I looked at that and went, oh crap, there's an FGR coming for me. I'm just going to be forced into a king-making position between Tanya and Ed Sullivan, and that's it. I didn't think I had a hope in hell of winning when that happened. And then I spoke to Tanya at the start of the next phase, and she had no idea that Robert was moving to Tyrolia either. And then I went, well, I can't attack Ed now. I wasn't planning to, but my plan had been to drop down to Ionian to look like I was attacking Ed and then attack Tanya. But instead, I had to build in Fleet Rome, and I said, well, you were putting fleets down. I had to do this. And so I was able to pretty much redirect all of her annoyance about me attacking her onto Robert because he'd gone to Tyrolia. And so I think that was why she then prioritized defending the north against Robert and Zack. And I was able to, I think I would have been able to force Marseille and Spain fairly easily anyway, but I was able to get them much quicker as a result. And Ed also, I think, misordered a convoy to Romania that turn, and it cost him so much momentum against Zack. I know that on the stream, you thought it was possibly deliberate. I don't for a second think it was deliberate, because I think if that had actually gone through, he gets Ukraine the next turn. Then he gets Warsaw and Moscow at the same time I get Marseille and Spain, and he's still in the game. But instead, I get Marseille, Spain, and then I also get Portugal because Tanya was more annoyed at Zack. And yeah, I think that was really all caused initially by Robert moving to Tyrolia, because it just gave me the excuse to come west, so Tanya wasn't pissed at me for it.
And this is another example right here in fall 1907 where Ed sort of went the wrong direction and could have taken Ukraine out here. And I thought at the time that was really going to hurt him badly in terms of momentum and tempo.
Yeah, I think again, he needed Warsaw and Moscow. Like, I hadn't planned to stab Ed at any point in this game. I was just going to run it to the end and race him. And we'd both spoken about that. Is like, maybe we race till 1911 and make 1 year of silly stabs in 1912 and see who comes out on top. But he'd lost the race because he hadn't got into Ukraine quick enough. And that was why he then stabbed me. And I just pointed out to him at times, like, you can stab me now. It's perfectly fine. It's a good time to stab me, because I was confident even then that if he stabbed me, I'd still win.
So what you're saying is a legitimate way to play diplomacy is pick an ally, beat the crap out of the rest of the board, race to a victory, and hope that you win, and maybe make sure you have a better chance of winning than your ally, as opposed to this back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, it's a power play all the time. Is that what you're arguing?
Pretty much, yeah. I was pretty confident that the only way me or Ed wouldn't top the board from a race was if Tanya managed to get all of England to do the France meta that had been so pervasive during the DBNI. And so I wanted to go west and stop that happening. I couldn't do it as early as I wanted to because Zack just kept attacking me and kept being convinced Ed was going to attack me. And every turn I went to Zack like, Ed's not going to attack me. All he can get is Greece. He can't get Ionian Sea. He's never stabbing me. And Zack just went, nah, this turn he's going to do it. And then I come back to next turn. I told you so. and they'd be like, nah, you still do it this turn. I'm just like, what is the point of this? I was very confused why Zack just kept attacking me throughout the game, because I didn't believe for a second that Ed was going to go with him on it. And that was testament to Ed, and like he'd done really well to get me so trusting of him, but also testament to the fact he was putting armies down. It made no sense for him to attack me, and Zack didn't seem to see that, and it did delay my move on Tanya. But that turn that Kevin O'Kelly made the frankly genius move to piff Tanya's army and that was on Wales, and it just ruined all of her momentum, and that gave me time that even though Zack had been attacking me and I hadn't gone west as early as I wanted, it didn't matter because Tanya hadn't got the English centre she needed to dominate the north.
Yes.
Although, I mean, peculiarly, right, this is where Zack teams up with Tanya, and for a moment, it looks like it's going to be FR versus IT. That doesn't end up happening, and I think this is where David is saying that you won the diplomatic battle in the West because Tanya ended up blaming Zack more for her situation than you. Did you have a hand in that, or do you think this was just a mistake on Zack's part for turning on Tanya?
Ed and I both went to Zack and went, what on earth are you doing supporting Tanya into Edinburgh? And Zack immediately started worrying about it. And I think he was maybe not so sure about what he'd done because he'd made a lot of, let's face it, not great moves through this game. He'd made the silly stab on us in 1902 that was, let's face it, it was awful. He'd made the stab on me that hadn't worked, but at least if Ed had gone with him, it would have worked. And then he'd done a stab on Kevin in the past as well. Like he'd pretty much attacked everyone at some point except Tanya, and even then, we pointed out that he probably was attacking Tanya when he forced North Sea. Like we knew that was arranged to help Kevin block Yorkshire that turn. So I think maybe Zack wasn't confident on his moves, and as you say, I thought it was an FR, but with Germany on board, that's why Robert had come to Tyrolia. I thought I was cooked, and instead it turned out that there was no communication between any of them. And at that point, my eyes sort of start lighting up. It's like, if the West is this bad at communicating that some of them are charging east without talking to the other people about it, I've probably got a good chance of walking through and mopping up the remnants of the chaos. And that's what happened.
All right, so one last question here, returning back to this this ultimately pivotal phase. So you think that if Ed stays in Budapest, you still win easily?
Yeah. The whole point about Moscow was that Ed knew Zack was walking out. Zack had told him. Zack had not invited him into Moscow. That was not a deal. So I knew that Ed walking in there meant Zack wouldn't be happy, and I was pretty confident from my conversations with Zack that he would then turn around and retake Moscow. Ed, he's on Budapest, okay. He's on 9 centres. So what? Where does he go from there? I just didn't see him having any more centres to take, and I thought I had 4 years left with 2 fleets in Spain and Portugal, Tanya moving her fleets in the opposite direction, Kevin pulling his off the board. I was going to walk up, I'd get Brest, I'd get Liverpool, I'd get Edinburgh, I'd get enough centres up there that I'd win regardless of Ed being able to stalemate me on Budapest and Greece.
Got it. So actually, in your opinion, then the major mistake Ed makes here is moving to Moscow, is antagonizing Zack.
Yeah, I think you can look at it that way, but I think if he doesn't do that, then he still needed Warsaw and Moscow to win, and I think he couldn't stab me and take Warsaw and Moscow. So I think actually his mistake was those convoys earlier in the game that had cost him the momentum to get Warsaw and Moscow. I think he'd already lost by this point, and I thought, even as I was discussing the game table, I thought it was me or Zack who would win while Ed was sitting in 2 of my dots.
So it's the thing we were missing, and we have to miss in the commentary, is the diplomatic negotiations, all of the diplomatic negotiations, and sort of the tenor of the players in the West. I did not realize that it would be so easy for you to go up there and take a couple of centers, and that there would be no attempt to stop you. That is something I had not realized.
Yeah, the absolute chaos that was the West. There was so little trust between everyone. I mean, Kevin had put the fleet down in Liverpool in 1901, torched relations with Tanya, but Robert had then botched the attack on Kevin, and that had let Zack turn on Robert and push Robert back. And then I think Tanya also sort of botched her attack on Kevin when she got onto the onto the continent, onto the island that turn when she had the army in Wales, and then it got piffed, and there was just no trust between any of them. They were going at some point. Robert was supporting Kevin into Belgium, and I was just looking at like, what on earth are any of them doing? And this was a situation where I hadn't lied to anyone in the West. I don't think I lied to anyone in this game except Karthik, and
that doesn't count.
Join the club. Get
he
in line.
deserved it anyway. So I just, as soon as Robert pulled back out of Tyrolia after I'd spoken to him, I was like, okay, he's not going to attack me again because he felt genuinely bad and it hadn't gone for him. And I was just like, okay, cool. I'll just mop up the remnants. And whatever happened in the West, the only thing I was worried about was if Zack got enough utility out of that chaos to have his 4 Northern fleets take 2 or 3 centers in a year, then he could rival me up there. And I pretty much arranged everyone to be against Zack in the North that year, and I was confident they would go through with it. And yeah, I thought that would be enough for me to win, regardless of what happened with Ed by then.
Well, congratulations for a well-played game. This is something that people learning the game can actually learn a lot from watching how you played, and frankly, how some other people played in the game. And congratulations to Ed for also playing a really, really good alliance with you. And he did make some tactical errors that hurt him, but obviously otherwise made some good choices. And it was just a fun game to watch. So I'm glad you won. Glad that the charity that you represent is getting the double share. Sounds like totally a worthwhile endeavor.
Yeah, I'm glad to give something back to them. And Ed was a wonderful ally to work with. Like, he stabbed me at the end when he saw no other options, but
yeah, I don't think he had any choice, honestly.
Yeah.
I think he had to.
He saw the writing on the wall before he stabbed me, and he still saw it writing on the wall after he stabbed me. He knew he was out of it by then, and that's why he drew the next turn. He saw the same thing I did. He could get 9 or 10 and nothing more.
Liam, I'll give you a chance to offer Michaelis some thoughts.
No, I just want to say it's a fantastic game. You know, you kind of it seemed like you knew what you wanted right from the start and just did what, you had your game plan, and it seemed like you stuck with it. There wasn't any wishing, back and forth. And I think it seemed like you had a lot of trust in Ed. Like, that was one of my questions I had for you, but I think you answered already. Is did you ever have a doubt in your mind? But it doesn't sound like you did.
No, he kept building armies, and I just looked at it as like, even if Ed wanted to stab me, if he's building armies, he's not going to stab me because he didn't have a good stab on me. So I had full faith in him, and all our conversations, we were forthright and honest, right up until he used Formula 1 as a distraction. And even then, I kind of saw it coming. I was just like, oh well. I pointed it out to him, like, you can stab me. It's a good time to stab me. I thought I'd already won, so I didn't really care.
So Ed's biggest nemesis this game was himself. Is that because I think it sounds like you're saying he cost himself the game with some of those lack of tempo moves earlier on.
I think he cost himself a shot at the game. Like, I don't think he was guaranteed to win, even if he took Warsaw Moscow. No. We could have done the race that we talked about then, but I think because he didn't get into Warsaw Moscow, he couldn't win. Yes. Yeah, I didn't need Greece after all. Not such a home comfort.
But honestly, it hurts a little that you didn't have Greece at the end. At least tell me that.
It would have been nice. It would have been nice.
That's enough. That's enough.
You have to lose some battles to win the war, right?
Yeah. And if I'm Italy, I'll probably take Portugal over Greece most games.
That's actually true.
Yes.
And perhaps if he had heard Hood's hints from before the game, he would have kept the game going merely in order to retake Greece, which he could have done quite easily.
Yeah, I think Ed realised, like, when the builds went down and Zack pulled the northern fleets, and it was like, okay, there's just nothing that's going to stop me now. I'm just going to walk up to the north, and I've got the units in the mid to come and fight Ed if I want to, or just stop him taking anything more.
Well, Mikalis, Kamaritis, you are the second Broadcaster Brawl champion. Congratulations. Congratulations to your charity, Mind in Brighton and Hove. They will receive 25% of the shared pool, which as of this moment is sitting at $2,357. There is still time to donate. If you would like to right now, go to the GoFundMe link in the description field below this broadcast. All of these donations are being matched up to $3,000 by an anonymous donor. which means that as of this moment, we have raised $4,700 and $4,767, which blows our total from 2 years ago out of the water. That was around 3,400. 25% of that will go to Brighton, to Mind in Brighton and Hove, which is going to be over $1,000 worth of money. Convert that to pounds at some point. We'll see what that ends up totaling. But like I said, everyone out there, it is still time. There is still time to donate to this. We're going to keep the fundraiser open until this Friday, which is, I believe, March 31st. So if you're watching this in the next few days, please continue to donate, and we'll post the final total and we'll announce it on the next broadcast. But Mikalis, man, you're now going to force us to change the narrative on you, which is can't win the big one. And that's just okay. That's okay with us. You're
never my narrative for you, Mikalis. Don't listen to that.
You did it.
Brandon's.
You did it with an Italy that never really had a setback. You were slowed down a bit at times, but your center chart is basically a step stair all the way upward. You did it in IT, which we are already impressed, all impressed by. But for your next trick, you have to do it in an IT as Turkey.
I mean, I think that's doable. I'll consider that challenge, although I'm hoping not to play Turkey on top board. So we'll see on that.
I have just gotten a notification that we should show the fundraiser again, and here is why. We have just jumped from 2357 to 2857, and that I can see is thanks to Siobhan Nolan, who has donated $500. It's listing Siobhan has donated twice, which is, I don't think, correct.
Well, it's recent donation and top donation.
Oh, I see. Thank you very much. Wow. Thank you, Siobhan. We were hoping to get you on the stream today, and you've managed to do it one way or another. So that's very generous of you. That means that our total is getting dangerously close to $6,000, which would net $1,500 for your charity, Mikalis.
Yeah, I thank you, Siobhan, and thank you to everyone. Like, on a serious note, it was great to play today, but it's so nice to be able to give something back in this regard. And thank you to everybody who's donated, no matter how much or just anything that you've done is wonderful. And it's really nice to be part of a community that can do this sort of thing.
Mikalis, congratulations again. Go get some sleep, and we'll see you on a stream again very soon, I'm sure.
Cheers. See you later.
All right. This is we're about to bring to a close this broadcast. Before we do, though, I want to point out that the World Diplomacy Championship is coming up. I think we've talked about all the other upcoming events. DixieCon, Whipping is in mid-April in San Jose in the Bay Area. DixieCon is in Memorial Day weekend in North Carolina. We have Armada coming up in July in Colorado. And then the next one after that is the big one, the World Diplomacy Championship, happening in Bangkok, Thailand in mid-August, August 17th to the 20th. If you would like more information on this, please join the NADF server. The QR code is in the upper right-hand corner. They have already 4 boards worth, I know, of people committed. I am one of them. I am planning to be there as part of a 3-week stay in Southeast Asia. I am extremely excited about it. And either of you two considering going?
No, that's not my
me,
thing.
no.
All right.
I can't be gone that long from my life.
Well, maybe we will see you guys on the broadcast then. Let's wrap this one up. I'm gonna give you guys a chance to give some final thoughts here on this the second Broadcaster Brawl. David, we'll start with you.
Just a lot of fun to watch. It's great to see a working alliance from people who really know how to push the pieces around. We also had some fun and zany play, which is also fun to watch. We got some lessons about how stressful and how tiring the game can be in 8 game years. And in general, we had a lot of fun and raised some money, and that was the point.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. A lot of fun. I mean, all of those players are, elite. They can win any top board that they are on. There's some fun play. Zach was being Zach up in the north, and I think that's what alienated him. It sounded like, but I think that's the fun of the game is the different personalities you play with, and you truly can never count yourself out of a game. I was hoping that game went a little longer. I was hoping to see Robert climb his score climb, but it looks like that was the end of it. But yeah, very exciting game to watch.
We should also say great job, Marcus and Katie on the sidelines, and then all of our cool guest commentators.
Yeah, I'm going to take a minute here to do a bunch of thank yous. First of all, David Hood and Liam Stokes, thank you guys so much for joining me on the stream today and providing top-notch commentary as usual. It's a joy to be able to work with people like you and just to participate in this game in this sort of way. It's such an intense game. You sort of leave it spent, and here we get to kind of enjoy it a lot from the just off to the side, and I think it's a privilege to be able to do that. I want to thank, as you said, Marcus Zylstra and Katie Gray for providing some fantastic sideline commentary. Along with this brand new technology, we get to hear the players' voices themselves. That was a big experiment, and I think it was a smashing success, thanks to the two of you. I want to thank the guest commentators, as David said. You guys were fantastic, and really being thrown in cold turkey and having to sort of find a way to do this in 1 year, which isn't easy. All of us, I think, sort of stumbled our way through the whole first broadcast or two, trying to find our footing on it, and you guys did a good job just in 1 year. I want to thank all of the viewers out there. You guys, DBN would be nothing without you. And we now have 1,000 of you subscribed to our channel, which is amazing. We've had 50,000 plus hours of viewership and hundreds of thousands of views. And we all appreciate it. We wouldn't do it if it wasn't for that. And we're looking forward to keeping DBN going and keeping it going strong. I want to thank all of the people at DBN who were not part of this broadcast. I can't name everybody, but I will point out Riaz Varani and Siobhan Nolan for answering the call to give us a video message that we could put on the stream. I want to call out Kevin O'Kelly and Brian Pravel and Zachary Moore, who do most of the organizing along with David Hood and me. DBN would be nothing without all of us, the five of us who are on the board and who do a lot of the organizing. And then I want to thank everyone else at DBN who, you guys when you can, and we love you guys for it, and we appreciate it so much. I want to thank all the viewers, everyone who donated to this GoFundMe. This went beyond my expectations, and I'm really, really happy to be able to send a nice to all 7 of these charities. All right, did I leave anybody out? Any thank yous that need to be said?
I don't think so.
All right, then let us sign this off with Siobhan Nolan's memorable catchphrase that has become a DBN logo, a DBN motto, I should say. Stay safe, everyone, and stab well.